me just fix that. Alright. Alright, am I alive on YouTube? Let me just make sure. Let me just make sure. God damn, why the hell did Restream have to change their stupid website? Okay, good. Oh, that's loud. Wait. Okay, good. That's fine. Alright, let's log in there. Let me get my alt booted up. Okay. Let me just get to where I need to go. Where is that? Copy link. Alright, let me just put everything where they belong. Stream hub. Okay. Oh, you know, that might be allowed. Oh, that's fine. Alright. Let's get our dailies and stuff done first. Right, we finish up here first. Quickly. Hi Mimigumi, hi there, Bula Gamer. I'm very annoyed with what the hell Restream did, man. Restream fucked up their own website. It's a pain in the ass to use. But how you doing? Like, they made it, like, extremely annoying to get things set up nicely. Because they updated the UI on the website and made it worse. A lot worse. And so it just becomes really, really annoying to set everything up. What the? God, I hate these freaking braided cables. It's so annoying to use a website now. Honestly, I kind of want to just like switch and use something else at some point. The problem is we won't have the chat bots relay messages anymore if I do that. So I'll need to like figure something out. If I want to have like the chat bot around. Or I could just like, because like if I stop using them altogether, like the thing that will happen is the chat bot will become completely dead. Like, no more. I technically don't need Restream if I wanted to multi-stream, but it does kill off chat. Well, I would just use the default stuff on thing and completely remove them entirely. Right, if I was to do that. Alright, what are the dailies? Aberrant thingies there. And then the turret. Okay, I have on my ult. I guess my ult just needs the mechas and stuff. Okay. It's like it's just a pain to keep using Restream if they keep it this way. I want the old UI back because it was just so much easier to do literally anything. Yeah, voices are still bugged. Because of course they are. I guess they didn't update the Epic Game Store version still. Anyone else use the Epic Game Store version of ToF? Or is it just me? I have a laugh if it's because it's the Epic Game Store version. Why I still have this weird audio stuff. But I also wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, I have to because there's no other way I can run this many versions of ToF. When you need to run multiple different versions, you kinda got no choice. Because of how scuffed the thing is. The freaking regular launcher is. It won't let me download both versions. And it's like too much of a hassle to swap between them that way. And I end up just installing multiple versions instead. Because of that. Okay, let's go to the other area. Hi, Kara. God, I want to freaking punch whoever was decided at the restream though to redo the UI like that. Because they just made it like really, really annoying. But yeah, welcome Raiders there on YouTube. Welcome Paula. Welcome Kara. Okay. Welcome Diose and everything. Let me get my alt warped over. The warning doesn't matter. I already knew about it. I knew about it a couple days ago. I was already having issues with it like 2 days ago. I had issues with it 2 days ago. Here's the thing, the way I do everything, I get a new stream key every time I stream because I set up everything exclusively as an event. So the issue I had already happened, was already there for a couple of days. The stream key being reset doesn't matter to me because I do reset it every single time I stream because what I do is I use the schedule event feature. That is the thing I have a problem with, the scheduling events, because that's the only thing I use from them. And it's just really annoying after that change. It's so annoying that at some point I'm thinking of just getting rid of the restream bot altogether and just completely not using it. Just completely doing stuff the other way, just scheduling stuff that way. And then just putting in my stream key raw in there. Instead of using restream because it's really, really annoying. It doesn't even save my description settings either. Where I used to just use the same preset thing. Now I have to manually redo a new one every single time. So it's like at this point, I kind of just want to stop using it entirely. The only thing we lose is just the chat thing there. Like, I've already been using a separate extension. Like, here's the thing, the Twitch side doesn't even go to Restream. Like, it's just actually annoying. To the point where, like, the actual feature is kinda useless. Especially when I can just use an OBS extension to do most of what they're doing already. The only difference is without them. Because, like, there's no point in me reusing the schedule stuff if I have to manually re-put every single thing in every single time. There's, like, no point. The duplication feature doesn't even work. So I don't see any point in, like, using it. It's like, it doesn't even work properly and let me bring over my description. I just want to schedule an event every single time. That's the only thing I used. But like, yeah, that thing doesn't work. And because it doesn't really work, the one feature I need from it, why do I even bother? Oh well. It is what it is. But it's also just really, really annoying. I need to recharge my battery. Whatever reason the Restream plugin for OBS XSplit is messed up, don't use that. Don't use that. Yeah, that's not how I make things work. I actually never encounter that problem because I don't use it normally that way. I have a different system set up, so I never had problems like that. Heck, I can even like add as many multiple simultaneous streams right now if I wanted to. Because I'm using a different type of add-on. Just like, it's a lot easier if you use a Sorayuki add-on for multiple output. You should have done that in the first place. You should have had it set up that way in the first place. Mine's always been set up that way. I've always had mine set up that way. You should have done that in the first place. I don't stream directly to Restream. Like, the Twitch side is completely separate from Restream. But I have to fire up YouTube from Restream. That way, it will at least do the chat thing. Like, technically, I can go fire up as many as I want simultaneous streams on other things. I can do that while already broadcasting. Because I use the setup that I use. Hi, Rayshan. Welcome, welcome. Alright, what's today's join up? Oh, nice. We can do Pursuit of Fate. Let's do that. And then we'll go straight to Snowbreak right after. Ah, nice. I mean, they're removed. Oh, wait, are they going straight to AV1? I think I know why. They're probably trying to see if they can force AV1 to save money. That's probably why. They want to try to force AV1 to save money. It's just that if you want to stream at AV1, you're going to need new hardware. If you want to do it via hardware encoding, you're going to need an RTX 40 series graphics card. Like, otherwise you can't do AV1. You will need, like, an RTX 4000 series. They probably want to eventually just force AV1. Because it saves them a lot of money. It saves a ton on bandwidth and everything. If they force AV1. On everyone. Like, it saves an insane amount. For similar quality. Because they can get away with doing things like a lower bitrate and everything. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're gonna like slowly try to eventually force that on people. Because like YouTube and Twitch are slowly starting to roll out support for it. Well, no, YouTube has had AV1 support for a while now. Twitch only recently, as an experimental feature, has enabled AV1. But yeah. Alright. Alright, I'll stretch. And hydrate. Alright. God, I hate this stupid braided cable. I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but like, over the years, I've begun to hate braided cables. Because they're just they're kinda scuffed. They're way too stiff. And if you have it like at the end of to plug in a mouse or something, not a great time because of how stiff they are. The freaking cable will try to keep its shape, which I definitely don't want them to do that. Also, when eventually they get frayed and stuff over time. It's like really annoying. It's because I have my mouse plugged in because it needs to. The thing barely keeps a charge these days. I need to get a new one. The problem is finding the same version of this mouse in stock that I can just go grab. Yeah, that's not what you want for a mouse, for a cable that's plugged into your mouse. You don't want it to be stiff. That is what you want it to the least to be. That is not what you want. You don't want it stiff. You don't want it to keep its shape either. You just don't. You really, really don't. You really, really don't want it to be that way. Also, it's just a regular freaking USB cable. But yeah, the freaking battery in this mouse is degraded like crazy. I need to get a new version of this mouse, but I haven't been able to find it in stock. Hi, Derico. Welcome, welcome. He's like, this thing doesn't really keep a charge. Do people even do Maze of Dread? Still? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. It's just to grab the other thing there. Okay, I think we're basically done here anyways. 20 minutes. 2 join-offs and everything, all done. Okay. I didn't have issues the other day. We're back. And we're done here, so we're gonna open up Snowbreak now. Guys, get ready for Snowbreak drops as well. Let's shift to Snowbreak. We have interesting stuff coming up at the end of the month, that's all I'll say though. Okay, where was the other thing I need to check on? Let me open that for later. Oh wow, Desert After Tears is playing. And what do you have here? Oh, here, let me Alright, let's go do our polls. I haven't had the Snowbreak BGM in a while. What the hell did they send? Why'd they send me 690? What is this an apology for? Everything's fine, narration. So they give 690. They apologize and give me 690. What the? Wait, what happened with the story? They're just spoiling this the stripper child? Okay. I am just confused. What's this 690 about? What is this 690 about? It doesn't even tell me. It just says we deeply regret any frustration this situation may have caused. But sure, I'll take the 690. They already gave me my free battle pass, by the way. I claimed it yesterday or whatever. But yeah, I got my free battle pass already. Oh, they don't have they just have weapon skins for them. No new interactable scene. Okay. What's expiring soon? Oh, that. Wait, we'll deal with that later. Oh, is this an event story or something? Is this like an event story, I think? Maybe. We'll do that later. Alright, let's begin pulling. Alright, special limited. And then what's her special weapon do? Wait. We pull in those two anyways. Chaos damage sniper. Increase chaos damage by 18%. Decrease stamina consumption of dodge by 75. Equipping operative gains 1 stack of speed pulse every time they dodge. Every 0.5 second of speed of sprinting. Up to 3 stacks. Increases ballistic damage by 30%. This effect cannot stack. When stationary, each shot consumes 1 stack. Ballistic damage by 18%. Okay. I wonder what the free weapon is. The free weapon gives. Not like I'm gonna use the free weapon because we're gonna grab this one anyways. Alright, here. First 10 pull. We have 50 actual pull vouchers first. Nothing. So we're at 12 pity. Next 10 pull. Alright, we're still, that's nothing. We'll do a third 10 pull. And nothing. Nothing early. Fourth 10 pull. Nothing. Alright, fifth 10 pull. Nothing. Sixth 10 pull. Nothing. Alright, seventh 10 pull. I think we're hitting like soft pity now. There we go. So that would be, what, 63, 4, 5, 6,
destruction, rebirth,
7.
You need someone to look in.
Alright, 68.
どれどれ分析員の居場所はあ、いた
There we go. 69, 70. 71, and then 72. Cool. Alright, so we got that. Oh cool, that thing reset. So we'll get a random standard unit. Alright, weapon time. Wait. I think it's this currency, right? Alright, that's what we want. Alright, first 10 pull. Nope. Second 10 pull. Nope. Third 10 pull. Alright, how about the fourth 10 pull? Alright, fifth 10 pull. And the sixth one. Alright, this is like very close to the actual pity counter. There we go. Alright, it should be coming up shortly. Here it is. There we go. Oh, I received another one of the thingies. Okay. Oh, where is it? What's this? Oh, is this the outfit? Okay, cool. Damn. Anya got so many outfits, man. This is the trainer outfit. Okay. So many outfits for Anya. Sure. That's Yell. Okay. What weapon? And that's for the other version of life. OG life. You can get your weapon upgraded, I guess. One stack of this thingy. Not like it matters though, because it's not like I'm gonna really use her ever again. Where's that weapon? Oh, where's Fritia though? Wait. Well, now she has M3. For every one remaining bullet, it gets recovers 15% of U energy consumed. Okay. So there's that there. Where are you? Here you are. A message in my DMs. Okay. Here we go. Confirm. Her weapon. What did you send me? The lost the internet. Okay. Well then, that is definitely something. That is definitely something. That is definitely something that you sent me. Okay. Alright, let's go upgrade the gun. You can also shove in these random blues. Put that one in, and then... Oh, at least you're getting it resolved now. That was quite something though. Really, these are our options there? Okay, got... I wonder what the new legendary part is then. Oh, is it this one? Stability. Interesting. Oh, that's nice. That's neat. You can like choose if you want to show the original or not on the gun. We'll have to figure out what she does shortly. Let's go level her up. Alright, we're gonna have to level her up. Then Reinx. Let's go get this done. Imagine reading. Imagine reading what the thing does. Just upgrade everything. Okay, we need more. Don't have anything there. Regular supply. I'll have to buy those. I don't think there's like anything I would ever use a currency in here for anyways. Feels weird to do that, but like it's not like it matters. Alright, just getting it from the neural sim shop. Cause it's like they give you a ton of these neural sim whatever the currency is. It's not like I use them. Alright, let's go claim the stuff here. Alright, what does this do? For each ammo, one ammo capacity of equipped weapon, increase Fritia's chaos damage by 3%, up to 20 stacks. For 100 alignment index, the ratio increases by an extra 0.5%. Each one ammo capacity? What? How much ammo does she hold? The fuck? How much ammo does she even hold? What does our kid do? Let's see. So her skill. When Fritia dodges, enter Celestial Turbo Sprinting State for 2 seconds. Reload does not affect this state, but falling will interrupt it. While in the Celestial Tube state, gain 6 supercharge every 0.1 seconds. Dodging again while in this state will refresh its duration. Leaving the field clears all supercharge. For every 2% increase or decrease in stamina recovery, supercharge acquisition rate increases or decreases by 1%. When supercharge is 40 or greater, Fritia can use her standard skill to enter super shot stance. She cannot move while in this stance, but final damage taken decreases, and shots have aim assist. That enables shots to automatically log on to the closest target. If Fritia uses a standard skill again, dodges, reloads, or supercharges less than 40, she will exit. Right, hi Vol 4 Kek. Really? It's not working? I thought it was working, because we have people watching from YouTube. Maybe it's your browser? Oh, it's working. Hi Vol 4 Kek. Yeah, it's working. Right there. It's working. It's on YouTube. Right, this is on YouTube. It looks like it's working. Yeah, so I don't know. I use Brave. Recovers 15 stamina for each shot in super shot stance. When equipped with a chaos weapon, standard skill does not consume S energy. Okay, so her S energy cost is 0, and then she can do the firing. duration of the movement is increased, I guess. Wait. Runs quickly toward the target and a certain distance, unleashes a dive crash. Okay, it does chaos damage. Alright, what's her ultimate? When supercharges 40 or greater, can use ultimate. Consumes all supercharge to fire this pulse thing. When consuming above 40 supercharge, increases God Bane pulse. And it gives 2.5% damage for every supercharge consumed and increases AoE for every additional 40 supercharge consumed. Starting with the second use of ultimate skill, within a single battle, ultimate skill animation will not be played. Okay. Recovers 30 stamina after using ultimate skill. There's no cost. Interesting. There's no U energy cost. The damage dealt by God Bane Pulse can be affected by ballistic damage bonus. And then there's that. When equipped with Chaos Weapon, Super Shot stance compatibility increases by 30%. After dodging, crit damage amplifier. Super Shot stance shots and ultimate skill ignore 10% of chaos resistance. Weapon compatibility is adjusted by 260%. Interesting. Okay. What does her her set do? Her logistic set. I'm gonna guess it's this thing. Damage dealt by consuming supercharge increases by 30%. When equipped with a semi-auto sniper rifle, increases crit damage amplifier. Okay. Is this still says sniper? Well, good morning to you, man. Alright, let's see. Let's try to get her built up a bit. Why not? Oh yeah, we have a lot of stamina. Let's go consume even more. Right, so like we don't have to worry about stamina stuff here. Oh wait, I guess I can put... Oh, I can... okay, I don't have to... I can put other versions of Fritia to funnel her stuff. I should have just done this. To funnel friendship. I should be like funneling it to like different versions of Fritia. Yeah, because he gets a lot more this way. I should have been doing this. Perk of having multiple versions of yourself that you can put it together. It makes it like easier to funnel the friendship stuff. So I believe we just want attack alignment index then, I guess. I don't think any other stat matters then. Just attack and alignment index. At least that's gonna be my assumption. Yeah, that's garbage. Oh, that one's crap. That's crap. That one's crap. Give me attack alignment index, please. Does crit damage amplifier even work? Like, I guess crit damage amplifier could be okay. New energy recovery is unnecessary. And skill haste is useless. That's too low of a roll for alignment index to be usable. That's even worse. Alright, we need to get more. Alright, we'll use 3 of these. And we auto clear again. Alright. Hopefully that's enough. I'm pretty sure we don't need crit rate for headshots anyways. We don't need U energy because it's free. God damn it. These rolls suck. I'm gonna save the rest of the stamina because we'll eventually probably need that for story anyways. Alright, let's just see what we can do. Yeah, because it says crit damage amplifier there. So I assume she can use crit damage. And I'm pretty sure skill haste and stuff don't matter. No, we leave those here, whatever. Interesting. Well, at least these pieces will be good enough anyways. Purple and blue, looks like. We want chaos damage, right? And then this one. There we go, we got chaos damage there. Not the greatest stats, but looks fine. Alright, we got that done. Personal file. Okay, where is new Fritia? There you are. I'll just skip through the thing here just so we don't have spoilers of the thing. We'll do that first. I'm gonna guess they updated Paradoxical Labyrinth for her too. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Oh, we have to use the trial one. What do they give? Crit damage, amplifier, and attack is what they recommend. Interesting. So you don't really care about alignment index. Crit damage better. Alright. Let's start this out then. What's her ammo capacity
ちゃん
then?
とついてきて。じゃないとこのミッドファースト実践テスト開始。安心して分析員。フリティア先生はその期待を裏切りはしないから。
Disappearing. Have we reached the threshold where I run and hide?
うわあ、逃げんな。私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。
Interesting. So she has like her special sprint here, where she Naruto runs. Okay.
Is anybody hurt?
Yep.
Should have run when you saw us. Getting killed like this? Irrational. More and more hostiles appear.
Okay.
もちろん。
Where do we go now?
ちょっと体が変な感じが。分析員、フリティア先生がまだ動けるうちに早く実験室へ連れてって。 分析員どうだった？私前より進歩してるのかな？
She is ballistic damage focused. And then we can just use that. Sure, we'll have a party of all Fritias.
安心して、このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。
More and more hostiles are...
私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。
Oh, so like, the way she works then is you use her ultimate for groups of enemies.
火力のショータイムよ。
Anybody hurt?
And then skill for single target packs. Okay.
どう？フリティア先生。
Ult is, you use her ult for AoE then. And it's all counted as ballistic damage. Interesting. At least that's how it seems to work. And like, yeah, very simple, straightforward to build, I guess. Right, that's her maximum ammo capacity or whatever. Yeah, her signature decreases her stamina consumption on dodge. 1 stack of speed pulse every time. And then that gives her the ballistic damage boost. What's the other one? This just gives her more stats. More compatibility, more stats or whatever. M3 gives her the shred. And then that just gives her more compatibility, or weapon compatibility, I guess. Wait, does it tell me the stats of her other weapon? Dreamweaver, here we go. Oh, it's only 25%. I guess that will increase eventually to 75. And then this stuff is gonna be weaker. Okay. So yeah, it can use ultimate skill. Consumes all of it to fire 1 pulse, dealing chaos damage. Yeah, and this is AoE, while the other one is not. This is just for single target damage. And it gives her more crit damage. Interesting. Alright, let's go check dispatch first. Yeah, we could try our neural sim. What's this one? That one resists chaos damage. This one is frost resist. Yeah, I kind of want to try her here. And then we also get like... Yeah, so I would put you there. And then... What else do I want to use with you? I guess we just put... Where is it? I'll do the other boss first. Yeah, you have Fanny Starshine. We put you with... Oh, Infinite Sight goes here. And then... It's not like we're doing heavy skill damage, so I guess... No, not that one. The washer I want to use on the other side. I guess I could use Tess. Alright, that'll work.
分析員、私から目を離さないでくれ。
ようこそテスの魔法の世界へ。
探すすべてをすべよ。
さあ、私を称えなさい。
止められないなら私に任せて。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。足手まといなんてごめんよ。
お前にふさわしい場所。
Yeah, I actually like this setup. That was pretty good.
私たちを阻める者はいないな、分析員。
Alright. Easy. Yeah, cause like, don't need healing. I need to eventually like work on my tests. Make her a bit better. Alright, we'll just put... Yeah, we'll put you there.
安心して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。火力のショータイムよ。私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。
Why do these guns into range? What do you think about these things?
Okay, maybe she's not the best for this. She's not good for this boss. Never mind. Wait, actually wait. Does he need to deal damage to the other things some other way? Maybe there's maybe Riptide better. For like double.
Are you sure I'm your best choice?
Wait, yeah, no. Okay, I'm gonna use a different setup for this boss. Need something else. There's AoE there. Technically haven't used her in forever. But no, I think I'll just use this setup.
分析員さん、私を信じてください。お姉さんのそばにいらっしゃい。Reloading right away.
Oh, those things are so tanky.
My turn? Okay. お姉さんのそばにいらっしゃい。
Is that thing still broken?
Pull myself together. Reloading right away. ここからはお任せください。Don't be scared. I can do it. お姉さんのそばにいらっしゃい。Don't hurt me. ここからはお任せください。Anyone more on your deck?
I guess that works. I borked the run though, but whatever.
日焼け止め。もし分析員さんが塗ってくれるのでしたら。
Wait, let me just check something. I think trigger fire is borked. Let me see if I can fix it. I refunded your points, so let me... server settings. The fuck? That is so weird. I wanted to authenticate. That is so weird. The WebSocket server thing for that thing is not working properly. this is so annoying.
I've been making.
Okay, we're gonna save that video for later. Okay, now let's see. Is it working now? Uh-huh. Why is it broken? What the fuck? I'm trying to see why the hell. It's not working. Why is it not playing? I'm trying to find out what the hell's going on with the... There we go! Now it's working! There we go, I fixed it. I don't know why it was like behaving very, very weirdly. And by behaving very weirdly, I mean like not working. Okay. I don't really care about speedrunning the thing for score anyways, I just wanted to clear it. I kind of want to test her in the Paradoxical Labyrinth if she has any interesting buffs. Yeah, so this is under special, what's prelude? Oh, whatever. We'll do the story after. I'm just gonna double check, make sure drops are working properly. Oh yeah, soon I'll get my 50 digi cash from drops. Very soon. So there's that. Right, where was the thing I wanted to double check? But yeah, I do want to try out the we're gonna actually do Labyrinth. Why not? We have to test out the new character. Let's see. That gives attack, crit damage. That gives us crit damage amplifier, magazine capacity, ballistic damage. Right, because there's like this stuff. Rate of fire doesn't need to be used. More attack is nice, but I think I want to try Because like if I do more attack, that's pretty universal. That'll always like be in effect. And useful. Now let's just try this out. And then we'll put Cirrus here, why not? Let's try this out. And we can also get like sniper buffs now. Oh, she does like you do the big disengage backflip. Okay.
I'll try not to let you down.
Let's go here.
すみません。今回こそはぐれないからね。
私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。
I'll try not to let you down.
Only downside though is oh yeah, that's
You
not
sure
how you
your best choice? Anybody hurt?
What do we got here? After shooting continuously, don't want that. No, we do not want that one. Skill vulnerability. This could be interesting because we are doing that. Well, we don't really have a... Yeah, I'll just take that. I should have taken the other thing from Sniper. Oh well. It's like she does get like the super fast movement thing, but without the cool screen effect.
Target under control.
火力のショータイムよ。
Should have run when you saw us. Getting killed like this? It's like they don't even calculate their odds of success. Target under control. Should have run when you saw us. Getting killed like this? Anybody hurt?
Yeah, this is definitely a different way to play the thing. When using a skill, instantly replenish the ammo capacity. Well, now I just get infinite ammo. Yeah, it's a fast one. Another fast one. This time it's a sniper with an aimbot.
That's their weakness? Noted.
Yeah, this is a freaking aimbot, man. You still have to like aim in the general direction, but like, yeah. It's neat. Loses 5% HP every second, but then increases damage, cannot be down. That's great, why not? Alright, let's go into the next room. We have a shield as well anyways.
このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。
It's like they
You
don't
still have to aim in the general direction though. So it's not like you can like just... You also do not have wall hacks.
I'm kind of tired.
近づくな。
She's not as strong as some of the other things I've used, but it is a different way to play. Farther, the higher the damage dealt. Let's see. While sprinting. What else we got here? Weak squad ignores 30% of their defense. No, we'll take that one. She's even better, she can dodge and get a certain location faster. It's just another fun thing to try and use, right?
安心して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。
Target under control.
That's their weakness.
The forecasting algorithms didn't.
Alright, let me just
predict
exit and re-enter. For some rooms though, it's probably better to use Cirrus. But like you combine both of them, you get like
安心して。
very nice
フリティア
mobility.
先生がついてけないことはない。
More than characters focus on strength, fair enough.
今回こそはぐれないからね。どうしてください。
And then we have this one.
Easy, easy. You can do it. もう迷わない。I can do it. このフリティア先生に任せて。
Alright, let's see. After using skill ultimate skill, below energy. That will replenish stuff. Oh no, that one's perfect for this character, that buff. That buff's perfect.
安心して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。
Eagles? Am I seeing things?
近づくな。うわあ、逃げんな。
It's like they don't even calculate their odds of success. Target under control.
I'll do some sweeping.
is complete. Got the recording.
Alright, what we got here? Increase attack by 5% of shield. Sure. I just need something to give me a shield now. Yeah, I'll take battle supply.
安心して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。
That's a completely useless buff because I don't continuously shoot in this.
安心して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。わあ、逃げんな。
Eagles? Am I seeing things? Fritia's effectiveness in combat varies based on height difference with the
Yeah, this is shield running character. Locomotive effect, unstoppable tree. That would be something if you could combine it, yeah. Alright, here we go. Yin Yang isn't exactly useful here. We can't actually make good use of Yin Yang.
Eagles? Am I seeing things? Target under control. Fritia's effectiveness in combat varies based on height difference with opponents.
Actually, if you combine it with Mosher, it's like really nice. Because then like you can just hit the thing that Mosher creates. Hits targets with a skill, gains chain. Alternatively, when shoots a target with chains, we don't do skill damage, so we can't use that. Not really. Ooh, this one gives me a shield that way, but then gains enhancement based on current thing. Increasing shield acquisition. And below that, increases rate of fire, skill haste. Increasing attack. Ooh. You get a big attack buff.
Is anybody hurt? Target under control. Eagles? Am I seeing things? Who needs this the most? Target under control. That's their weakness? Noted.
She does a lot of damage like this. Okay. Spark. Shot have a chance to trigger this one. Ooh. Yeah, I don't do skill. Wait, yeah, I don't really do skill damage, so I'm taking that one. I'm hoping like we get to see like if she has like a special effect in here.
Target under control. Eagles? Am I seeing things?
Yeah, each shot is just hitting really hard. Yeah, we don't do skill damage, so... Greatly increases stamina recovery. I mean, I'm pretty sure that increases my damage too. The bigger my stamina recovery, the bigger my damage.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。やっ I'll try not to let you down. すみません。I can keep this.
Are you sure I'm your best choice? That's their weakness. Noted.
Rate of fire, but each shot has a chance to deal damage twice. Sure. Yeah, let's go fight this guy.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。
Target under control.
おい、逃げんな。
Eagles? Am I seeing things?
近づくな。
Who needs this the most?
火力のショータイムよ。近づくな。
Target under control. The forecasting algorithms didn't predict
God
this.
damn it.
I'll try not to let you down.
Here, rebuild chip.
I can't promise anything, okay?
近づくな。おい、逃げんな。
Frichia's effectiveness in combat varies based on height difference with opponent.
It's the weak spot. You know, I'm pretty sure I hit weak spots with this automatically. Alright, let's go see. Can we get lucky?
安心して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。
Yeah, that's not exactly useful. Man, this is not very good, because, like... Whatever. I can discard it later. I want the, like, the yellow one. What do you mean?
Chanto ついてきて。 じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。
Really?
Eagles?
Yeah. Yeah. 近づくな。は？
That's their weakness? Noted.
Yeah.
Who needs this the most?
Yeah. 近づくな。
Target under control.
火力のショータイムよ。
Anybody hurt?
Alright, let's see. Don't want that. Obviously, we go into the store. Probably not the best matchup for us.
じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。
Target under control.
火力のショータイムよ。 近づくな。
I'll try not to let you down.
もう迷わない。
Are you sure on your best choice? Shield down. Switch to contingency plan. The forecasting algorithm.
Yeah, this is definitely like a bad matchup. That's a really bad matchup. Like, there's like not really a way to handle that thing.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。 安心して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。
It's like they don't.
私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。 やっ
Eagles? Am I seeing things? Shield down.
はやっ
Shield down. Switch to contingency.
やっ近づくな。 やっ
Switch to contingency plan.
Oh wait, why wasn't it like doing the damage that it's supposed to be doing earlier?
Switch to contingency plan. Target under control.
火力のショータイムよ。 近づくな。
Target under control. Fritia's effectiveness in combat varies based on height difference with opponent.
Alright, let's see. We don't need reload. With the skiller shot, fatigue. No, we're too slow for that.
down. Switch to contingency plan.
Alright. Let's go to the next room.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。やっ I'll try not to let you down. すみません。I can do it. もう迷わない。I can do it. 通してください。もう迷わない。
Are you sure I'm your best choice?
Alright, let's see. Inflicts frozen. Sure. Will I actually freeze them though?
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。
Beagles? Am I seeing things? Shield down. Switch to contingency plan.
近づくな。
That's their weakness. Noted.
近づくな。
Target under control. Who needs this the most?
おい、逃げんな。
Frichia's effectiveness in combat varies based on height difference with opponent.
Alright, let's see what else we got here. Dealing any damage, inflicts bone erosion. We don't do enough. Alright, let's see what we got over here.
Shield down.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。
Beagles? Am I seeing things? Target under control. I'm kind of tired. I'm kind of tired. Who needs this the most? I'm kind of tired.
近づくな。
Target under control.
火力のショータイムよ。
Eagles? Am I seeing things? I'm kind of tired. Eagles? Am I seeing things?
おい、逃げんな。
Frichia's effectiveness in combat varies based on height difference with opponent.
Let's go to the next thing. Yeah, sure, why not have her pull things in? Too bad it's already like at the
じゃ
end
ない
of
と
the
この
thing
魅
run.
力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。
Alright, what do we got here? I can't even use like stability boosts. Alright, what did you post it? Where is it? Getting sued for released on PlayStation? Okay. Oh wait. I thought he was just not happy with online play. Oh, I see you guys dumped a bunch of stuff for me to react to later. The hell? Okay, we got a lot of stuff to look at later. Okay. Sure. Yeah, they're assholes. Nintendo's lawyers.
安心して。この
What
フリ
else
テ
is
ィア
new?
先生がついてけないことはない。うわあ、逃げんな。
Beagles? Am I seeing things?
I can keep this. It's fine. I won't even remember it in a minute.
I don't know.
通してください。
What the hell? Great, the game crashed! And you're not supposed to see that page. Cause I was like checking something earlier. I had like one of the videos we were gonna react to later just loaded up in the background there. Oh, why the hell did it crash? Something caused it to crash. And it had to give me Joseph Harden there. Which is just like the most annoying one of those things to fight. Wait, I forgot to gift presents. Oh yeah, I almost forgot the other thing here. I mean, it's not really anything that you guys, like, nothing really... You guys didn't see anything anyways. You just saw a piece of the trigger fire page that I had to, like, refresh the thing. I didn't have the webhook art, like, visible. So it's all good either way. It's fine.
Fritia 先生の新しく開発したシャンプー。いい匂いでしょ。分析員も使ってみる？
Alright, it's on Marion. Something licked a finger? What the hell? Okay.
映画でも見ますか？ Hello.
Oh, adjutant.
Well, that's something. Oh, we're out of space for fragments. God damn it. Put that there. Alright, let's go send stuff. Alright, let's go pick up the small pieces here now. It's just funny though, converting them all into like 1 block pieces, because don't exactly have room for more anyways. When filling those puzzles up. There's one more down here. Oh, here it is. 3 on this floor. Alright, and there's a thing here. And then 3rd floor, there's 1 piece. Okay. Now let's go over here. Alright, let's go kill the boss here. Hopefully we don't crash this time.
It's fine. I have more. It's fine. I won't even remember it in a minute. Oh.
Yeah, we were gonna watch this later, but for some reason, the Joseph thing, it just crashes. I don't know why Joseph Harden crashes. The game just crashes when I fight Joseph Harden. So, well, that's, unfortunate. Yeah, Joseph Harden just crashes the game. He just crashes. Yeah.
もう起きたの？残念。
I don't know why Joseph Harden is crashing the game, but it will crash the
当
game.
ててみて。もし
Ah, yes. That. I don't know why Joseph Harden crashes the game. But he crashes the game. What's here? We went to the thing. Issues caused by version 2.3 main storyline. Due to an error in creation and review process, the content did not align. We sincerely regret this. We'll take care of the following. Temporarily suspending, so I can't do the story yet. Oh, so that's why they gave us the 690. So it's better not to do the story yet. So is it better to... Do we do the story now, or do we, like... They're going to... Wait, is it disabled? Can I actually do it? No, we cannot do it. Okay. Story is disabled. What's Spectral Fantasies? Oh, okay. So I missed the ability to, because I was busy. When that released. So no story. But that's fine. No story, but we can still do other stuff. It is funny though, like they disabled it. I wonder what the story was that got them to disable it. As night fell, before setting out, I heard about a drastic temperature swings in baiting between day and night. Alright, made sure Fritia and Yao packed enough warm. Packed enough warm? What is this? Oh, clothing. Oh wait, it's not showing the whole thing. Okay then. Now, here we were. 3 of us huddled inside a tent. The day's investigation had drained them. They were fast asleep on either side of me. Likely due to their dewas, their body temperatures were higher than ordinary people, radiating warmth. Like 2 furnaces, the air inside the tent felt thick and misty with... They freaking scuffed this part too now. Okay. At least I can drag it to read the rest of the text with heat. Honestly, it was a bit too warm. Why is there a multiplier for speed up there? Stepping outside the tent, cold wind slipped through my sleeves and collar, prompting me to tighten my coat for warmth. I didn't have any particular destination in mind. I just need to get out of the tent. Scanning surroundings, I noticed a faint flickering light come from behind a large boulder. Approached to investigate. Whoever King Ying is, from the mystical mist of Shen, mirages rose. By a campfire behind a boulder sat a petite girl, stretching her legs towards the flames for warmth. Her gaze was locked on a scroll in her hands, completely absorbed. A plume of black smoke curled upward, and fire crackled with the dry wood she had gathered from the wilderness, as if joining in her recitation, whatever. Alright, so this was... Out of nowhere appeared a palace, grand pavilion and walls, bustling figures and carriages, ornate crowns and canopies, all clear to the eye. What, is this gonna be like a character in the future then? The thing we have here? Because of the amount of detail and stuff here. Also, you can see hips and stuff there. And there's Yeah. But they imagine if they do release her, then they have to censor her. That'd be sad. What are you reading? Startled by my voice, the girl reflexively rolled over and swung a kick in my direction. Her fierce kick was stopped, just a fist from my face. I managed to catch her foot in time. Sure, lift her upside down, why not? Overcome by impish urge, I couldn't help but grab her by the ankle and lift her upside down. Hey, what do you think you're... She flailed, trying to escape my grasp, but after several futile attempts, I held firm. Seeing that she'd given up, I finally set her down gently. She immediately scrambled several meters away, glaring at me fiercely. You jerk. Is this how you normally treat a lady? Sure. Hard to deny that. Shouldn't you be in the tent cuddling with the girls? What are you doing out here, bothering me in the middle of the night? You've ruined my peaceful moment. The girl, none other than King Ying, dusted herself off, grumbling as she tucked the scroll behind her. I couldn't sleep. I thought I'd take a walk. And you're one to talk hiding behind a rock in the dead of night. You're not reading anything shady or illegal, are you? That's preposterous. Well, it's nothing secretive anyway. Here, see for yourself. With a nonchalant flick of her wrist, she tossed the parchment scroll over to me. Is this a map? I carefully examined the well-worn scroll. It appeared to be an old map of Beiting. However, its accuracy left much to be desired. The roads and landmarks were misaligned, nothing like the satellite maps I'd seen of the region. Strangely, certain areas like oases and canyons were marked with with drawings of bizarre creatures. I felt more like a whimsical sketch than a serious map. The right side, however, was filled with detailed notes about each area. This must have been what King Ying was reading aloud just now. His map was drawn from a scholar from Shuzo 3 centuries ago. Fascinating, isn't it? So is it an antique? Of course not. It's just a modern replica I picked up from a traveling merchant this morning. She stepped closer, rising on her toes to point a spot of the map, map's northwest corner. Based on the relative locations marked on this map, we should be right about here. Following her index finger, I saw a peculiar shell-like drawing with mist curling out from it. According to the annotations beside it, the shell represents a giant clam creature known as a Shen. Yeah, I saw that like a year ago. Yeah, using both DLSS and FSR. Yeah, you can do that, but you probably shouldn't. Like, yeah, it works to combine it, but like, the frame rate is like fake, right? Like, you know when you actually use that? No. You know when you use the DLSS for frame generation and FSR for frame generation? The frame rate is fake, right? Like, it'll make it look smoother, but the game is not actually being played at that frame rate. Right? It's just fake a frame rate. It's not exactly as useful as it looks, and you also drastically increase latency. So depending on what you're playing, it's completely useless and even detrimental in some cases. Like, it's actually detrimental for some games to actually use that. Like, it's not exactly very practical. If all you wanted to do with those, like, play something that was, like, slower or whatever and just have it look nicer, I guess it's fine, but for, like, you obviously wouldn't use it in a fighting game or any competitive game because, like, you would just put yourself at a massive disadvantage by adding more latency. Looks like some kind of local seafood. It's not for eating. Shen is a mystical creature from our folklore. It breathes out a magical mist that creates vivid illusions, like wonders of the faraway Eastern Sea, appearing right here in the desert of Beiting. We have legends of a pheasant diving into the sea and transforming into a Shen. and of rotting grass becoming fireflies in midsummer, this land is full of tales that could be told for days. After rattling off the legends in rapid succession, King Ying shot me a sharp look and turned away, folding her arms as if in a sulk. I got it. So this map is more like an illustrated collection of folklore, right? Well, if you want to put it that way, anyway. Now that you're satisfied, that you've satisfied your curiosity, give me the map back and go to sleep. She seemed a bit worn out from all the talking, letting out a soft sigh as she lazily waved away the smoke drifting from the campfire. Could you tell me more? Huh? I mean, the folk tales you mentioned, they sound pretty intriguing. I walked over where she had been sitting and settled on the ground, letting the fire's warmth seep into my skin. Do you outsiders always act so familiar with people? Despite her grumbling, she sat beside me, taking the map from my hand. In the quiet of the desert night, all that remained was the sound of King Ying's voice reading aloud, the crackling of burning firewood. In the Valley of Sunset, celestial artisans did fashion idols of their gods, and were long forsaken by the villagers, yet one night, as the moon did wane, a lone villager saw the idols stir to life, stricken with dread. He did flee to spread the word, but come dawn, the idols stood still once more. During the reign of Jingwu, 3 centuries did venture into the... This is the change they did to the text is annoying for reading. In the northern desert, only to be swallowed by the tempests of sand. Search parties were dispatched, yet no trace of them was ever found. 'Tis said the sentries still lie beneath the shifting dunes, whilst their armor doth wander the desolate paths alone. Amidst the desert doth lie a vast lake called Duizi. Its waters intertwined with the Zhu River long ago. 'Tis said a maiden did weep there alone, and in time her tears gathered to form the lake. With each midsummer, the waters do rise, shimmering like a boundless sea. Ancient statues stirring to life, soldiers lost the land, a lake born from maidens' tears. King Ying's tales swirled in my mind, melding my own imagination, slowly lulling me into drowsy haze. Okay then. Well then. We'll look at, if you have anything on that, we'll look at that later. It wasn't a cold gust snuffled out of the campfire and jolted me awake that I realized. At some point, everything around me had vanished into a dense fog, leaving me starkly alone in an endless sea of white. Wait, fog in this dry, barren desert at this time of year? It almost feels like images of the peculiar map and the creatures called Shen flashed through my mind. There's no way that's real. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts and regain my senses. Just then, an icy hand suddenly clasped around my right wrist. Alright, sure, we'll shake it off. I jerked my arm back, shaking off. He jerked his arm in baiting. They're in baiting or whatever the place that it was. Alright. Shaking off the grip with force, stepping back to put some distance between us. What the heck? To my surprise, the voice echoed from the fog was too familiar. Soon after, King Ying's irritated face emerged from the mist. Oh, it's you. Duh, who else would it be? I've been leading the way just a few steps ahead of you this whole time. Weren't we just warming ourselves up by the campfire a moment ago? What are you talking about? We've been trudging through this fog over an hour. The route to Lu City was already rough enough, and now we run into some magical mist, just our luck. Hi, Bahamut. Welcome, welcome. Listen up, if you see any mirages, just keep moving forward. Whatever you do, don't look back. Without giving me a chance to respond, she grabbed my arm and broke into a run, dragging me along. Only when the fog finally lifted did I realize we were nowhere near a campsite. I glanced over at King Ying, who looked completely unfazed, as if she had expected this all along. So it was a mirage after all. Well then, partner. Casually, she tossed a gun to me. Let's blast it to smithereens. Alright, what's this? Hidden pages? Trial operatives, they give us all of these. Okay. Sure. Is this a roguelike thingy, too? Oh, it's like this, the layout. What the hell is this? You know, since this is the new character, we'll just use her around in here. We'll put special filter for healing, and then we'll put yeah, we'll go with this setup.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃう。私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。はっやっ火力のショータイムよ。どう？フリティア先生結構頼りになるでしょ。
Alright, next one. Alright, let's see. Oh, they're shaped like this. Crit rate plus 1%. Treasure seal experience. Oh, this one gives us some more attack. Alright, we have to like put them in the bag. And you can rotate them around. What selection do I want? Alright, let's see. Okay, we got a bigger backpack now. Alright, but the fear of unknown makes you hesitate. So now I have longer skill cooldowns. Okay. So this is just a different type of roguelike mode. I don't really care about like a longer skill cooldown because like I don't have a skill cooldown.
Why don't these guns auto-load?
ここからはお任せください。傷口に意義を与えましょう。
Are you sure I'm your best choice? Fritia's effectiveness in combat varies based on height difference with opponent.
分析員どうだった？ 私前より進歩してるのかな。
Alright, what else we got here? Standard skill damage is increased. We don't do skill damage, really. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just put that there. Figure backpack. Oh, I can just buy all the things. I don't do ADS. I'm not doing ADS. Ballistic damage. I can't reset the shop there. Wait, I can. Wait, never mind. Or I can put that there. I wonder what each of these rooms do. Oh, it's backpack space.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃない
Oh,
と
that
こ
would
の
have been
魅力
nice.
的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。火力のショータイムよ。ここからはお任せください。
Are you sure I'm your best choice?
私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。やっ火力のショータイムよ。
Why don't these guns auto-load? Does nobody think about these things?
Will anyone mourn your death?
マッサージですか？その
Alright, let's keep going. Oh, Let's see. Reload crit rate. Let's take that one. Alright, we can only go forward here.
Why don't these guns auto-load? Does nobody think about these things? Are you sure I'm your best choice?
私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。火力のショータイムよ。
I'm kind of tired. ここからはお任せください。I can't promise anything, okay?
Yep. 火力のショータイムよ。
ここからはお任せください。深海に沈んでください。
There we go. He's dead.
マッサージですか？その
Aren't you very dead? Let's see. Ballistic damage from this one. Alright, now we have that. Put that there. There, we put that there. so that thing is... I'm gonna guess this one's random. That might be a shop, right? Or not. Never mind. I wish it would, like, the freaking symbols were more clear, like I could mouse over it to see what they did. Oh, we're in this map. Interesting.
私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。やっ。ここからはお任せください。Are you sure on your best choice? おい、逃げんな。That's their weakness. Noted. Is anybody hurt? どう？フリティア先生結構頼りになるでしょ？
Alright, next thing, let's see. Hip fire damage is increased. Wait, do these get like upgraded or something? Why do they have like an experience thing? Wait. There we go. I think I min-maxed the amount of stuff I could do with that. I probably did something by arranging them that way.
火力のショータイムよ。
Interesting how they let you target his chest.
ここからはお任せください。You sure I'm your best choice?
火力のショータイムよ。
ここからはお任せください。You sure I'm your best choice?
おい、逃げんな。
Fritia's effectiveness in combat varies based on height difference with opponent.
どう？フリティア先生結構頼りになるでしょ。
Oh, let's see. Ultimate standard and then crit damage amplifier. Well, now we got more bag space. Okay. I guess I can do this. This is just such a weird layout to get everything covered. What a weird way to cover everything in there.
安心して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。やっ
ここからはお任せください。手加減しますから。You look really hurt. Been having fun? Are you sure I'm your best choice? Should have run when you saw us. Getting good like this? Irrational. Is anybody hurt?
どう？フリティア先生結構頼りになるでしょ。
Let's see. Treasure basic attributes plus 10%. Alright, this is gonna be a bit of a pain to try to figure out how I'm gonna do this. Now we'll have to go there. How sensor breaks. Oh, stuff is borked in places that probably shouldn't be borked, but yeah. How you doing though, guns? I guess we'll go with this. Now we got more backpack space. So the full backpack is now available. So I guess like they can level up in stats or something. Because I see extra stats on there. On them there. The event, one of the yeah, it still works. The uncensored thing still works.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。逃げんな。ここからはお任せください。私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。
Is this even like useful here? Not really.
Happy to help.
I can't promise anything, okay?
Yeah, it's just the new Fritia is kind of weird a bit. It's kind of a bit awkward.
I can't promise anything, okay?
kind of tired. ここからはおま Will anyone mourn your death? 日焼け止め
Alright, that's completed. Next thing. Hit fire damage, crit damage amplifier. I'll just put that there. Yeah, I'll just put that. Oh, it just gives you other stuff if your backpack is full. Interesting. What are the... that's not translated. Interesting. Yeah, there's like a little collection box and all the types of seals, I guess. That's who they have on trial. Hidden pages. And they're like, obtain a bunch of stuff for that. How do I forge treasure? How do I do that?
It's like they don't even calculate their odds of success.
逃げんな
ここからはお任せください。I can't promise anything, okay?
私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。はっやっやっやっ火力のショータイムよ。
ここからはお任せください。Are you sure I'm your best choice? I can't promise anything, okay? Will anyone mourn your death?
Alright, that's done. There goes Cerberus. Yeah, this setup is kinda scuffed. I kinda wish I just used the other stuff I normally use. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just put that there. There we go, we got that in here. And then that's there. Alright, let's go do this boss. At least it's just regular Joseph.
火力のショータイムよ。ここからはお任せください。
She's interesting, but honestly, kind of mid in most cases. Like, she seems like very, very specific on a use case. Like, it's easy, it becomes easier to get headshots on her, but like, it's a bit awkward. Especially, like, it doesn't help. What's not helping her is, like, that she's like reliant on, like, she does a lot of ballistic damage, but like, you still have to deal with ricochet rates and everything. She doesn't really feel that strong.
Anything okay?
And the running stuff, the running around stuff is pretty neat. She has no costs on her ult either, because like, it works differently than other stuff. But like, her damage does feel kind of scuffed.
Are you sure I'm your best choice? Will anyone mourn your death?
But yeah, like, I don't know what the specific area to use her in is though. Like, I'm using her in the event stuff just to try her out, but like, I really don't know what like the specific area for her is for would be used in. Like, she seems very situational. I just don't know what that situation you would use her for is. Let's see. Adjacent seal experience. Great. Where do I want to put that? Man, I wish we had like a bigger cache. Now it's like the hard part is deciding what to keep. Right? That gives you energy. God, this is like a pain trying to figure out which one I want to put where. Alright, where was the other one? Yeah, I can't really fit everything in here. That has more attack, I'll take it. Put that there. Oh, there's treasure seal XP in that one. I sell this, I could get I need 720, so I need 40 more. No, we want that one, we want that. What do I get rid of then? It also gives 20. Alright, and then we gotta move. Put that there. We can move that there, that can go there. There we go, and then now there's just one more spot that's not filled. Alright, let's try this one. Let's see what this one will
ちゃん
get
と
me.
ついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。火力のショータイムよ。
Let this dream go on forever.
Why don't these guns auto-load?
ここからはお任せください。
Humanity poisoned Socrates because he understood the truth behind logic.
I won't disappoint.
The flame.
逃げんな。
Yeah, like the downside of this is like anything that can like
Fritia's effectiveness in combat
modify your
varies
ballistic
based on height
damage
difference with
will make her
opponents.
weaker. That's kind of the problem. Oh neat, they give us some of those. And you gotta do any combat stages. You need to do 30 a week. So you gotta do like 3 runs of these every week. And there's like unlock endings or whatever. Obtain the different treasures or something. I wonder when like the actual story will be available then. And then the verdant dew is just by clearing it. If you get 500 per clear, then you're gonna have to do it 20 times. Okay. Sure. So to get everything here, I guess you have to do it 20 times, but I don't know how you forge. And then like there's a weekly thing and you need that for the stuff over here. We're gonna have defense line 0 at some point. Complete spectral fantasies, whatever. Okay. Oh yeah, I didn't do the trial yet. We might as well try her in the trial. Do her in the trial here.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。
It's like they don't even calculate.
逃げんな。
Right. Iron Ouroboros, sure.
Why don't these guns auto-load? Does nobody think about these things?
eyes.
Fritia's effectiveness in combat varies based on height difference with opponent.
私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。は？おい、逃げんな。
And that's the end of the trial here.
分析員どうだった？私前より進歩してるのかな。
Alright, we'll do the other trials. Oh, she's getting rerun. Interesting.
Cabochet module debug complete.
If things keep going like this, we should be out of here on the dot. You're not going to like this. I assume that qualifies us for hazard pay.
I just realized it was hip firing instead of doing the thing the way I should have. But whatever. Instead of the sniping shots.
What am I pushing myself like this for?
Wait, I wonder how long until like they get the event story out then. And these are the outfits here. Oh, so that's gonna get rerun later. And then we have the thing for the outfit trials. Sure, outfit trials now.
さあ分析員、今日はこのフリティア先生の超絶可愛さに注目だ。
It's like they
私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。火力のショータイムよ。
Great, let's pick up the pace.
I don't know why they gave ult energy when her ult has 0 energy
季節
cost.
に関係なく栄養バランスにはいつも気を使うこと。
But okay. Let's get the other outfit trials done. Oh yeah, this is the other new one. Underwater Hues. This is a Cirrus outfit. It does look quite nice on Cirrus. It is a nice looking outfit for her.
腕時計に分析員探知用のレーダーがついてるんだから迷子にはならないよ。I can use this now. すみません。
Okay, so it makes it blue, light blue here.
I can do it. Easy, easy. You can do it.
That's the Cirrus outfit there for ya.
Got the recording.
Alright, that's the Cirrus outfit.
嫌な出来事を紙飛行機に書いて飛んじゃえ。
I wonder how long it'll last like that. You can already tell it's already been preemptively censored too, partially. If you look closely, like... You can already tell it's been like... They censored it a bit. Alright, like you can tell they already put a bit of... They put something right there to censor it a little bit. You can already tell. Like, the outfit's already preemptively censored.
また水族館へ連れてってくれ
See?
る
You guys see it?
Objective complete. Got the recording.
It's already been preemptively censored. I'm pretty sure that tiny bit right here that's covering right there was not in like the preview. Wait, let's actually check. Let's double check to verify. Let's double check. Yeah, the bra there. Like, I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I'm pretty sure it wasn't in view before. Her bra there. I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, never mind. It was there. Never mind. I thought it wasn't. I thought it wasn't. Like, it feels like... So then they preemptively did this. They preemptively put something there. Because if the thing didn't happen, this wouldn't be blocking here. We all know that this probably would not be there in like, visible in view. Like, it looks like they preemptively censored it. Like, you can kind of tell. It just looks a bit weird. You can kind of tell. You can kind of tell. Right? Like, especially when you look at it from here, like, you don't see anything there. You wouldn't think it's covered there. This animated thing here, right? But then, like, you actually look at the model and, like, there's something there. Obviously, you can tell they added a bit of fabric there to cover up. That probably wasn't originally supposed to be there in the first place.
Well done, boss.
Hold on. Now, who's on cleanup duty? Hiyakedome? もし分析員さんが塗ってくれるのでしたら。
Alright, next one. Alright, we have Chenxing skin. The 4-star Chenxing skin.
Victory, defeat. These things have their roots. It will play out. Hold position, maintain fire. Objective complete, all according to plan. Back on the front foot.
Yeah, the ripped skin for
That's a victory. One more step on the path.
Quick break, everyone.
Be brave.
障害は全て取り除きましょう。
Right, and then they do it again.
I was hoping we'd avoid this. It'll be fine in a sec.
And there we go.
避けられない犠牲なんてありません。
Ooh, CCs are a joke. They're boosting their vids by adding Hoyo onto it. Yeah. Oh, I know. We know, man. We have stuff to look at later. We have a bunch of stuff to react to later. We got a bunch of stuff. Oh wait, I just need to double check something. I have to restock the cafe in that game. I need to restock the cafe in the cat game. Okay. Oh, let me just move that to the corner here. On my other monitor. Here we go. Play them all. Can we get the item now? Is this the scope?
いいセンス。
Yeah, we got the new scope here. Attack and stability is on there. What is this? Oh, I guess that's the thing you display when they have one of those. They always have one of those. What are the other things we get for the event here? Yeah, that's great. They have this thing where complete the main story or whatever. The event story, but like... this is unobtainium. Look at that. Look at the unobtainium we have here. This is impossible to get because... They disabled story. They disabled the story. They outright just disabled the story. Great. This is great. They outright disabled the story. That's why they gave us 690 currency earlier. They gave us 690 currency as compensation. Because they disabled the story for some reason. 690. Out of all, I guess they knew what they were doing, but they were like, yeah, here you go. Here's 690 premium currency. They gave 690. Specifically 690. Out of all things, 690. Interesting choice, right?
ゆっくり見てていい？
It's an interesting choice for compensation. Like they're like, yeah, we'll give you 690. Okay. I wonder if I should ever build up the old Marion for the lulz. Alright, I got like the old Marion here. Both of them. I wonder if I should do that one day for the lulz. Alright, what did you say in mod chat? The fuck? Wait. I'm just like scrolling. Wait, which one was it? It's a video of something? Okay then. Well, that's something. I muted the audio because I don't want to get caught for copyright or anything. What? Give me what? I'm confused. What's this about gin or sake? I'm confused. I am confused. Yeah, the Antola video? Okay. Well, we have a bunch of stuff to look at for reactions later. Yeah, we have 3 outfits here. We don't have the accessories. You can choose what the entry location, you can enter from someone's room. No, you do it from Tessa's room so you can watch her clean her window. Big brain. It's all about doing it from her room so you can watch her clean her window. Right, that's big brain. Okay. I don't drink alcohol though. Alright, let's put stuff in Fritia's room. Alright, she's in her room. Alright, girl.
フリティア先生の新しく開発したシャンプー。
Found you, adjutant.
Now she has a workbench.
Oh, yes, yes.
She can't lift the dumbbell.
Oh, yes, yes.
She has a Rubik's Cube pillow that's... It's missing 4 pieces. Not 4, 8 pieces. It's missing 8 pieces, her Rubik's Cube thing. Okay, you can have the any energy drink case open and close. What's the thing on the left side for? I guess... Wait. Wait, what's the point of the thing on the left? If she just has bottled and canned energy drinks in there. I think you meant sake, but yeah, I know what that is.
Found you at
I was confused when you said sake. Because you spelt it wrong. Alright, here, let's give her the other gift. Little floating bookshelf. Okay.
Oh, yes, yes.
Getting closer to the eventual level 30. Eventually I'll get there. Okay. We have all that there. Oh yeah, I guess we should do, Underground Purge. As always, we do the high one. Yeah, that's why I was confused. Why do you think I was confused, Dara?
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。やっ。おい、逃げ。
Anybody hurt?
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。
That's their weakness. Noted.
安心して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。やっ。火力のショータイムよ。
Right, other side. What do I got here?
ぐれないからね。すみません。今回こそはぐれないからね。
Easy, easy. You can do it.
下がって私が変わる。
Objective complete. Got the recording.
Right, on to the next room.
今回こそはぐれないからね。
下がって私が変わる。予備は十分にある。
My turn? 今回こそはぐれないからね。すみません。
Phew, that was close. Easy, easy. You can do it.
止められないなら私に任せて。
And there we go. Dead. Alright, rip your... Alright, your cat causing problems. It wants your attention.
このフリティア先生がついてけないこと、私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。
Anybody hurt?
うわあ、逃げんな。ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。うわあ、逃げんな。
Should have run when you saw us. Getting killed like this? Irrational.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。 火力のショータイムよ。
That's their weakness? Noted. Anybody hurt?
Right, next side.
分析員にしっかりついていくよ。
Alright, what do we got over here?
今回こそはぐれないからね。すみません。 Objective complete. Got the recording.
Right, off to the next room. What do we got in this room?
分析員にしっかりついていくよ。通してください。I can do it.
Alright, next room.
Easy, easy. You can do it. 通してください。I can do it. Phew, that was close.
Alright, that was easy. next one.
逃げちゃダメです。シェルノは逃げない。ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。やっ、おい、逃げんな。
That's their weakness? Noted. Anybody hurt?
The cat was fussing, one of the dogs was eating the kitty. Okay. Well, that's something. But at least you got the problem
安心
resolved.
して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。
That's their weakness? Noted. Why don't these guns auto-load? Just
おい、逃げんな。 ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。
No, I don't have a cat, no. And then she's talking about someone else, thing. I do not have a cat.
why don't these guns auto-load? Does nobody think about these things? That's their weakness? Noted.
今回こそはぐれないからね。通してください。
This is bearded dragon. A cat, skunk, 3 dogs, snake, and a bearded dragon.
今
Okay.
回こそはぐれないからね。
Easy, easy. You can do it.
I can do it.
止められないなら私に任せて。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。
通してください。分析員にしっかりついていくよ。
Easy, easy. You can do it.
もう迷わない。
Objective complete. Got the recording.
Oh, now I have to go all the way back upstairs. I go all the way down, now I have to go all the way back up. This is why it's so nice to have a movement character for this type of thing.
今回こそはぐれないからね。 I can do it. 通してください。
Phew, that was close.
逃げちゃダメです。シェルノは逃げない。安心して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。私の弾丸はレッドよりも速い。おい、逃げんな。
It's like they don't even calculate their odds of success. That's their weakness? Noted.
Cat, mine, bulldog, chihuahua mix, and then a lizard. Okay, 2 dogs, snake, and then a skunk. Well, that's quite the collection of pets.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。やっ。おい、逃げんな。
Why don't these guns auto-load? Does nobody think about these things? Is anybody hurt?
安心して。このフリティア先生がついてけないことはない。おい、逃げんな。
That's their weakness? Noted.
Right, next side.
今回こそはぐれないからね。すみません。今回こそはぐれないからね。
下がって、私が変わる。目標の排除を確認。予備は十分にある。目標達成。指示を待つ。
すみません。
Alright. We got
し
here.
っかりついていくよ。
下がって私が変わる。
My turn?
On to the next room.
分析員にしっかりついていくよ。
Alright, let's go kill what's here.
下がって私が変わる。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。全て出る。
Alright, and then we just gotta do the last one now. Oh wait, no, that was the last one. Never mind. Okay, cool. And that's all the stuff there. And then we can go claim all here. That one is on the 18th, 25th. Torrent of Fire is on the 11th. That's in December. And that one's also on the 11th. Okay, so in like 2-3 days, the events will open up. I just wonder when the story will open up. I wonder when that'll happen. Alright. Because other than that, it looks like we finished the main stuff. Right, it's not like we need to do Gigalink. Of course, she's boosted now. And then Infinite Sight is also boosted. Cirrus 5-star. Wait. Yeah, 5-star Cirrus is boosted. Anya, 5 stars boosted. Dawnwing is boosted, and then that one. Oh wait, no, we have to do the other event thing again. Alright, we gotta go through this like 3 times. Yeah, I'll just run through it this way. Because at least I do a lot more damage this way. With something like this. Yeah, we take that one. Fan service, okay. Fair enough. You don't like it, you don't like it. What's funny though is like, out of all the freaking gacha games out there that you can play with combat in them, because this one actually has shooting and stuff in it, this is like the only one really where like what? Where actually positioning yourself really matters. Kind of. Alright, let's go here. Ultimate skill damage. Yeah, I'll just slot that in there. Nice. Oh, but a bunch of them are clearly under 18. I don't know. Alright, let's go to the next thing. Hip fire damage. No, we just want ballistic. Probably. Yeah, I don't think either of those matter. Alright then. Let's go in here. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'll take the backpack space increase. Alright, let's see. That gives us, that decreases my ammo capacity. That one reduces my damage. God damn it. That's annoying. Alright, I'll see you around. I have to reload more often. That's kind of annoying. Alright, let's see. Ballistic damage, I'll take that. Alright, let's go look at stuff in the backpack. Alright, let's see. What's the other one I want to put in here? Which one has attack? That has attack. There, I put that one there. What else can we do? That one can go there. Yeah, that one can go there. I'll just put that there. Let's see. This gives me more bag space. Alright, now I can fit more stuff. Right now we can fit more. Right, bottom path, let's go.
分析員、私から目を離さないで。目標の排除を確認。
足手まといごめんよ。
すべてをすべて。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
また出るだろうから、よく覚えておいて。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
Wait, where's the fuck? What's it doing down there?
So, 私の勝ちね。あんたら程度が？私の勝ちね。あんたら程度が？
下がってすべてをすべて。
It's bugged. The fucking mob fell in the ground. Nice job, game. It fell through the ground. It fell through the ground and got stuck in there.
指示を手早く片付ける。目標の排除を確認。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
すべてをすべて。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
It's another one fell on the ground. Screw this. This shit is like really bored. He got stuck in the ground. Right, because it's not like it can deal with it when it's like actually just stuck in the ground. Yeah, we'll do the reacts now, because like we've been, yeah, might as well. We might as well start looking at some of the reacts now. Alright. I was sent so much stuff here. Yeah, mustard sauce sent me so much. There's a lot, and then Flagger sent me a lot as well. Oh yeah. God damn, there's like a lot here. Oh, there's like actually a lot. I guess we'll start with, let's start with this one. The Wuthering Waves creator crashed out hard. It's the Foxhole drama. Because apparently there's still more and it continues. It's just gonna continue and there's more of it.
Making videos for almost 6 months. I've been making videos for almost 6 months at this point, and for all that time, I have avoided making videos about creator drama, but today is the day that I retire that title. Because there's been someone in this space who decided to go full mask off hypocrite, copyright striking reacts and takes or provides evidence of them being
you went copyright struck people? God damn.
Bloody moron. I was initially going to react to a Thomas video on this situation, but since that got claimed, I'm not about to get myself a strike, so my ass decided to make a whole dedicated video instead. Rather than just an off-the-cuff Twitch reaction. So
he's copy striking people now.
We're talking about Foxhole. His channel name is actually Clever Foxhole, but I'll be real, brother should probably find a new name, and I got a suggestion for him.
Okay.
How about I copyright strike small creators because I can't
I know she's in the freaking Tectone
Since I can't provide clips
or
of
whatever
what he said or the situation at all, I'll just very quickly summarize the current situation. Phase 1. St. Tontas makes a video calling the Gacha revenue report for its use on manipulating data. Phase 2. Foxhole says St. Tontas is making a big deal over things that doesn't matter. He believes the explanation of how the data is processed being in the FAQ rather than as a disclaimer on the front page is fine, and claims the phrase that the Gacha revenue is lying by omission is unfair information to push by St. Tontas. Phase 3 Nuclear Meltdown. Foxhole goes completely unhinged and crashes out during a now deleted livestream while playing Love in Deep Space of all things, essentially saying St. Tontas is a moron, that he's pushing conspiracy theories, and the only thing he's got going for him is that he's got a good voice. All the while, bro is swearing more than a Scouser after they lost 5-0 to Chelsea on a Premier League game.
What?
We might as well add a new name to the list. Foxhole, the amount of times that he used it during that live stream. Like, the dude was definitely a little bit mad, just a tiny bit tilted. The dude absolutely went full-blown chaotic, saying he used to make websites and he knows how it is, that he should be the praised one and knows better when it comes to UI and UX design. But throughout all of this, he also accused St. Tontas for having a shady view count. So the dude is obviously just a little bit jealous, literally, not only having St. Tontas live rent-free in his head, but also covering his gas and food costs. He also made the insane claim that if he wanted to get 15k views in a video, he'll just make one calling St. Tontas a moron. It's just that easy. But then the Muppet did just that and didn't even take all 5k views, so that's kind of how it is, I guess. Clearly, Clever Foxhole needs to rescind his Mensa application after that stunning analysis and execution. Phase 4. Foxhole makes a video saying he portrayed himself badly in his live stream and apologizes to St. Tontas for his over-the-top words. I'll give the dude a small bit of credit here, and he did make some valid points about toxic positivity. We should be showcasing the positives of war on their own without constantly having to compare it to Genshin all the time. I mean, this is something even I've said before. It's a way of making content that uses divisive language and is polarizing in nature, which will inevitably push for a more Kuro versus Hoyo narrative. I mean, I think we're all tired of the Kuro bot versus Hoyo shill comments, and I don't think videos that make comparisons like that really help. Like, it's just genuinely insufferable to hear any critique of either game to then see literal brain-dead bot comments. But the problem is, dude, you can make valid points, but once you've already taken off the mask, you can't put it back on. You've shown yourself to be a complete asshole, so you will come across a bit disingenuous. So, all's good, right? I mean, that should be drama over. Nope. Phase 5 then begins. Foxhole does another live stream saying he's going to remove anybody's video.
You're not gonna lie, all I can think of is Windmill Isle. The Aptos Day stage. But then again, that's the music that's playing. All I can think of right now is while she's talking is the freaking Windmill Isle.
Videos that reacts to his content, uses his footage in any way, shape or form, even if that content is completely fair use. It's important to know he didn't make this disclaimer anywhere else in his socials. He only said it in his live stream that in total had a couple hundred views after the upload. But right after
nobody watches his lives.
He copyright struck a Toma. Now, a Toma is a content creator that makes commentary videos around topics in the gacha space, and well, he made one calling Foxhole a moron for his
we did see that video the other day.
I actually really like Atoma. He seems like a good dude to me, and I've had nothing but positive interactions and conversations with him. So when someone in my circle I like gets unfairly slammed with potentially career-altering copyright strike claims, I'm not going to be neutral about it. But the number one way to make yourself public enemy number one in the content creator space is to copyright strike another creator without any warning or doing so completely unfairly.
Yep.
Bro tried to do a clean slate restart that fell at the first hurdle. Like, damn, that's kind of brutal. Listen, dude, I know you think you're clever. I mean, that's why your AI avatar looks like it was twatted in the face by a bus. I mean, respectfully, bro's got a noggin the size of a Lexus LX grill. But I'll be honest, you can't say all the stuff you did in the videos and live streams, look like a total asshole, then go, oh no, please don't react or provide evidence to make me accountable for me being a dumbass, and then copyright strike people for it. It doesn't work like that, and neither is that how fair use works either. If you were polite, respectable, and level-headed, and politely asked others to either take down or not react to you in future, you could have absolutely done that and had a conversation about it. But you don't like a great...
Here's the thing though, like, copyright strike is even, like, more serious when you think about it. Because the reality is, once you send someone a copyright strike, right? Well, the reality is now is, like, you can basically use that to dox someone. And, like, he wasn't the only one to do that as well. I think there was a thing not too long ago. Who else was doing that as well? Right, we know there was that Logan Paul going after, what was it again? CoffeeZilla? And then a couple months ago, there was also, what was it? The tech lead one? Doing copy striking people who were criticizing the guy. Right, like, this guy, like, he was covered, you know, Mudahar talked about it, Critical talked about it, like, yeah. He's in there too, because, like, he also went after CoffeeZilla after thing as well. Like, and, like, he actually made a video where he talked about, he was like, you can do it to find where someone else is, because, like, yeah, when you're like, filling in a response there to, when you get hit by a copyright strike to get it, to, like, file a counterclaim or something, you have to fill in a lot of information there, because the whole point of that system is to help it so that you can get everything set up so you can go take whatever was in there to court. Like, it's a lot more serious than like a bunch of other things when you do a copyright strike. Because like the whole point is there. It's like, oh, you're going to take legal action. You're gonna try to pursue legal action and probably take it to court. Because of that as well, like, it gives you a nice way to dox someone. That's why, like, it's like a very, very serious thing. Right? They need to honestly make some adjustments to the whole thing as well, because like, it gets abused by some very, very shady people. Like, it gets abused by a lot. And, like, the only way to kind of get around it is, like, if you're going to do that, you can actually get an attorney to fill it in yourself. Like, fill in for you. You can give permission to an attorney to fill in the copyright stuff for you, when you're responding to a copyright strike. It's just that, obviously the average person doesn't have the money to just hire an attorney to go and deal with all that stuff for them. Unless you're large enough where you can actually afford to have like a legal team and everything, like 99.9999% of accounts on YouTube, like people doing stuff here, they're not gonna be able to have an attorney to go do that stuff for them so they don't get doxxed. Because that is a thing you can do, right? Like if you actually ever read through the stuff in there, you can actually have an attorney hired and fill in all the stuff on your behalf. The issue is, you need to be able to afford that. Right? No, you can't use a PO box to avoid it. Like, you would have to either put your own information down if you want to file a counterclaim, or you have to have an attorney hired immediately and have the attorney fill it for you when dealing with the copyright strike. The PO box won't help you with that. PO box is for other things, but like, for specifically responding to copyright, you can't use a PO box. Because, like, you actually have to, like, you're basically filling in, a legal document. And the actual information you need to provide is a lot more different. It's part of why, like, there was a whole crazy situation when Iron Mouse had her YouTube channel taken down. And it took a while to get that resolved because of what was going on there. And she obviously didn't want to give out her information. But, like, that is a thing that can be done. Like, it's really fucked up, but yeah.
The asshole to copyright strike someone to force them to talk to you about it. I mean, that's exactly what he said in his most recent live stream. I mean, again, I can't show you the proof because he'll strike this video, but he said that he struck a Toma because all he wanted from it was a conversation. Clearly, I'm living in, like, an alternate universe or something, because it sounds like that conversation should have taken place before you try and ruin someone's whole channel by unfairly striking them, not afterwards. Like, clearly, for Megamind over here, it takes too long for the neurons to fire from one side of his brain to the other, and has resulted in some kind of short circuit.
Yeah, Megamind with a wig.
The worst takes and actions we've seen from a creator in the space for at least a couple of days. I like Atoma. He's a good dude, and he absolutely would have had a discussion with you before you tried to ruin his work because you're at some kind of insecure power trip. Now, it's important to note that, you know, since that whole thing happened, Foxhole has taken back the copyright claim, but you should have a discussion with someone before you strike them. You should come to the people who are fairly using your content, not the other way around. The dude thinks he's got Gojo's infinity and can't be held accountable or have people provide evidence for his words now that he put a bogus disclaimer in his work. But you know what is really funny? Like, the funniest thing about this whole situation, and actually what tipped me over the edge to make this a video? The dude is a huge AI advocate. He believes it's the future and we should accept it. I mean, the dude even has a channel where he makes AI music and sometimes uses footage from other creators. I don't care whether you agree or disagree with AI, that's not really my point here. But we all know and accept that AI steals content from other artists and creators without fair use to train it as algorithms on the daily. Like, that is just a reality.
Yeah, there's a lot of things doing
and uses
that.
AI knowing how it's currently programmed. Yet as soon as it comes to your content, and when people react or take clips from it, suddenly you care about copyright law and fair use. Like, does brother think he is the honored one here in this situation? Like, he has become the enviosity of Wuthering Waves. Anyway, that's all I gotta say. I thought that was...
No, because the thing is, at least Enviosity gets paid. Like, the thing is, at least Enviosity gets the sponsor money.
Was hilarious. I go live almost every day, 2 p.m. EST, 7 p.m. at GMT. Subscribe if you like this video. Make sure to give it a thumbs.
Like, that's the thing though, like, at least Enviosity gets paid. At least Enviosity gets paid. Okay, that was something. Okay, what else we got here?
So, as
We had this one.
so Wuthering
The haters are out of control. I think this is for Fox Solar again. Oh yeah, that was when I was like looking at.
All right.
Oh yeah, had stuff there. All right. We'll have the haters are out of control now. Sure, let's see.
Waves has a big issue at the moment, and well, it's not anything really to do with the game. As you know, every single
Here's the thing. At least we're safe because he probably won't even. He probably doesn't know I exist anyways. We're probably safe from Foxhole. And from reacting through a reaction through a stream VOD. I doubt he would find the freaking thing at like some random point in the VOD. Especially when like, how long is my average stream VOD anyways? That's like 6 hours, about 5.5, almost 6 hours I mean. That's 8 hours. 5 hours, 10, almost 11 hours there, 7 hours. Alright, it's like, I doubt, like, the stuff that may have content we reacted to him, he'd be able to just dig through it reasonably. I doubt it. But there. Honestly, I need to update the thumbnails on this stuff. I gotta, like, update the thumbnails that I have at some point. I'm just too lazy. At some point, I'll have to make a new thumbnail. I don't even, like, really use the dress that's in there. Alright, here we go. The haters are out of control.
month, Wuthering Waves and also a ton of other gacha games get involved in this big thing called the gacha revenue chart. Now, obviously, this is the gacha revenue chart. It's a big website which shows off all the revenue of every single gacha game coming out. Then you'll know that I don't really cover it whenever it comes out, just due to the kind of inaccuracy of the information. Now, is this...
No, it does. It definitely does. It definitely does. Alright, it definitely does. Here's the thing, remember when I made this video way back? This thing, like, all of the stuff I said in this video, it does apply to Wuthering Waves. It applies to Wuthering Waves too. Because the game is basically the same thing.
Is gacha revenue's fault? No, not really. I do think there are some things that they could do to kind of clarify and add a disclaimer to a lot of the, information they're putting out. But overall, I still think it is a, alright indicator at, judging how good a game is actually doing. But for me, it just personally doesn't feel right, as it's literally just made up information. And well, there's been a big situation going on in the community recently involving some content creators and also just people in the comments surrounding the gacha revenue chart, and also a lot of stuff to do with the revenue of Wuthering Waves, which I just really wanted to talk about in this video, because again, this is something that I don't really talk about too much on this channel, and I just wanted to go over it and just kind of explain my point of view from this entire thing and how this can actually change in the future. But before I get into this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy it, and also go to my Twitch where I'm going to be live. I definitely recommend going over there. It'll be down in the pinned comment down below or in the description. You can go there, follow me, and then you'll get notified as soon as I go live. So I definitely recommend going over there, as we're going to be covering a lot of Wuthering Waves and also gacha content. And yeah, I'll see you guys over there. But let's get back into the video. So this month's gacha revenue chart showed us that Wuthering Waves actually lost money by going down to 9.75 million. Compared to that 11.5 million last month, which again, I don't think is a massive downfall or anything like that, but what a lot of players took this as was the end of Wuthering Waves, which I think is definitely blowing stuff way out of proportion, and it seems like a lot of people, especially who hate the game, just want to see it doing bad and will clutch at literally anything, because if we've known from previous, gacha revenue charts and also just basic common sense, then you'll know that 9.75 million isn't bad. That is actually very good for...
I mean, this guy doesn't understand is the context of that 9.75 million. Not every company has the same expenses. That's what I don't get when all of these guys talk. The money has a different value depending on who has it, and like the size and what they need, especially in terms of a company. Like 9.7 million for one company is not the same as 9.7 million for a different one. Like, their expenses are not going to be the same.
A company, and also we're not even factoring in any other kind of, sources, like PC sources, or any other kind of, monetary sources, which...
But also not counting any deductions as well that would be on there, or refunds. Refunds are expensive. They're very expensive.
Might not even involve the gacha system in the game, which again I think is a huge problem that's been going on in the community recently, and I've seen it a lot in my comment section. And not just in my comment section as well, it's also been in Twitter communities and also other people's comment sections, which have just been people saying, oh, I thought the game was dead, or the game is dead, or something like that.
I mean, the thing is, it's a bit different. The companies are in different positions, right? It's not quite the same because they're in different positions. You have to keep in mind that, like, in terms of, like, size, MOBA is, like, 10 times the size. Right, keep that in mind. In terms of people working on MOBA, it's literally, like, 8 to 10 times the size. And they're in a more expensive area for the developers to work. So you would imagine they would need at least 10 times the amount of money. Right, that's something to keep in mind. And then here's the other thing too, right? If we're gonna talk about mobile revenue, let's go look, recap. That money that they were talking about there is like the total, wait. Where is the... Oh, that's just recap. Back, where is the freaking chart? Alright, here. Something to keep in mind, right? This is CN. This is CN Mobile. This is global, but global mobile does not include Taiwan. It also does not include South Korea. That's a separate one, because that's a separate app. And then for CN, there's also the cloud version. So keep that in mind. I don't know what the stuff is for South Korea. I don't know what the numbers are for Taiwan, but those are different apps as well, if you didn't know. Because of the publishing situation, it is published separately for Taiwan, published separate by Perfect World, and a separate published by Perfect World for South Korea as well. When we actually get the update cycles for outside of CN for the game, South Korea and Taiwan, they do get their updates like almost a full 12 to 24 hours before we do. Yes, there is PS5, there is PC, but also it's a lot more complicated, right? But keep in mind, assuming, you only need 1/10 of the finances here, right? Right, we only have this here plus this here, right? Assuming you only need 1/10, right? So you have 550 plus 190, we have about 700,000 here, right? And we're still missing, we're still missing 2 mobile regions, and you would need 1/10 of the revenue. Relatively speaking, if you're looking at it that way, this is a lot. It's a lot better than this, relatively speaking. Because, again, like, if you're 1/10 of the size, you don't need 10 times as much. If you think about it. Right? This is what they have here. But obviously you can see there's a trend going downwards. Wuthering Waves does not have a PS5 version. It does not have a cloud version either. There is no cloud version, a separate cloud version of the app, right? Like, that's actually dedicated. Genshin is also missing stuff, right? So there's actually supposed to be one more here for Genshin. There is a special CN Cloud app that is a different app that Hoyo publishes. It applies to other Hoyo games as well. Star Rail should also have like a separate one, a separate cloud app, like an actual dedicated paid cloud app that they also run. ZZZ might have one, I don't know. But like, Hoyo does have like separate cloud apps for their games in CN. This does not track cloud versions of apps. Something else that's like funny is like some games as well, like they'll have separate different promos and offers where they don't want you to top up in game but rather elsewhere. I know the cat game, they prefer everyone tops up on their website instead. They give them a 10% bonus if you do it that way. But again, like, not everyone has the same expenses. It doesn't scale the same for everyone. Yeah, there's so many other sources that are not tracked. Exactly. But like, at the end of the day, the main thing to take away is there is a downward trend. Right? There is a downward trend. And the reality is, in terms of relatively speaking, yeah, Wuthering Waves, technically speaking, relatively speaking, with the revenue numbers it is there, right? If it translates across, they're doing relatively worse than something like ToF, despite significantly lower numbers. Because again, like, you have to look at everything relatively. At the same time, one of them was made with a bunch of investor backing and money, and a bunch of loans, in the case of Kuro with Wuthering Waves. And the other one is not. Right? We won't really see any of the things like really harming it or whatever going after it now, in the short term. But long term, don't expect things to stay as they are. Right? Don't expect things to stay as they are. There is a pretty big decline, and it's only going to get worse. Right? It's only going to get worse. The reality is, people who are looking at this stuff here, they're in a bubble. Right? Because there's a lot of toxic positivity going on, and them praising and doing whatever. Heck, there was that Saint Tone Taz video recently, where they were like talking about, what's it called again? How they were so creative when they did nothing at all that you could call creative. Right? But like, you know, that's just how things are there. There's a lot of toxic positivity for some bizarre reason. But yeah. Yeah, there's a difference. Yeah, there's a difference between being profitable and making a bunch of money, but you're still operating at a loss. Kuro Games has been operating at a net loss for the past couple of years. You know, meaning like their expenses are definitely higher than the money they have coming in. And that's their own problem that they need to figure out. Right? That's their problem. But that's the reality. In the short term, they might be okay for now, and that's why like immediately, like really, really quickly, right? This was before like we started to see the sharp revenue decline for Wuthering Waves. The guy there, their CEO, was like saying, as long as we survive, we're okay or whatever, right? He made that really, really copium statement. The thing is, though, if I was an investor, because they need all the investor money they can get, you know, if the guy that's running the company that you're investing in starts saying that, maybe it means it's time to move on and try to pull out and see how much you can extract from them, because that is not exactly a good direction to have your company run, right? Because your goal as a company is to make money, right? To make a profit. That is the end goal, right? It is to make money. Even for like quote-unquote like non-profit organizations, they still need to make money because they still need to pay for their expenses. They still need to pay for their utilities and stuff. They still need to pay for their employees, and they still need to provide the service that they need that they're trying to provide. Right? At the end of the day, regardless, money is important. right? And if you have a leader of a business, right? And they're kind of scoffing it off and putting it aside and like, you know, trying to ignore that fact, it's probably not a good sign. Yeah, I wouldn't say they're creative either. They've done nothing but copy other stuff. They haven't really done anything to at least improve or whatever what they took from. Right? Like, they haven't really done anything. But that's their own problem. Right? At the end of the day, that is their own problem. Yeah, ToF, they're trying. And then, like, the thing is with the ToF stuff, it's like, at least we know that they have, like, they're working on a non-existent budget. They always have been. Like, we've known since forever that they've been working on, working with a non-existent budget. And they somehow are able to do what they're doing. Like, just somehow. But, like, it doesn't change the fact that, like, in their case, like, they're copying a bunch of stuff and then you see what they put out. It's just quite sad and lazy. But that's its own thing. You got a picture of Grey Fox Keyblade turning into a broom. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, that's because the gacha skin for that. Yeah.
They're saying, oh, why are you still covering it? It's dead. Which I think is the most stupid thing ever. Now, obviously there is a lot of people out there who are just saying it as a joke, and I totally get that. Obviously, if you want to say, oh, Wuthering Waves is dead as a joke, I even do it. It's the funniest thing ever. But there is a lot of people out there who genuinely think the game is dying because it's making $9 million. Whereas if we look at some of the other stats on the board, a lot of these games are still surviving, including Snowbreak, you know, Honkai Impact 3rd.
This is the problem with this guy. Like, he doesn't understand as well. Honkai 3rd, Snowbreak, they don't need that much money. They don't need anywhere near as much money as he thinks. You go look at the content in the game. You can see that they work on like a very, very non-existent budget. Because they don't need that much money. They're operating on a completely different scale. They have significantly less people working on those projects compared to Wuthering Waves, which has the team size that you would see in some AAA companies working on one game, like a AAA game. Like, that's the kind of thing that they have, that they're like going up against. Where like in Snowbreak, you basically have a very, very small team. Versus like the thing is as well, like if you're gonna go compare, like let's say the team size of people working on Snowbreak, I'm pretty sure in total, the entire total workforce working on Snowbreak, including localization and translating and everything, is still probably less than 1/20th of the team size working on just the development of Wuthering Waves, let alone the rest of what's going on in Kuro Games to handle it. The entire team size at Season Games just working on every single piece, handling the content creation management, development of the game, the art team, the translations, like the writing, all of that, right? This is a small handful of people working on that versus like 400 to 500 game developers in there, right? Plus the writers, plus the localization, right? Plus the art team and doing that stuff, plus marketing, right? And whatever other like management roles they have to have in that company. Like, it's a huge difference, right? They don't need anywhere near as much. They don't. Profitability is not the same for every company. Just because you see a big number doesn't mean it's good. Right? But these guys, they don't understand that. Not everything is working on the same scale. They really, really aren't. Yeah, Honkai has a lot of backup money and a bunch of other stuff too. The thing is though, Honkai doesn't need that much money. They really don't. Like, they really don't. Honkai 3rd does not need that much money. Again, like, it's a much, much smaller scale game. It's a lot easier for something like them to be a lot more profitable. But, like, the same thing with, like, let's say, like, Pokemon Masters, you can see that's in there as well. Like, 1.7 mil is their global revenue. Meanwhile, Pokemon is the most valuable IP on the planet. It exists for various different other reasons. But also, like, you look at what's in Pokemon Masters. It's just a bunch of recycled assets. The only thing that's that's new to like Pokemon Masters EX that isn't recycled are some of the trainers the trainer character models, the Pokemon trainer character models that they use. Even then, like, they're a lot cheaper, like, than you'd think to make them, to get them made.
All of these games are surviving on 3 million, let alone 9.
Like, again, like, this does not matter. Like, they're not operating at the same scale. Yes, they're surviving on a much smaller amount because those games are significantly cheaper. They're not the same. They're not the same. You don't have a AAA company size of employees working on that one project. You'll have a handful of people, if at most, for a lot of these games down here. A lot of them have a very, very small group of people working on them.
Million. And even if we keep going down, Brown does 2 on 1 million. You know, that's still a pretty big game, and they're only making that much. I mean, people aren't really calling that.
How big is Brown Does 2 anyways?
That one dead. But for some reason, Wuthering Waves is dead because it's making 9. I just don't think that's the case. And I think people need to be more realistic whenever it comes to the revenue of it.
I mean, the thing is, relatively speaking, they are.
Obviously, we're not going to be making 52 million like Genshin Impact, unless, you know, maybe they make a big update or something like that, or they add in a couple of new things which help to, you know, boost the revenue. But for the time being, Wuthering Waves isn't going to be catching up to that, and I think that's what a lot of people need to understand. And obviously, there seems to be a big kind of hate wave coming over for this stuff, whether that's from, you know, ex-Hoyoverse fans or even current Hoyoverse fans, or just people that want to, you know, see the game fail, which I just don't think is very constructive at all, and it just kind of, you know, hurts a lot of the community. Now, there was another factor that a lot of people brought up, which was the fact that, you know, about Gacha Revenue's legitimacy and how accurate a lot of that information is, because if you go to the FAQ, you can actually see here that they're using a multiplier to actually get the Android revenue for China. So again, it is kind of bad that, you know, they are just doing guesswork and kind of multiplying stuff just to get a number for a revenue chart, which again is something that I covered in one of my videos. It's called Wuthering Waves revenue numbers were a lie all along. I covered this a month ago, and you know, a lot of people saw it, a lot of people agreed with it. Obviously there was a couple of people that disagreed with it because
where were people talking about this a long time ago then? If like, the whole point of it anyways is, again, to look at trends. But I guess these guys can't understand that the whole purpose is to check trends. Yeah, like, these guys, for some reason, they don't want to acknowledge the issues. They really, really don't.
Coping or something like that, but the real truth is that there is this kind of guesswork being done in the Gacha revenue chart, which I don't think is a bad thing for Gacha revenue, to be honest. I think the Gacha revenue can do that if they want, but the thing is, they do need to add some kind of disclaimer to the total revenue, especially—
There is a disclaimer on every single Reddit post they make. There is one as well at the bottom of the, on the website in the FAQ section. There is a disclaimer. People just don't bother looking. Yeah, it's like, why? It's like not dead. But then again, like, not every company operates at the same scale. Like, the targets to be profitable are completely different, depending on what you have going on.
Especially on places like r/Gacha Gaming, who, let's just be real, they are so dumb that, you know, they're going to take everything at face value and say that this is the real kind of revenue, when that isn't the case at all. So, especially on places like that, where this revenue chart gets shared, you definitely need—
I remember, like, yeah, you know, like, Video and React? I remember at the beginning of the year, I think it was, like, Billy comics for the, like, outside of China also went EOS at the beginning of the year. Which was sad, because I actually use that website. I use it quite a bit. But that website went EOS too.
Need some kind of disclaimer just at the top being like, hey, these are all kind of estimates, or these are, you know, some of this is multiplied. Just kind of giving people a rundown, because not everyone goes into an FAQ. And I do understand that, you know, some people, you know, can just click 2 buttons and see that it's exactly there, but the matter of the fact is that nobody actually really does that. All they care about is the big flashy number that's on the screen, and if you've got something on the screen telling them, hey, you know, just be careful, some of this is estimates, then I think it would be much better and much more people would be drawn to it. So that is a change that I'd want to see Gacha Revenue make, and maybe if they do that, I'll come back and actually start to make more content on it. I don't really know. Again, it is kind of interesting either way. But then obviously Saint Tontas also made a video on this, pretty much saying the same thing that I said in my video, and it got met with a ton of support, but also a little bit of hate as well. Now obviously he goes through, you know, pretty much the same points, going through the FAQ, stuff like that, and also, you know, where they get their information from. And honestly, it's a great video. I really like it. And Saint Tontas does a ton of really cool stuff for the community. And, you know, if you've been on my second channel, I react to a lot of his videos, you know. He's bringing up some very good points here. Now, one content creator in particular called Foxsoul, he actually made a video on this, kind of saying that Saint Tontas is a liar and that, you know, it's not a scam and stuff like that. Now, I don't think Sensor Tower is a scam. I think that is the wrong way to kind of call it. I do think that it's less of a scam and more of like misleading and misinformation, because I think a scam kind of involves like purchasing something in the first place. But again, if you want to call it a scam for thumbnail purposes, then I think that's totally fine. But obviously Foxsoul comes in and says that it's not a scam and tries to come up with these weird ways in saying that it's not.
Only if Gacha Revenue says we was in decline,
like
yeah.
Saint Tontas. Now, why am I showing this video? Well, it's because he actually deleted the video where he actually calls out Saint Tontas, and yeah, so that kind of proves you know, how right he was if the video isn't even up anymore. And in this video, he actually apologizes to Saint Tontas and also to me, which again, I find absolutely crazy, seeing as I have not made a single video on this or anything like that. Maybe he saw me, you know, type in a chat or something. But again, it is good to see that he's apologizing to us about this, but also the video does come off a little bit weird, a little bit later on,
it's
where,
definitely
you know, you say,
a
oh, I'm sorry for this. But then you go on like a 10-minute rant, you know, talking about pretty much the same stuff you were. Again, it doesn't come off as very apologetic whenever you do that. So again, if you're trying to do an apology, I would definitely just leave that out. If you wanted to talk about that more in another video, then maybe do that. But again, it still wouldn't come off as so apologetic.
Yeah, like to people like this, like if the revenue is good and correct, if it's wrong, if it's in decline, it's wrong. I know. That's just the reality, man.
Apologetic, but it seems like he is trying to
That's
kind
just
of,
the reality.
you know, fix his ways with the Wuthering Waves community.
Either way, it's wrong because it's obviously looking at gross revenue numbers. Like, it's not taking into account everything else that goes on behind the scenes. That's just money going in, but not what money they actually take going out. But like, they wouldn't obviously know that unless they were the ones actually taking the money in the first place. That's its own different thing, and obviously that gets shared with investors and shareholders or whatever, stakeholders in those companies. A lot of those companies on that list are not public, right? But we've also kind of figured out that Kuro is not in the greatest of situations, because remember a couple months back they had the CEO say that very Papegacopia message there that he really should not have. And also we've seen Hero Games balance sheet or something, whatever it was, the investment report from the first half of 2024. We saw that investment report, and we were able to see how much money they lost to Kuro over the past 18 months. And we saw that was it 2 months ago, right? And like that did cover 1.0 and the first bit of 1.1 with WUA. It covered all of 1.0 in WUA and the I think it was the Jinshi matter or whatever it was from 1.1, and then like it stopped there. But the reality is they're probably never gonna get their investment back if the trend with WUA keeps continuing. They're not gonna get their investment back. So who knows what'll happen, and that's only one of their investors.
Now, obviously there's a lot of people in his community that have come from mine and Saint Tontas' community, and also so many others who maybe don't like me, or don't like Saint Tontas, or don't like someone else, which again is totally valid. You know, not everyone is going to click. I don't really care if you like me or not. You can like me if you want, you know, it's not a big deal. And obviously a lot of people in the comment section and stuff are kind of egging him on to do this because again, they just dislike us for some reason. And well, obviously these people are very annoyed by this video because obviously it's an apology to Saint Tontas and also me, so they're not very happy that he's actually, you know, kind of conceding for once and that their content creator isn't fighting back against us, which again, I think is totally stupid. I do think, you know, it is the right move to apologize and just kind of move on and kind of create, you know, some actual good content for Wuthering Waves rather than attacking some other content creators for absolutely no reason, because again, I don't think that was a big reason behind this all. I think that Saint Tontas was definitely pointing out some really big issues going on with the community and just the overall, you know, Sensor Tower report, which again was something that I even thought was a big problem and covered myself. And I think that just calling him out and saying that he's, you know, incorrect and that he's like the worst human on earth for doing so, I just don't think that's very good and very good for the community either, especially if you're trying to get into it. Obviously you can disagree with him and be like, okay, let's just talk about this logically and go through it, but he does seem a bit heated, especially if you go to his live stream as well where he actually covered this. You know, V actually went through it on his stream. I don't know if you upload a video, but again, Voxel has taken down that live stream. He was heated for most of it, kind of talking about Saint Tontas specifically, saying, you know, oh, I hate him, you know, he's spreading all this stuff, you know, he's horrible, and he's pretty much going after him non-stop, which is absolutely insane. So I don't know how Saint Tontas is going to reply to this, if he does at all, because it seems like he's not very interested in this at all. But again, I do think this is a very, very funny situation, and it was just something that I just wanted to talk about in the Wuthering Waves community that was going on to keep you guys kind of updated. But yeah, overall, I do think the revenue report is, you know, misleading a lot of people whenever it comes to these estimates and stuff. But I don't think it's the end of the world or anything like that.
really need
I
to
do
stop
think that it's
drama and
still a
glazing.
kind of
Oh
fun
yeah,
thing
for
people
sure.
to engage
They
in.
definitely
And people
do.
should just, you know, stop attacking other people in the community just for having, you know, a little bit of information about a get your
They
revenue chart,
definitely
which,
need to,
again,
yeah.
is completely valid and real. So yeah, let me know down in the comments what you guys think about this. Do you think that this situation is just getting stupid and out of hand? And do you think that the Sensor Tower report is a scam or, you know, misleading or anything? Or do you think that it's actually not so bad? Because again, I do think it is misleading. But again, I don't think you need to be making a live stream and 2 million videos about defending it or something like that against Saint Tontas, because again, no one really cares. It's not the end of the world. Just move on and just create other Wuthering Waves content. It's really not that hard. But again, if you guys did enjoy this video, then don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. As I said, go to my Twitch. I'm going to be live there very, very soon. Sorry, I'm a little bit ill at the moment, so if I do sound a little bit different, that's just because I'm getting over it.
The reality is they have no content. They never will. They have such a massive size, and their content is non-existent. Like, it's really sad. And there's this one from this guy that we saw, I think. And then we're gonna start going back into the ones that more of the submissions we were sent. Here, is this the Wuthering Waves worst feature decision yet? All right, let's see. Tacit fields need a buff. Okay.
As we all know, Wuthering Waves has had a series of really good updates, and obviously Kuro Games has a very good past and like rapport of listening to a lot of the, you know, audience. That's why the whole devs listened meme is a thing. And well, I mean, yeah, Mr. Pokey kind of started that thing with the whole, you know, devs listen thumbnail, and now, you know, it's become a thing in the community overall because the devs do listen. They do listen to the audience, and well, Saint Tontas,
I wonder how much of that listening is actually genuine, though.
Need a buff. And it's only gotten 14 dislikes. I do look at dislikes more than I do at likes just to see how controversial it is. And it seems like the majority of people agree with this. I think the 14 are just, you know, usual people that just don't like Saint Tontas for some reason. And yeah, so I'm very interested to see why Tacit Fields need a buff. I mean, you know, they're alright. They're usually like a thing that you kind of farm with. I'm pretty sure that's what the Tacit Fields are, right? The ones where you go in and you farm like the artifact, or not the artifact stuff, but the echo stuff. I think they're fine. I mean, I think they are pretty easy, but I also think that it shouldn't be too hard just for like the factor that, you know, it's supposed.
There's a lot of things that they need to figure out in WoW, man. It has like one of the most, like, for an open world game, man, their open world is like super worthless. Like, why is it even an open world if like that's what they're doing with it, man? There's a lot of things they need to figure out. But that's their own problem.
Must be something that you're supposed to farm, but let's see what he has to say about this.
Wuthering Waves players have been in a love and hate relationship with one system in particular. echoes. As one of the most unique takes on gear we've seen in gacha gaming, with
It's
mobs across
terrible,
the overworld dropping
for
endgame
sure.
equipment, a lot of players' complaints were instead focused on another part of the equation.
I mean, I think that whenever Echoes came out, it was a very like refreshing thing to see, especially with a lot of the stuff to do with like Genshin and Honkai and things like that in the past, where the relic system and the artifact system just seems kind of monotonous, and they haven't really changed much to do with it, to be honest. Now, Honkai Star is a different kind of thing. They have kind of changed up some things with like the Divergent universe and stuff like that to try and make it more exciting, but with Genshin Impact and stuff, we're still there, farming domains over and over and over again. So Echoes
And you're doing the same thing in MOBA too.
are definitely a very cool like addition to Wuthering Waves, and it seems like, you know, they did look at some of the artifact stuff in these other games, not just even Hoyoverse games, some other games as well. They've seen a lot of these grindy mechanics and thought, okay, we don't really want to turn it into something like this.
But they made something even worse.
So they've given us plenty of ways to get echoes, and I think it is very, very easy to get echoes, because obviously...
No, that's only just to get the base value, not actually make them usable. That's why this take is Pepega. Yeah, sure, it's not hard to get the base thing, but the base thing don't matter. Because that's not what you're really trying to make use of. You need to like actually upgrade them and actually make them usable.
You know, you've got stuff like Tacit Fields, which obviously we're talking about in this video, but also we've got other things. You literally just run around the world, collect them, which I think is a very fun way, and it means that you can passively kind of do it, rather than just like lock in and do Tacit Fields and stuff like that, which again, you can do if you want, and also you just get like a ton of rewards to do with it as well, I think. I think you also get like some stuff in the mail, and from events you can actually like redeem a couple of like random echoes that just go into your inventory. So it seems like they're not like entirely forcing you to pull for echoes, and I don't think I've spent like hours and hours.
It's not even that, man. You have no idea how how resource intensive it is to actually like even do anything. It's like that is the least of the problem. That is the very least of their problems. It's a lot worse than that. It is very resource intensive and grindy in a different way. So the thing is, it costs an absurd amount of shell credits, which is that game's version of like the regular Pepega currency stuff, to go and level up and upgrade anything in there. Like the character material stuff, that is like its own mess. Like a lot of like just small things. It's like very, very intensive for some reason in terms of like overall resources needed. That like it is just really ridiculous.
Farming for this kind of stuff, which definitely feels a lot better than some of the other gacha games.
Like, he may think it feels better, but it's mathematically worse than the thing that you have in Genshin. Mathematically, it's worse. On paper, it looks nicer, but that's only on paper. The reality is, in practice, it's definitely worse. Like, it's definitely worse in practice. It just looks nicer on paper.
I played in the past.
The experience and the tuners. It's clear that the measures Kuro took...
Yeah, like this is why, like the experience and the tuners, you do not have enough, but also the shell credit, the cost to actually put them to use. It's way too high from what I remember. It was just absurd. Then I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna freaking deal with this crap. And that's especially because that's their only content. The game has no content other than making you do the Pepega grind. And I'm just like, yeah, fuck no, I'm not doing this shit.
To solving these material shortages worked for most players. A little more than 5 months into
It's not solved. He's acting as if it's solved, but it's just an artificial problem they created.
the launch of
They
the
never
game,
made an actual
many have a
solution.
wide variety of different characters armed to the teeth with a fair number of double crit rolls, fantastic ER, and whatever else you need to make your characters pop and demolish endgame content. By giving out so many of these materials across the game's events and achievements, they've solved one part of the problem.
Yeah,
However,
exactly. I think
there's
that's
still something
that's something that they did really, really well. They noticed that maybe people aren't getting enough echoes because I think that Kuro Games don't want to force you to do that monotonous grinding, which we see in a lot of games. And I think people had started to get a lot of characters, especially, you know, because there are so many characters in the game now that they've been adding. They're like, oh crap, okay, maybe people need more like options to get echoes. So they added it into events and stuff. And I think that's the main reason why Kuro Games do a lot of events, is to fix a lot of this stuff. Because
No, that's not a solution though. The problem is still there. And if you don't want to do the event stuff, you're fucked. That, I do not call that a solution. I call that a band-aid. Like, that's just my personal take on that. If, like, that's what you, like, that is just not a solution. Because the problem still exists. If you actually solve the problem would be gone. That's not a solution. But these guys are calling it a solution for some reason. Like, it's not. Yeah, honestly, yeah, exactly. I don't understand the point of 4 stars either. I think they're stupid. I totally agree with you. Totally agree. They are just stupid. I really don't get why they do it. But they do it anyways. So there's that. It is what it is.
because it can be easily fixed in an event, which is really good to see, because not only just echoes and things like that, but things like shell credits, things like talent materials or whatever kind of thing that, you know, needs being added to the game, or there's a little bit that isn't enough in the game, they will add it to the, you know, they'll add it in an event, so it's fixed.
From version 1.0 that we haven't seen updated at all, even though there have been plenty of opportunities to do so across the game's map expansions, and that's Tacet Fields and Sonata sets themselves. Grinding echoes for hours a day in the overworld was something that had a lot of appeal back in the early versions of the game, but as time has gone on and players' inventories are building up with locked pieces, this appeal has only gotten lower and lower. And for the average player, Tacet Fields and events are the main ways to get new echoes. It's safe to say there are a lot of opportunities for quality of life here, specifically for Tacet.
I think that as well, like kind of farming echoes or getting more echoes has become less popular because people just don't need them anymore. Like, there is like a factor of maybe you need to get the perfect piece or whatever, but 9 times out of 10,
yeah, the events become mandatory in their ass.
Good piece. And I think it's really, really easy to get
because
that now.
like
Obviously,
you're so starved for resources and
everything. Stuff you
everything.
do from running around the world.
And your
also
only
maybe a bit of
content is
Tacet
just
Field,
grinding
maybe a bit of
materials like
events.
a madman.
You're going to accumulate some of these kind of, you know, echoes and stuff like that, which, again, with a lot of new characters and a lot of new, you know, things coming out, you don't have many of them, to be honest. You have a couple of characters that you have some good artifacts on and that you use regularly. I say artifacts, sorry, echoes, that you use regularly. And then after that, it's just like, okay, now what? You don't actually farm any of them, and then you start going on to, you know, building up your talents, building up other stuff, which is, you know, nothing to do with echoes.
Fields, and not just from increasing.
But yeah, like also like you have to see like the freaking Alright, here, wait. Alright, like here's the thing. This website will tell you just how expensive it is to build any character. Let's say I wanted to build let's say this bitch. Alright, the material's not out yet. What were people talking about recently? Was it this bitch? Yeah, okay, how expensive it is. Let's see, material cost. Here you go. This is not even including upgrading echoes. So this is what? 2.2 million shell credits, and all of this grinding materials. And then this one over here. Right? Like, getting this item here alone, this part, the boss material, that thing alone will take you 4+ days straight of farming the boss. Of like your like regen stamina. At least 4+ days. This stuff, the shell credit thing, if you're going to go farm the instance to get that currency, I have no idea how many weeks it would take to actually get this amount without events. Let alone the amount of times you have to farm the event, like the regular instance to get all of these cores and stuff. Because you need an absurd amount of them. Right, and like the conversion rate, it's like what? I think it's like 5-to-1 or something as you go up a tier or something. And then especially if you need to get the yellow tier materials. like it's ridiculous. And from what I remember, it's like even worse than in terms of total runs than you'd have to do in Genshin, despite Genshin locking the materials behind certain days of the week. Like the whole thing is just bad as a whole. Like it's just awful regardless. Right? But like that is there. Then it's like that's before including like getting upgrading your weapon or whatever, getting your weapon built out, leveled up, getting your echoes here and getting that leveled up. The amount of materials you need are absurd. Yeah, it's an insane amount for just one character. It'll take you weeks. How do you offset it? You buy the battle pass, which gives you like 3 to 4 weeks worth of if you spent wave plates of materials. That's the same draw to the Genshin battle pass. Wuthering Waves and Genshin, the character building materials and system there, it's like it's so abysmal that they basically created that problem to sell you the solution. The cash shop on both Genshin and WoW, I remember there was this pack you could take with paid premium currency, the paid one, to get more materials. Not to get discounts on like converting for gacha pulls or anything, or to buy skins, no. It was to get more materials. Because of how absurd the material cost is. Right? They created the problem and then they're selling you the solution. The events, again, like they put a bunch of events and that's all they give you. It's mostly materials, yeah. I know. It's a hugely different situation. It's not just Snowbreak that's like that. A lot of other games are like that too. Right? And then you have like ToF where like you don't even need to level up your item. Like you go into some game modes, the item will level up itself for you. It actually takes several days worth of vitality to level up a character to 200. It's just that there are shops in the game that will just sell it to you, the materials, for just regular currency. To the point where you don't have to go buy it there. But also when you pull from the gacha and ToF, the order gifts give you a fuck ton of materials you need anyways. They give you the materials that you need anyways. Right? But also it's like you can go to a bunch of different shops and like spend gold, dominium, Mira, copper blooms to go buy the weapon ascension materials. But at the same time, you don't need to do it in ToF anyways, because there's a lot of content where your weapon is automatically leveled up anyways. And a level 0 weapon and a level 200 weapon, the only difference is the base stats of the weapon. You're not actually getting more power, it's just a base stat difference. And even then, you can make that up as well with drugs. That you can also get to just ignore that entirely too. Like in ToF, you can just kind of ignore a lot of it, because they put a bunch of stuff in the way to like make it so it's like you could just straight up ignore it and not care. There are sources there, and those are not event sources, right? They're not event sources. They're just like regular stuff that you have when you play the game. Like we're not talking about like doing events. Yeah, the ToF events will give you some of those too, but like the reality is the ToF events don't give you nearly as much as those other things. In some cases, for those ascension mats. Right, but that's its own thing.
Increasing the rewards. Today we'll be diving into what exactly these opportunities are. Some tacit fields are strictly better than others, depending on the state of your account. And from a design perspective, their built-in restrictions don't make very much sense at all, especially given the relative freedom of choice players have across every other upgrade system in the game. Kuro's already simplified a lot when it comes to the open-world gacha RPG experience from Genshin Impact, but there are still some relics it wouldn't hurt to wash away. As always, if you're enjoying this content, please hit that like.
What do you mean simplified? It's the same crap.
I definitely do think it's a very important thing to talk about as well. Obviously, there'll be a lot of people in the comments being like, "Oh, Saint Tontas is like doom posting" or something like that, saying, you know, there's nothing wrong with the ecosystem right now. But I definitely think it is important to talk about this stuff, just because we don't want it to end up like these games that have become so stale because they didn't change anything. So I think talking about it early on, even if, you know, they don't make a change to the Echo stuff for a couple of versions or something like that, and Kuro Games think it's actually okay, I definitely think that it is important to talk about it at least, so that we have a chance of it getting changed, because yeah, as I said, Kuro Games know when to listen to people. They know.
Yeah, like the thing is, especially if you have to fuse materials to make the next tier of material, why is that even a thing? Like, it's just too much, man. And here's the other thing too, you can't even just fuse the material anywhere. It's not like ToF where like, oh, I need to tier up a material for ascending a thing, and it will just like let you, it will direct you to do it automatically. No, if you want to do it in Mua, you have to go to the crafting bench. So you have to go all the way out of your way. Let's say you went and farmed materials in the stupid circle with the timer with the trash mobs that spawned in, and now you want to go upgrade the character so you can go keep using them in there while you're farming more. No, if you want to do that, you have to exit the instance. You have to then teleport to a city, and then from there you have to run to the crafting bench, and then you can go back. And like you'd have to do that every time you want to tier up a material. And oh yeah, tiering up the material and doing that, it also costs shell credits. So the actual shell credit thing there, right? It could theoretically be higher. Whatever the shell credit thing is, and it's like the same for every character, where it's gonna take a 2.2 mil. This thing can go up higher because it costs shell credits as long on top of the actual these like materials here to fuse it to go up. Right, Genshin was the same thing with the materials there. And like it's part of why I didn't like them. Like you copy some of the stuff I don't like from Genshin over. Of course I'm not gonna like it where in another place too.
That, you know, people want changes and they do that, you know? Whereas MiHoYo, they don't do it.
But like yeah, like the reality is the change they need is the removal of the system entirely. Remove it would fix it. Everything else is just a band-aid, because the reality is, the system itself is the thing that's creating the problem. If you want to solve the problem, as in, like, actually get rid of the problem, so it's no longer a problem, you remove the problem.
So much,
but
and some of these
not
other
going to do
companies,
that.
they don't do it so much. So again, it is good, you know, that Sing Tungtas is actually talking about this, and giving a kind of like criticism, but not being like overly negative about it. You know, he's not saying, oh, Wuthering Waves is gonna die because echoes, you know, you can't get echoes as well, tacit fields suck. He's not saying that. He's just being like, okay, well, maybe this could be improved, which I think is a definitely important topic to be talking about.
Attributes in Wuthering Waves weren't made equal, at least when it came to the design of tacit fields. There are some attributes, for some arbitrary reason, that can only be farmed from a single field, oftentimes with an accompanying Sonata set that isn't very much used to the player.
I haven't really used tacit fields that much, but I did notice that. I thought it was really weird how there was like certain elements and certain things.
If you need tuners, you need the experience, you have to do the tacit fields.
And that like maybe one tacit field you could only like, you know, you could only get one of these elements or whatever, whereas in another you could actually get two of them.
Arrow is easily the biggest offender here, and was, in all honesty, one of the worst feeling tacit fields that any player could farm. That's because Jian was the first limited banner in the game, and there was no actual user of the Glacio set that Arrow is paired with, other than...
This will probably be much more of an issue for people as well now, because obviously Jian's had his rerun, and so it would be interesting to see if people are having issues with this tacit field or not, you know, with the rerun character, because again, people have kind of accumulated all of these kind of artifacts and all these echoes, sorry. I keep calling them artifacts. You know, I used to play Genshin, it's all in my head, there's artifacts, it's echoes. But yeah, Jian, yeah, he's come out recently, but a lot of people do have more echoes and just have them sat in their inventory. So maybe it's less of an issue now because they don't have to like kind of farm as much. Whereas early game, people were farming like crazy on tacit fields because again, they didn't have any of these kind of pieces. And also these events where they were actually giving out free kind of, you know, echoes and stuff for characters, they didn't exist yet. So it will be interesting to see if, you know, Gion players or new Gion players are struggling with this, or if this is still an issue.
Ling Yang, who was, and kind of still is, one of the worst DPS characters in the game. While tacit fields were horribly inefficient if you farmed them the second they were unlocked at UL 39, it's where a lot of players are farming their echoes in the present. And now, with the re-release of Jian, a lot of players are starting to feel this pain again. However, Arrow's not the only Sonata set that's getting screwed over.
This field has an issue with the fact that the only good DPS you can use that field is Jeji, another limited 5-star. Oh damn. Okay.
Especially generalist sets like Moonlit Clouds, which cannot be actively farmed unless
such
you're
a
willing to
weird
pick
set.
up Havoc damage pieces. These restrictions are extremely arbitrary and make a lot of sets and in turn limited characters feel far more inefficient than others, with a lot more waste and less opportunities for great encounters with RNG. The problems get even worse when you see how other attributes are getting treated. Attributes like Electro and Fusion are easily some of the best possible sets to farm, and had multiple limited releases right after another with Chong-Li and Zhongli Yao. You could farm for both of these characters with a single tacit field, and hitting multiple attribute
Yeah, again, whenever I was farming tacit fields, I thought that was a little bit strange, you know? The fact that whenever I think it was for Yilin, and then I knew that Chong-Li was going to be a fusion damage character, so I was saving a lot of the fusion ones that I got from this tacit field as well. So it felt like weird that I could just get both of these on the same one, but for, say, another element of character, I couldn't. I definitely think that's like a kind of issue that they've got at the moment, that you can only do it with a certain like other one. They should either keep it like separate, or at least give you more options of different kind of elements and stuff you can actually like farm for.
Damage rolls on the right set was some of the greatest dopamine hits you could have in this game. These two sets even had other options as well, like Fusion with the healer set and Electro with the Glacial set, which begs the question, why are some tacit fields and attributes so much easier or better to farm than others? Wuthering Waves...
Yeah, that's a really weird thing. I don't even know if there's kind of any explanation to why they did this. Maybe they just thought it was like, oh, people are going to be going after fusion characters more, people are going to be going after electro characters more, or something like that. I don't know. But again, it's definitely something that needs to be kind of addressed and looked at, because as more players come in and as more characters come in, it's going to be like even more monotonous.
They're
I
just gonna
definitely
keep
think
open.
it's going
It's
to be
not
an
gonna get
issue.
fixed
The fact that
ever.
ER set is insanely good as well as is so painful because you have to only farm for it with Havoc, which doesn't have a limited 5-star yet. Yeah, no. I can kind of understand that. Crow and Arrow tacit fields too. Yeah, exactly.
In its resource farming, did away with a lot of the inconveniences we had in Genshin Impact. You don't have to wait a specific day of the week to level a character. You don't have to crawl around.
Yeah, you didn't have to wait, but you needed to use twice the amount. You needed to do twice the amount of runs. So it's like one step forward, 2 steps back kind of situation. Like, yeah, sure, you didn't need to wait for a day of the week, but it doesn't change the fact that you need to do way, way more total runs.
The overworld just to grind money or experience, and you don't have
To be fair, that is a kind of cool thing that Wuthering Waves has improved on. You know, not having this kind of timed thing. That's one thing I really, really hate about Genshin Impact. Like, I still play it now and still farm stuff, but for example, I was building my Zealanen the other day, and I was like, okay, I want to kind of farm for some talent stuff. Like, I farmed a lot of artifacts just because I wanted to get good ones, and it was a new artifact, you know, domain. And I was there farming them, and I was like, okay, time for talents now. And then I was like, oh yeah, I've got a ton of fragile resin and stuff like that. I'll use that today and get it. But then whenever I clicked on it, he was like, oh, sorry, yeah, you can't do this till like Thursday or something like that. And I was like, seriously? Like, I've got to wait till Thursday just to farm something. It's really weird how they kind of kept it behind the days. I can kind of like see why, because again, like, you only have a limited amount of space. But honestly, I just think you should let them pick whatever one they want, and then you can just...
Or just not have that problem in the first place. Don't have like a million fucking materials. Just don't have that problem in the first place. The reality is they made a problem, and then you're stuck dealing with the aftermath of that problem that they made and manufactured.
Farm it, because again, it's a like more enjoyable experience, and by like capping it to certain days, they are just kind of prolonging you playing the game, which is like Genshin Impact's ultimate goal. They want you to be playing this game as much as possible. They want you to be farming for these characters as much as possible.
And Wu is doing the same thing. They just don't make you do it on specific days of the week. They make something else worse instead to compensate. They're not exactly... They don't exactly have the moral high ground or whatever.
That's why the artifact system sucks, because again, you could be there for months and still not get the, you know, artifacts that you want, but also they keep you there longer because you got talents to do, which again are gated behind time. And then you've got the other like boss talents, which again are only weekly, and you can only get them, I think only 3 of them every week or something like that, which is something that Wuthering Waves does have, and I think that's a fine thing to have for bosses. because
know.
again, bosses are like they're like much more rarer materials and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, you don't want people to be like mass farming them because they are supposed to be super rare. But I think with just like the standard like talent materials and stuff like that, if you've got the resin or if you've got the wave plates or whatever game you're playing, you should be allowed to do it. And I think that's what, you know, Wuthering Waves is doing. And is a really, really good improvement. And also with the ley lines as well, that's also a really good thing. Obviously, as you know, with in Wuthering Waves, there is just one guy that you go to and you can do shell credits, to, you know, talent level ups, or no, not talent level ups, sorry. You do shell credits, is it weapon level ups or accurate? You can get the level ups for your characters and stuff like that in one place, rather than going to these little clouds that are dotted around the map. You got to run around, and that's just another way that Genshin gets you to play the game longer. And it seems like Wuthering Waves definitely like respect your time a little bit more, because they know that, you know, there's a lot of gacha games out at the moment, and there's a lot of new ones coming out. And if you make a game like where you're supposed to be like super heavily invested in it and play it for so long, people aren't going to play it. Now, Genshin obviously had the advantage of being like, hey, we're in COVID, you have no time, so no, you have like all the time, sorry, and so you're just going to play this game non-stop and be a like absolute loser and just like play it non-stop. But with Wuthering Waves, you know, they don't have that luxury or anything like that, and they've like kind of acknowledged that, and that's why they, you know, respect your time a little bit more, so that you can go in and then obviously, you know, with the story quests, you can go in, play the story quest, and then kind of grind like different daily stuff and all this talent stuff, maybe in like an hour, and then leave the game. Like, they don't want you to stay for too long, because again, they know that someone is going to look at that and be like, nah, that's too big, that's too daunting for me. But with this, it's much more easier to get into. I still don't get why they added lingering tune echoes set into the game.
It's still way too daunting, man.
Maybe it's going to be something for the future. Again, it is a pretty new game, so they could just expand on that.
A headache of dealing with secondary boss materials to level up characters. Why not remove the frustration of good gear getting paired with gear you don't actually want? The fact of the matter is that there were a few lost opportunities with the multiple map expansions we've had since version 1.0.
We could have had
with all the
more
massive areas added with Mount Firmament and the Black Shores, Kuro could have added more Tacet Fields with even more blends of Sonata sets.
I didn't even think about that. That is a very interesting point. I think that they should have added more to some of those newer regions.
That's to even out the treatment of different attributes. There's no reason why in version 1.3 that Arrow, Spectro, and Havoc should only have one farmable Tacet Field when all of the other attributes have two. It would be an amazing gift to players to have more sets farmable alongside Moonlit Clouds or Rejuvenating Glow, especially when we've had the recent releases of Jeja and Shorekeeper and the very
I definitely think there's like multiple ways like Kuro Games could go like around this. They could just like kind of change up, you know, give the ability to change up what kind of elements you get from farming it. Or again, they could just add more around the map and to these newer locations, which we've had two so far, the Black Shores and Mount Firmament, so that they have like more areas to kind of do this stuff. And if you ever wanted to add more or like add different elements to the game, then you could always add it onto newer map expansions, which again, I think would definitely work.
Very likely upcoming rerun of Yinlin, who all use these sets. Lining up a new character release with Tacet Fields that benefit their intended teams would be an amazing incentive for players that isn't just adding materials right into their inventory. How fantastic would it have been for a Spectro and Moonlit Clouds Tacet Field to drop alongside Jeja, or an Arrow and Moonlit one for Jian? There are plenty of...
I definitely think as well, he brought up a good point there with like kind of giving players like different echoes and things like that. I think it is good that they do add echoes and give them to the players directly through events, through like rewards or whatever. It is good that they do that, and it does improve the overall like, you know, experience that the player has. But if you do it too much, then you're just handing it to them, and it doesn't feel as good as like maybe, you know, farming it a little bit. Like obviously I know it gets annoying farming it for way too long, but I think if you get like the right kind of time frame for that, I think it's totally fine, and it does kind of make the game feel a lot more like you're invested in it without being too invested in it.
Locations spread across the entirety of Mount Firmament and the Black Shores that could house these new Tacet Fields.
Yeah,
and
there's
there
so
are
much
plenty
space
of TDs roaming these areas. And Kuro could even increase immersion even more by incorporating their map-specific unique enemy designs across these Tacet Fields.
That would be
like
cool.
The red digital fragments we see in the Black Shores, or the holographic TDs in Mount Firmament.
This could be something that they add in the future though, we never know. Obviously it would have been nice if they did it with the original zone, but maybe they'll add it in the future, because again, it's not that hard to just add like a Tacet Field into some of the place. Maybe it breaks some kind of continuity stuff in terms of lore, but I don't think it'd be that bad. Lingering Tunes was added so you don't have to use 5-piece on characters, though it kind of got lost its use whenever 5-piece became so easy to get. Yeah.
What was this? Lingering Tunes? What is that? What the hell is that? They added something so you don't have to use a 5-piece? What?
These areas are
Maybe it's gonna
easily
be
some
used
of
in
the
the
most
future, though.
beautifully designed in the game, but the fact of the matter is that there's no actual reason to go back to these sections of the map once you've completed exploration, other than the occasional daily quest or event. Giving players the opportunity to spend more wave plates in these new regions
The
would be
map
a
is crap.
fantastic way of highlighting their additions even.
It's better than farming in Genshin artifacts since the substat value is not fixed on random upgrades. Yeah, I definitely think the Wuthering Waves does do it better than Genshin. I know I say this a lot, like, ooh, Genshin's bad and stuff. Genshin isn't that bad, you know, it's fine. Again, if you like that kind of stuff, then you can sit there and, you know, farm artifacts forever. But I think Wuthering Waves definitely have taken a better kind of approach to it. And yeah, it kind of shows.
Even more, as the only thing you can spend them on right now are boss challenges. Kuro's done an incredible job with their recent world design. Why not add more incentives to experience it through quality of life? At this point in the game, it is incredibly likely that a player has multiple 5-piece sets fully built for their roster, and with equipment completely shareable even in time-gated endgame content, that makes many of these existing tacit fields feel even more wasteful.
Shareable, sure, but then you have to like manually move each piece of gear every time you want to switch something in or out. So it's still like a massive inconvenience either way.
Especially when others give you the opportunity to build 2 characters at once. Even if you recycle unwanted echoes, most players will hold on to every single on-set attribute damage 3 cost. And as the months have gone by with no character to use them on, this inventory is building up. Of course, there's also the chance that Kuro has a lot of these updates lined up, but just for a future version. The cat is...
Again, there probably is going to be some kind of quality of life update or something that happens in the future, which ends up, you know, actually adding some of this. Now, I don't know if they're going to add tacit fields to, like, these new regions, like to Mount Firmament, to Black Shores, or whatever, because, again, they've already been established maps, and they would have to do quite a big update for that. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if they did do it.
Out of the bag with their most recent developer Twitter post, as the version following 1.4 will introduce a brand new area that's defined as a true co-creation between Kuro and the player community. It wouldn't be a surprise at all if this new region introduced a lot of these suggested changes, new materials, and new, more specific Sonata sets. But that doesn't mean our older areas can't get a little bit of love too. Kuro has the opportunity to trade 2 birds for 1 stone here, get more attention on the amazing work they've done across Mount Firmament and the Black Shores, and get rid of the arbitrary restrictions across Sonata sets that make some of them feel a lot worse to farm than others.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like a little bit of a waste whenever you add areas like the Black Shores and Mount Firmament, which looks so good, but then you only use it just for like a quest and then you're done. Maybe you go back for the boss or whatever, but apart from that, that's it. Like, I think definitely adding some tacit fields and adding just stuff to do over there, other than just like boss out, I definitely think that's going to help people come back to the game, and it's going to make much more sense for these.
It's going to be the game that's going to be like Genshin Shadow. It already is, man. They can't talk about the game without bringing up Genshin. It's just funny. It's just sad. But at the end of the day, it's the same garbage.
These new regions to be there,
the exact same garbage.
Why are these new regions even there? You know, obviously it was important to the story. But apart from that, that's the only purpose that they serve.
It's a win-win, to me at least. Let me know how you'd feel about a change like this, and if you think it's worth suggesting on the next player's survey. As always, if you enjoyed this content, please hit that like and
Alright, and like that's the end of that one. Okay. Oh, what was the other one? Apparently there was another one here. What was this? Fogsoul said, should Booba have elemental damage reactions? What is this? Alright, what is this?
Alright, how's it going to you legendary resonators, you absolute lovely bastards? My name's Foxhole, welcome back to the channel, welcome back to some more Wuthering Waves, and welcome to another topic of conversation, if you would. And in today's video, I'd like to have a conversation with you about elements. That's right. In this game, we know we have our Fusion, we have our Havoc, we have our Spectro, we have our
different
Aerial,
parrots,
Glacial,
I guess.
You name it, we have it. But what is elemental damage? Does it actually play a vital part in Weather and Waves? Well, I'd like to have a little bit of a conversation with you on it and see what your thoughts is as well. So, without further ado, let's jump right into the conversation together. So when it comes to elemental damage, I'm going to say that this is something that, you know, each character has an attribute, whether they're electric, whether they're fire, wind, ice, you know, they have an element based to them. But I don't particularly see in Weather and Waves like any kind of elemental reaction, any kind of true buff behind it that determines, you know, really behind the idea of what the elements are really for. Like, what is the idea behind it except just to basically, you know, add additional damage to your character but no benefit? Now, with elemental damage, we can say that, you know, if you're Chang Li, you go first the Infernal Rider. He's a fusion-based character just like you. You are going to hit a 40% defensive wall. You go fight the monkey with GN, well, you already know you're going to be fighting against yet another 40% wall. But when it comes to, let's say, in the terms of more damage, you know, I would think that for a character like, you know, Chang Li coming in, she should be doing more damage, I would think, to a wind-based character like the monkey. Or even like the glacial characters because it's ice. But it's not like that in this game. Every boss just has pretty much an immune to them. There's no real rhyme or reason to play a certain element against a certain boss per se. There's no mechanic around it that I've seen. Maybe I'm misinformed, but I don't see it. Like, you could play Yao, an electric character, against every other boss and it'll be a 10% defensive wall, versus if he fights anything that's electric, you know, like Tempest and like Thundering, to which it's going to be a 40% wall because they're electro, you know. And vice versa for, you know, like Spectral characters. They are going to hit a 40% wall against you, but not against any other boss, you know. Well, and Axis too, anything that's a Spectral based boss. So does elemental damage actually matter in this game? Like,
okay,
in all honesty, it's more to where we
I don't know why it was sent this. I don't really have much to say.
Determined that, in all honesty, crit rate and crit damage is really the only things you focus really on any of your DPS characters. So my question to you guys is that, you know, I was thinking about this and I was saying that maybe future-wise Kuro could add, you know, more of a element-based system that legitimately would work in the sense of like, hey, a fusion character would be weak against wind, fire versus wind.
An elemental weakness one, okay.
A glacial enemy would be more weaker to a fusion-based character because fire melts ice. What is your thoughts on that? I'd like to hear that in the comment section down below.
A typical weakness system?
An interesting topic.
Okay, weakness resistance.
If you really look at something like, you know, Genshin Impact, you look at something even like Devil May Cry Peak of Combat and most other JRPG type title games that's out there, you could even go ahead and say like Seiken Densetsu 3 or Trials of Mana. You could say like Final Fantasy. You know, certain characters are weak against certain elements. In this game, there's really no, hey, this character is weak against this certain element. And I think that that is something that should be looked into and possibly added, or at least maybe make it to where, you know, certain character types have different benefits, such as, you know, if you're playing a fusion character like Chang Li, Encore, or Mort, you know, you now are going to do burning damage after so many hits on an enemy, so now their life bar is going to start burning down. If you're a wind-based character, you're going to, you know, add a shield to your team after so many hits. You got a Glacio character, it ice traps the enemy after so many hits. You have Havoc, it'll confuse the enemy, to which at that point in time they may not even do damage to you but do damage to themselves. I think like you could take even like Pokemon, I hate to say it like that, but you could probably even take like a Pokemon system and take some attributes from that, and you could pop it together with Weathering Waves and create a unified system that I think would be something that would be pretty cool. Because there is really no thought pattern really when it comes down to behind builds. When you first starting out, you probably don't really notice this, but this is something that has been getting on my mind to where it's most noticeable. The only place that really elemental damage is really going to be a massive change that you're going to want an aerial character for this, or you're going to want a fusion character for this. It's going to be the Tower of Adversity, which is going to give you an amplification 9 out of 10 times. Like, hey, aerial characters are going to get a 30% damage bonus because you're aerial. Spectral damage, same thing for spectral damage. You're going to get a 30% bonus. Fusion, 30% bonus for whatever tower you're completing. But in the general aspect of the world against, holographic bosses, the hologram bosses, tactical hologram bosses, you don't see that. So what's your thoughts below? I know that, I think Kura left it out for right now, but I think that would be something that, future-wise, if you guys are with me on this, maybe that's something that we should add into our survey, after 1.4 and say, hey, we want elements to have maybe some attributes to it to where, certain enemies are weaker to certain things, not just immune or, more defensive against, but more attribute to it. We might want, like I said before.
Yeah, this is just a ramble.
Burning, fire.
It really is just a ramble, man.
Ice characters will trap things in ice. Havoc damage will cause confusion.
Obviously, I don't get the point. This is just a ramble. This is worthless. Let's go to the next video I was sent. There's one that's like, this explains all the terrible writing. What is this?
I got approval to say this. I've been working on Dragon Age the Veilguard.
Okay.
I sat on a secret for nearly 4 years, and I'm so excited to finally be able to tell everyone I'm in the credits. Thank you so much for Patrick Weeks for reaching out to get me involved. Is this one of the writers, I'm pretty sure? Oh!
Veilguard.
This is what we were talking about yesterday. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Persona 5 DLC includes a disability slur.
What?
This is that person!
Okay.
Earlier today, an update to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate brought the game up to version 3.0, brought several changes. Players can now create and share custom stages, adding Persona 5 protagonist Joker to the game. For those that don't know, they use the word but because the person is Japanese, they don't enunciate it like perfectly, and this dipshit made an entire article bashing Super Smash and saying that they use the word retard. This guy is so dumb. Laura here says that this is the person that wrote and scripted those horrible dialogues for Dragon Age Veilguard. The same person. I don't know, man. It's always these talentless idiots who don't know what they're talking about. Do game studios think low IQ is a good thing? No, I think it's people wanting diversity hires. I looked into it. I think
all about them diversity hires with them.
Yes. Oh yeah, I remember looking at this.
They want all of them diversity hires.
Undiagnosed until adulthood. Why must you make your entire personality based around like characteristics of your body and your mental? Why can't you be like, I like video games? Why can't you just do that? Because they don't like video games? Yeah, maybe it is a bitterness. The bitterness of not actually liking video games and not caring. And again, it makes sense because they just don't do the research, they don't do the work, they don't put in effort. They got Sam Max to work on COD Vanguard, same chick that claimed she got in GTA Online? No! No, is that the same person? Chad, do you remember an article a long time ago of people crying?
Why was I sent that? I don't know. Here's this one. This is not the Tower of Fantasy I played before. Okay, who is this guy? Mocker May. They do a lot of Genshin crap here, and then there's Wuwa crap there. Okay. He's looking at the game here. That's their character. This is the Steam chart there. That's for those who are playing on Steam, yeah. You didn't skip the story, you can say it was bad. The fuck? Sure. Even have story skip. Okay. I mean, doing dailies much time to do. Why are they doing in domain 9? Why are they doing in domain 9? If you know where the mobs are, you can. There's also shortcuts to that. They're definitely doing it after. Like, you can definitely tell they're doing. This is done recently, because you can see that's there. The dispatch stuff. Why domain 9? Yeah, there's mounts. Battle Pass limited items, yeah. Okay, they're looking at the side stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. You can definitely tell. Just by taking a look at what they're doing there. They're kind of chill now, especially the thing. Okay. They like the new auto explore feature. Okay. Fair enough. Store that sells accessory weapons, yeah. Artifact preset, like, yeah, the Matrix preset. We've always had the thing, but then there's the one that, a separate one that includes everything else there. Paimon could never, yeah. Co-op events kinda dead, yeah. Imagine, yeah, no one wants to do those. You just talk in roll chat and you'll find someone though. The fuck, man? So she just does the raw conversion instead of reading the bundles? It's just simple math. Yeah, that's just dumb. If they want to as well, like, have her use the freaking moogold link as well. If she really wants to spend on a gacha, like actually, like, you can save money there, yeah. But also just to read what the hell they're looking at. I don't know how the hell they end up spending so much, it's insane. Oh yes, that thing to track the items. Yeah, bosses. Oh wait, they never did the underwater stuff, so they're just gonna die. They don't have the thing unlocked to survive that pressure. Too much pressure and they're gonna die. They can't even show fighting the boss because they teleport without having the thing unlocked. Nice job. They didn't lock the thing to keep them alive, so they're dead. Become professional hacker, okay. Time consuming, oh yeah, the level, the stats in there. Sure. Region lock mechanics, I mean... To be fair, this is slower than just using jetpack plus cyber arm. Yeah, it's sad that it is region locked, but like... It's not even that useful. Like, it's not really that useful. I don't use it. I never used it back in Domain 9. Because it was just faster to use jetpack and cyberarm. Yeah, Spooderman Relic, so they got Spooderman Relic. That means they got the Battle Pass. They definitely bought the Battle Pass. Because they have that. He doesn't want a PvP, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, quick battle stuff is nice. Oh yeah, the dorm. They don't have the characters, so it's not like they can do anything in there. They can go inside, but they can't do anything else. But yeah, they're looking at the dorm. Reviews and stuff. 12 plus. The regular game, not really, but okay, if you like MMO, sure. Time consuming, yeah. End game content, okay. Hi, Flower. Welcome, welcome. I mean, that's because you don't have gear. The reason why you're useless is your gear is crap. That's why. This guy here, he's like, you're useless because your gear is crap. Funny though, like to see that's just how they go through these things though. Alright, they were playing around and launching themselves around, okay. Looking at other characters in there, like Nola. Okay. I guess. Yeah, it looks like a return or game alive. Imagine. This is what they're looking at. This is what they put here. So there we have it. What else was I sent as a reaction? We're just going through reactions now. The Snowbreak story is like closed off. What's this? Sony fanboys are upset PS5 Pro isn't getting perfect reviews. Yeah, because the thing is expensive. It's way too overpriced, expensive, and very underwhelming. So yeah, you're not gonna get the greatest reviews. Because the price is bad.
This console
and it's also just it's missing features. Where like, nah, you gotta go buy the freaking disc drive separately. Of course it's not gonna get the greatest reviews.
Generation has been absolutely fascinating because not only are these consoles more expensive than they've ever been with basically the least amount of things to offer you in return. Like apparently we're taking disk drives off the table now and still pricing the thing upwards, which is usually not how features work. Usually you price your console higher when there's more features, but apparently we disagree nowadays. Sony's still pricing their base PS5 basically the same it's been since day one, and that's assuming you even got it at launch price on day one. But now here we are with the PS5 Pro. The review embargo dropped yesterday. I guess today, the time that I'm recording this on November 6th. The thing comes out today. 700 smackaroos, plus extra if you want to play online, plus extra if you want a disc drive, plus extra if you want the stand. And that's assuming you're buying this thing in a region where it is $700 because it's much more than $700 in other regions, or at least the equivalent of $700. And what do you get in return? Oh, you get more 30 and 60 FPS caps. Gee willikers, I sure am glad we're still capping games at 30 frames per second. Oh, but Joe, it looks really pretty. I'm sorry, we've been hearing 4K 60 for like 10 years at this point. I'm not even exaggerating. It's been close to 10 years since they've been selling you on 4K, and now for $700 in 2024, you're getting 30 FPS caps for true 4K. How is it possible for them to keep fucking you this hard? But I've made my opinions on the PS5 Pro very clear in several other videos. Today's videos are dedicated to the people who saw the early reviews when the review embargo dropped on November 6th and lost their collective minds because apparently it is just unfathomable that the PS5 Pro would have some problems. The people who couldn't even spend $700 on the thing yet, they hadn't even put the system in your hands yet, you are now going to bat for Sony based on early reviews of a thing that you have not
That's just what happens when you see people console war it.
Oh, but Joe, you're criticizing the thing before
it's ridiculous.
There's a big difference between me pointing at something and being like, hey, that's really stupid, and you looking at an objectively stupid, objectively taking advantage of the consumer thing and being like, man, that's the best thing ever. Those are two very different things. I don't want to hear it. GameSpot posted their review and said, powerful on paper, ordinary in action. They get a response from @12teraflops at 30 FPS. Says, good job, GameSpot. You just couldn't help yourself from saying something so stupid instead of saying what I assume was supposed to be something controversial. This is why you're the laughingstock of the gaming media. Ordinary in action. And then they have a screenshot of Spider-Man 2 with some fancy filters and graphic effects, because that's really all that matters to you people. That really is the thing that bugs me the most. It truly just is about visuals to you people. Not even visuals and gameplay or visuals and performance. It's just visuals. That's why you're so vehemently going up to bat for 30 FPS caps on a $700 machine. Spider-Man 2 was not getting any DLC because Sony can't manage their budgets, because Sony is obsessed with graphics over gameplay. And now here they are giving you more graphics over gameplay, and you're like, man,
I wonder what else that
how dare
sounds
people
like.
criticize this? You literally are getting
I wonder
less
what else that sounds
gameplay
like.
than you otherwise would have because of the obsession with graphics. But by all means, let's keep defending the obsession with graphics. That is the best thing for the gaming industry. Games Radar posted their review and said, our PS5 Pro review is here. They gave it a 3.5 out of 5. Their description being, the PS5 Pro only suits its price tag in niche circumstances, but it does deliver on its promise to improve both graphics and frame rates. That $700 MSRP is still difficult to justify, particularly for those using a standard living room setup with a 50 to 65 inch TV.
Yep.
Those using a large display or a monitor are going to feel the benefits more keenly.
Yeah, I wonder how many people out there will have a larger display than that 50 to 65 inch TV. Right? Like, I really wonder how many people are gonna have that. Right? Let alone like the 5 people on the planet that will have the 100+ inch TVs that are like $20,000 that you could technically buy.
Especially if you have the funds to stay
Well,
at
like,
the cutting
yeah.
edge of tech. I think that's a very fair thing to say. But then they get a response from Jumbo Relic who says it's a 3.5 out of 5 because people are poor. L take. No, it's a 3.5 out of 5 because it is a very expensive buy over the thing that already exists, and you're only going to notice the difference in niche circumstances.
Because the difference is very, very
This is not
minor.
hard to understand. And I don't even feel
It's
like
a
this is
very,
that
very
different from what
minor
Sony has
difference.
told you to expect from it. People aren't poor because they don't want to spend $700 on a console that is a slight improvement over the $500 console.
Yeah, imagine
You're
a
not-
guy buying the PS5 or Pro, happy with his purchase, coming home, realize he doesn't have a big TV. They're not going to notice the difference. They're really not. It's way too expensive for what it is. At the end of the day, like, no matter how you put it, at the end of the day, it's way too expensive for whatever it is. Right? They're also just not gonna notice the difference. They're not really going to notice it for the most part. Maybe in, like, for some reflections in some specific game, they'll see a tiny bit of a graphical boost, but they're not gonna get a performance boost because the CPU is a piece of crap still. Right? And the other thing too is, like, the PS5 Pro doesn't even come with a disc drive. Like, you know what? The PS5 Pro would be fine if it was like $500 and came with a disc drive, and they lowered the regular PS5 to like $350. That would have been fine and reasonable. But at like $700 before taxes, you don't even get a stand with it. You don't even get a disc drive. That's way too hot. That's way too much. Like, at that point, in some places, by the time, like, even without considering that, you can literally buy gaming laptops with similar specs to the PS5 Pro now. Like, at that price point, you can get into freaking gaming laptop pricing territory. If you're, like, willing to look around a bit. You can buy gaming laptops, like open box store models with an RTX 3070 are at that price point. You might be able to find something with a 3080 even, or like a newer thing like 4060 or something. It comes with a screen, it's portable, there's also a battery, right? It's a screen, there's a keyboard, the thing is portable, the entire device is portable, and there's a battery in it, right? Like, that's the reality. It's way too expensive for what it is. You can buy a similarly spec'd gaming laptop for that kind of money, if you're smart about it. You actually can. Like, in some places, it's not as bad as others, but like here in Canada, you can literally buy a gaming laptop with similar specs to the PS5 Pro for that price tag. Like, yeah, you're not gonna get a disc drive either way, or you might as well get a full fucking laptop that you can take around with you. And again, like, those laptops, You could probably even, under certain circumstances, even write them off as like, treat them as a tax write-off. In some cases, it's doable. It doesn't apply to everyone, but there's a lot more people that can probably claim it, as a tax write-off, than people who can maybe try to do it for a game console. Because unless it's your job is revolving around that game console, they're not gonna let you do that, obviously. Right? You're obviously not gonna be able to do that. Right? That's just the reality.
Poor for that. You're just a person who actually buys their own things and doesn't just put things on Christmas wish lists for mommy and daddy. Sekiro29 responds to the review and says, it is the best console and the technology works perfectly, but the only criticism
place 2
is the high
slices
price.
of
Then
bread
how
on
can
the
we get
Sony
3.5
logo.
out of 5?
What are
A
you?
4.5 definitely makes more sense. Oh my god,
Yeah.
the technology works perfectly. That is the problem. The technology is working as intended, but it's not good enough for the price tag. This is not hard to understand.
It's too
Guys,
expensive.
the technology works perfectly. Yeah, I don't care if it's priced too high. The technology was designed to target certain performance. That certain performance is not worth the asking price of the console. Everything is working as intended, and that is the problem. Sony is spitting on you, and you're just taking a shower in it. Squelgore the Great says, bit of a take. You're supposed to be judging the actual product, not the price tag, you fucking bellends. Today I learned that the price tag of a product can't possibly impact how you feel about the product or whether or not you buy it. Are you fucking kidding me? If something is worth $5, but it's priced at $20, that's going to impact the review of the product as a whole. Because the product as a whole is priced too high. When I put $20 down, I expect something worth $20. But if you're giving me something that's only worth $5 and demanding $20, that is a problem with the product. The product's distribution is part of the product. By this logic, it is literally impossible for something to be overpriced. Do you realize what you're saying here? You are suggesting that we cannot criticize price tags of products because the price tag of the product is not part of the product. It has nothing to do with the product and whether or not it's worth it. The price tag dictates the product's value. The value of the product, or what you're getting in return for your money, plays a big part in whether or not people are okay with the product in the first place. So yes, we should be taking the price tag into account with the product because, again, if we can't take the price tag into account with the product, by your logic, nothing can be overpriced ever. And that's fucking dumb. Hello, I'm interrupting this video to remind you that this channel is sponsored by 4D Gaming. If you would like a really nice mousepad, go to 4dgaming.com and use code Joe for a discount. This channel is also sponsored by Glitch Energy.
They're all in
It's
denial.
basically G Fuel, but better.
Except for Maggie, basically every single one of them. Maggie is the only one that's not in denial. All of them are in denial except for Maggie. That is my opinion. Right? Every single one of them is in denial except for Maggie. She's the only one that's not in denial. Only her is not in denial. Everyone else is.
So go to Glitch Energy and use code Joe for a discount.
Don't worry about what you missed.
Your content. I'll let you keep watching it now. I quote tweeted PC Gamer's
Hey, they're all in
review.
denial,
PC Gamer
man.
said, the PS5 Pro lets console players enjoy what PC players have had for years. High frame rates without the downsides. And I quote tweeted and said, we had 60 FPS on the GameCube, by the way, because I'm still just absolutely dumbfounded that the base PS5 was supposed to give you 60 FPS or even 120 FPS, and then here comes the $700 PS5 Pro giving you 60 FPS sometimes. That amazes me. 60 FPS was basically standard on the GameCube. That was 23 years ago that it came out. But then I get a response from someone named AbaliXD who says, are you comparing the graphics of back then to today's? How smart. No, I'm comparing the gameplay standards and the gameplay priorities of back then to today. Can you fucking read? Are you capable of understanding subtext? You're paying $700 for an improved version of a console that already promised you the thing the $700 console is now promising. I literally said 60 FPS in this tweet, and you started talking about graphics. And then you say, oh, how smart. How smart? I'm the one that can read.
This guy's getting really mad.
If you dumb down today's game size
This
and
is
fidelity,
funny.
we would be playing 120 FPS on all titles. Do you have a real point to make or no? I'm sorry, are you suggesting that game size is the reason why we're not getting 60
It's
FPS?
not game size. It's not. Game size is not why you're not getting the frame rate. It's because the hardware itself cannot handle it. Even if it was smaller, it's not gonna change it. And the NES gave us 60, yeah. No, it's not that it was impossible. It's just, no, Tara, it was possible. No, the problem was TVs are crap. The CRT TVs are garbage. If you had a CRT monitor hooked up to a computer, you could actually change things up so you could lower the resolution and increase the actual rate it would draw the frames on the screen. Or rather, like, it would draw the lines. Because the way CRTs would work is you had an electron gun shooting electrons at phosphors coated behind a piece of glass. And what would happen is, you could only shoot, you had to shoot the electrons. The electron gun had to physically shoot at each of them. But if you had a lower resolution on the same display, because you still have the same electron gun shooting, you could shoot the gun at all of the actual phosphors behind it faster in a smaller area. So with a lot of those older CRTs, if you had a higher end CRT computer monitor, you were actually able to lower the resolution but drastically increase the refresh rate. So there were a lot of old displays where they had 75 hertz or even higher. There were even 100 hertz plus CRTs back in the day. I remember one of the computers I used that had a CRT display when I was 3 or 4, I think it was. I remember seeing 75 hertz as a thing I could set the thing to. But I had to lower the resolution to 800 by 600 instead of the 1024 by 1280, I think it was, or something. Instead of the higher the square resolution, I had to lower it to a different square resolution because of if I wanted to get the higher refresh rate. Because again, it's the electron gun just shooting behind it. This was a long time ago, but I remember using stuff like that, and seeing that even in some of my school computers when I was in elementary school, because I was old enough where they actually did have CRT displays. At least for the first couple of years I was in elementary school. But we're talking about over 20 years ago, right? Not over, about 20 years ago. Yeah, I haven't found a CRT monitor that uses RF. I don't have AV. Yeah, so they would have to use a DVI connector. The ones that could do it, they had to use a DVI connector. Right? A DVI connector or a VGA connector. But a lot of the ones that didn't have DVI, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it. But the ones with a DVI, they were higher end enough where a decent amount of them actually could let you change those settings. But yeah, CRTs, they don't work like LCDs because they don't have pixels. CRTs did not have pixels in them. There's a reason why they never got that big compared to LCDs and stuff. There's a reason why CRTs never got that big. Because the technology just wouldn't work well for that. They would have to combine a bunch and it just wouldn't work properly. At that point you were just better off using projector.
Today, is that actually the argument you're making? Because I can name a million games that have come out in the last 2 years that would disagree with you, but also because you can't fucking read this apparently either, I'm not talking about game size and fidelity. I'm talking about frame rate And the obvious implication is that priorities have shifted. Game developers now care more about graphics and screenshots than how the video game actually plays, how smooth it controls, how responsive it is, because all of those things are tied to frame rate. The whole thing that sets video games apart from other mediums is their control. And the ultimate irony of what you're saying here is that you're saying I need to dumb down today's game size and fidelity. I need to dumb down the game size to get better frame rates. Are you suggesting that games of today are more complex or more intricately designed than older games that ran at higher frame rates? Is that actually the point you're trying to make right now?
You modded the NES, but it would cost the modding back then. I mean, the thing is, the NES wouldn't be able to output it anyways, right? Well, actually, no. So the way like a lot of CRTs worked, right, is they would interlace the frames. Technically speaking, with the CRT, they did refresh at basically 60 hertz. The ones that were like you were thinking about with 30, because what they would do is they would alternate drawing frames. So one frame would be like it would draw one frame, and then it would draw half of one frame and then half of the next, and then it would like constantly alternate between them. That's like how CRTs would draw stuff line by line. That's what the interlaced resolution setting is. If you've ever seen like 480i or whatever, the I, right, like in a thing there. It was just a way to get around it. Like it was like a decent hack they used to do. And it also a lot of games as well from that era were built around that. So like things physically like look different. A lot of games, like the pixel art stuff on a lot of older games, the reason why they look nicer on a CRT than on an LCD or an OLED is because the way the actual stuff is drawn. They took advantage of that. There were a lot of developers and artists and stuff that took advantage of that weird quirk on CRTs because they had to interlace every single frame. You had the scan lines and everything.
Because if that is your point, then I would like to welcome you to the hobby of video games, because you clearly only got here like 6 months ago. How about IGN's review? IGN gave the thing a 7 out of 10, then they got quote tweeted by Francisco Ledesma, who says it's totally worth it. You'll be able to play all those PS4 games in higher fidelity. Sony always wins, baby. Higher fidelity, not frame rates. Most of the PS4 games that are getting PS5 Pro boosts are getting fidelity boosts, not frame rate boosts. Again, priorities, they're wrong. I also loved all the people who were spreading around Bloodborne PS5 Pro screenshots a few days ago, as if Bloodborne isn't being emulated at 60 plus on the PC right now at no additional cost to you. Like this is always what blows my mind. This is always what blows my mind. The fans will mod something into a game, and then the publishers of that game will try to sell you an inferior version of what the fans did for free, and people praise the publisher. It's like the fans did this at no cost, and they want you to pay for an inferior version? How fucking little do they respect you? Gizaz says the technologically greatest console in history at the most competitive price possible for anything in its weight class, and it gets the patented IGN 7. Yeah, you can build a powerfully equivalent PC for less than $700.
Yeah,
like I hate to break it to you.
You can buy a gaming laptop with similar specs for $700 if you really look around. You might be able to. You should do a comparison video on CRTs, LCDs. I don't have a CRT, man. I haven't had a CRT in like over 10 years, I think, at this point. Yeah, like, no, I don't have a CRT.
Also, are we really trying to say this is the most competitive price possible?
I have no plans on looking one. I don't have those consoles either. Yeah, they gave Mario and Luigi Brotherhood 5 out of 10. Okay. I mean, I don't know.
Uses to drop the price of the original console, the base console. They've been raising the price of that, and you're saying this is a competitive price? Are you joking? Have you not been paying attention? Like, what? What universe am I in right now? At this point, just give them your money. At this point, just give them your bank account. Like, nothing they do you're ever going to criticize. You're going to buy anything with the logo on it. Just fucking give them your credit card at this point. Jesus Christ. Hanley Games says, really? A 7 just for the price? The strongest console on the market and it's a 7? Y'all, come on. Yes.
It's not worth that price. It's too expensive.
The price is part of whether or not the product
It's too
is
expensive
worth
for what
the
it's
investment.
providing.
It is possible for something to be priced too high. Did you know that? Did you know it's possible for the price to be too high on something? Did you know it's possible for something to be priced above what it's worth? It's like, I swear, it's like you don't realize that you are arguing right now that nothing can be overpriced. Which, if that's the argument you're making, I better never hear you guys talk about how PC gaming is too expensive. I love that you people are losing your minds over the fact that the price tag is being criticized, but these are the same people saying it's a good alternative to PC gaming because PC gaming is too expensive. Like, what? One more. Streets of Gage Pro says, a 7? Oh no, I better cancel my pre-order. Lamau, psych, I'll be playing on the best console ever made tomorrow. It's the best console ever made because of the performance and no other reason. The specs, no other reason. The games doesn't matter. Game pricing doesn't matter. Online paywalling doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to them.
Doesn't matter. It's
Apparently.
the best console ever made because it's a slightly buffed version of a console that already exists and has no games. Oh, this is actually the dumbest thing ever. I got a little worked up this time because I just cannot believe that people are actually excited for this. Actually,
and like the reality too is like, here's the thing, right? If you already have a PS5, right, and then you buy a PS5 Pro, how much is a PS5? Again, how much is that? What's the MSRP? What is the launch price in the US? I can easily find out how much it costs in Canada, but... Right, let's see, how much is it? We'll just say the regular PS5 with the disk drive. Wait, do they not? Oh no, here it is. So $500, right? Let's say you bought this in 2024, right? And then you paid, you use it online for 4 years, not 2024, 2020. So you would pay $80, let's say you paid $80, $90 a year, I think it was. How much is a PlayStation Plus? Let's say $80 a year times 4. I don't know, how much is PS Plus? Wait. Oh, it's $80 a year. Okay, essential. You're only getting the essential one. 80. 80 times 4. So you spent $320, and let's say now you want to buy the PS5 Pro. Well, that's $700 on top. Let's say now you want to buy a disk drive. Okay, the disk drive is going to be another, what, $80 or something? $70, $80? Okay, so now we're at $1,600. And let's say you're going to continue using it maybe 4 years. So another $80 times 4. That's $2,000 now. That you still don't have a single game. If you were to like treat it this way. If you were like, oh, like, okay, you already have one, and then you're going to go buy another one, and then you're going to do it this way, you would have basically, by the end of it, you would have spent $2,000 and still have 0 games. The funniest shit is you could, like, if you went back to 2020 when the thing released, right? What came out in 2020 that you could have fit into that budget, right? You probably could have gotten a PC back then, or like a gaming laptop with an RTX 3080 or even maybe a 3090 if you looked around hard enough at the similar price point, right, back in 2020. And you would have had instead this experience over that time, let's say for 8 years, except you would have had it sooner instead of having to wait after spending a bunch and then only to then keep going a bit later, a little bit later on. But like that's why it's kind of stupid there. For people who don't already have a PS5, sure, whatever. But for people who already do, it's like, you're just gonna be spending all that much to go get a new thing on top of the thing you already have. It's like really papega. And the thing is, like, these days, right, like, again, like, Canada computers, right, let's say I want to go buy something, right, let's say, right, we're gonna look at Canadian pricing here. Let's say I want to go buy a laptop. Gaming laptop. Alright, what we have here. Alright, so you can see all the gaming laptops here. Let's just say we want 4060. Oh, we're gonna sort this step properly. 4070, and then we'll go. Do they have 30 series here? Oh, they don't have 3070 mobile laptops anymore in stock. Look at this. Look, you can buy 4060 laptops. $950. Like, if this is like regular price. This is not like anything crazy. This is not open box. This is like if you're buying brand new, you can find laptops with a 4060 for around 1,000 Canadian dollars. Right, let's go to Best Buy Canada. Right, the Canadian website. Let's say I want to buy a PS5 Pro. Right, no, obviously they have a lot of stock. This is more expensive than that laptop, than one of the laptops. This is more expensive than this thing. This is cheaper than a PS5 Pro. This is cheaper than a PS5 Pro. This laptop over here. Obviously, you can look around for more stuff, but like, you know, you can get some nicer ones as well, similar price range. Right? But here's the other thing though. If you bought that laptop, you would still get a free game. Like if I was to go buy that laptop, I would actually get a game included for free. Well, I would get a code to go get a game for free, cause what's the let me go back in here. Right, there's a 4060 in here. What's the current game bundle? Oh, you can get in. Oh, this is only for 4080, 4070. What's the 4060 one? $4060 laptop. Well, they're getting Diablo. Okay, you buy a laptop, you get Diablo 4. If you buy one with a 4070 though, you get Black Myth Wukong for free. Or you might. Oh wait, no. Sometimes you'll get the Star Wars Outlaw or whatever. Like they always do these bundles where you get a free game code. Once you just set it up and install the driver or whatever. Like they'll have that stuff in there. Like even in some cases, some of these shops will even give you a free setup and tutorial. For people who are that papega, like it's right here. They're like, oh yeah, you get a free setup and everything. If you really needed the help, they'll even do it for you. Like it's actually like in here. This is Canada Computers. This isn't me like looking up anything crazy. Right, accessories too. Yeah, you can go recycle and like bring your stuff up or whatever. Like the PS5 Pro price is too high. If it was $500 US, sure. But 700 and it's still missing a disk drive. It doesn't come with the stand. It's too much. It's way too much.
Unfortunately, that's not fair. It's not that I can't believe people are excited. I can understand being excited. But what I can't understand is getting legitimately upset when people criticize an obvious point of criticism, that being a $700 price tag. On top of everything else Sony throws at you with these things, like the expensive ass controllers, the required expensive ass online membership, the expensive ass games, the lack of true backwards compatibility, the lack of respect for your history by getting rid of the disk drive. But no, you guys just lap it up, lap it all up, slurp it right out of the bowl.
Hey, it's only gonna get worse.
Over here playing
Like, the thing is, if people keep buying the thing, they're only gonna see this as a way like, oh, we can make the things even worse. Hey, for the people who want a PlayStation 6 in the future, let's say 4 years from now, 3-4 years from now, when they release the PlayStation 6, don't be surprised when you can't play physical games anymore.
My PC where
On
everything
it.
is nice
Like, don't
and
be
cozy,
surprised.
I don't have to pay
Because that's where they're
$70
headed.
for every new game and $60-something a year to play my own games online. And if I want to
No, it's 80. It's not even 60.
get better performance, I can just click on the settings menu. Make
Like, the price is higher. It's actually 80.
some graphical adjustments.
We just looked it up.
Just get the performance that I want, not have to buy a whole new machine to get the performance that I'm happy with. Because I'm not obsessed with lifelike graphics at the cost of gameplay performance in a video game.
Yeah, the PS5 Pro is already download only. There is no disc drive on the PS5 Pro. You have to buy it separately. It is $700. There's no disc drive. There's no disc drive. It's digital only, man. You have to buy the freaking thing and, like, you have to buy a separate disc drive. They'll still let you buy a separate disc drive, assuming you can find it in stock.
Jeez, toodles.
What's this one? Clips here. PS5 Pro reviews drop and it's bad. Nice.
Yeah, this is the only question you have to ask yourself. Do you play on PlayStation 5? If the answer is yes, do you want to play games at a higher quality at 60 FPS?
Not even that is guaranteed. Honestly, I don't think there's, like, even a point to, like, looking at that one. But, like, let's see. What's this one? The pathetic state of Xbox fanboys. You want to see this one? Crying about PS5? Why are they crying about PS5? The fuck? Why are they, like, crying about random crap here? It's just funny to look at what the hell they're talking about here. Tencent buying Ubisoft, they're actually doing it now? Nice. They need to sell PS5 Pro and definitely hasn't done that. Okay. It's confirmed 30 FPS 1080p on PS5 Pro. Okay. Life's too short, fuck it. Okay, what is this? Okay, they got a stand. They managed to get a disc drive. Okay, good. Good for them, I guess.
Alright everybody, welcome back to another XVault gaming video. XVault here, and yes, today you get another dose of your salty batch files. Of course, intake a lot of water. That sodium does get out of control, obviously. So we got some good examples here. I do want to get right to it. So without further ado, let's go ahead and
It is funny though, just to watch them fight each other. Alright, what does this guy have to say? Because, like, I was sent this. You guys wanted me to watch
straight out of the
this.
gate, I think we're going to start with some Call of Duty 6 news. This is the new thing that they're trying to push the Xbox fanboys in regards to Game Pass and such, which I agree.
Okay.
Personally, I think Call of Duty is just as redundant as my favorite type of Madden series, stuff like that. So I think it's great to just kind of put this on here. It's a Game Pass thing. I
Might
feel
as well
like
keep it on Game Pass,
any
yeah.
recurring title, by the way, any recurring IP, whether
Yes,
it be
they don't have to
FIFA,
buy a new
Madden,
Call
or
of
whatever,
Duty every year.
would belong more on a subscription service, right?
And just to keep playing.
right? To try it out, this, that, and the other. But anyways, not to get off topic, let's start with the first one here, Nico. Right out the gate here, he states, people seem to have a clear preference. Cool emoji, thumbs up emoji.
Were they gonna play Xbox Game Pass, Xbox, PC, PlayStation? Yeah, like, honestly, like, if you just want to try the game out and you don't feel like buying the whole thing, like, hey, it's like, you can get the Game Pass trial for like $1. Right? Like, there are ways to get the Game Pass $1 trial or something, I think. Like, hey, at least it's only $1. If you don't like it, well, you're only at $1. Instead of, like, however, like, the, what, $70, $80 or whatever just to buy the game.
And he had, of course, a poll showing where will you play Black Ops 6 and stating PC, Xbox, Game Pass, Xbox, and PlayStation. Of course, Game Pass, like we were just talking about, being the forerunner or front runner, if you will. And of course, the original or regular Xbox Series S and X being above even that of PlayStation. I wonder why. Is it because Nico's mainly a Xbox guy, mainly an Xbox shill, and lies and fabricates and this and that and the other? Yes, that's exactly why. It's the same thing as if even I was to go on social media and post a preferenced sort of survey under PlayStation, any game insert, if you will, and we're going to have the same results, whether I'm being a shill or not, which I'm not. But again, mostly PlayStation fans do follow me. Of course, you get the haters, obviously. That will skew it a little bit, but it's going to be a redundant story. You're going to see the PlayStation, of course, choice be the front runner as well. That being said, it's ridiculous. So, like Rusty Gamer states, you're an Xbox fanboy with fanboy followers. This was your only outcome, dumbass. He's absolutely correct. And just to sit there, and again, they fabricate, they gloss over it, they try to find any win they possibly can, and it really looks pathetic on them in the long run. That being said here, let's keep on with the Black Ops theme here. Of course, we got Destin chiming in with another poll, another survey, whatever you want to call it. If you have Xbox Game Pass, will you be buying Call of Duty Black Ops 6 anyways? And a resounding no at 85%, because
yeah, why would they?
Would you? If you have Game Pass, would you buy it? Probably not. But again, this cannibalizes sales. This abhorrently cannibalizes sales, like we've been saying video after video, time after time. Not even Call of Duty in the mix, right? We're talking about anything that's on Game Pass that is going to strictly and marginally, exponentially, I'm running out of words here at this point, to have a consensus stating that of course you're not going to also buy the game. A few far in between, right, are going to go like, yeah, this game's great, I do want to own it forever, and it's on a discount, right? We know how that works at this point, and of course they would do that. But the vast majority is essentially going
and most people are just not going to care.
Use this on Game Pass, play it on Game Pass.
They already have Game Pass, they already paid for it. Why are they going to buy it again?
Mainly download it and play it on Game Pass. This is a resounding no shit Sherlock moment. But of course, Destin, I'm glad you got your data, Mr. Sherlock. So let's keep going here. We're not done with the Call of Duty news here. No, we have Starboy now. I know Starboy has not shown up for quite some time in these videos, but lo and behold, this popped up and I had to share because this is quite entertaining in a way as far as Delusion's concerned. Now, Xbox COD marketing, you got the starry-eyed emojis out there. Xbox will win with a party emoji. I don't know what they're winning. What are they winning? What are they winning? I don't know
what are they winning?
I don't know what they're winning. Please explain to me, somebody out there, explain to me what Xbox is winning, because they're not winning in hardware sales, they're not winning in software sales, they're not winning in subscription sales, or numbers or MAUs and stuff like that, as opposed to other aspects. They are in the user aspects through Game Pass, right, and stuff like that, but they don't even have more subscribers. I don't know what they're winning at this point. Will win, I guess, is the key word, right? When will they win? I don't see this ever being a thing.
Yeah, they're winning in their head. Yes, they are.
Comes out of somewhere. I don't see them winning anything.
Pretty much.
They're not winning.
They're winning by being rent-free.
In software, in digital, physical, console-wise, subscription wise, what are we winning here? I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. So you just have these morons that just continually come on here and spout nonsense. It's just pure delusion. They're so hyped about Call of Duty that's a multi-platform game still at this point. Whether it's in a subscription service or not, it's going to be bought more on the PlayStation ecosystem. That's just how it's going to go. I don't.
Well, yeah, because they have no. Also on PlayStation, you have no choice but to buy it. Right? At least like on the other places, you can at least choose to get Game Pass. But if you're on PlayStation, you have to buy it regardless if you wanted to play it. They have to. But yeah.
I don't know what Xbox is going to win. Please.
Yeah, what are they going to
somebody
win?
in the comment section enlighten me down below what they're supposed to be winning here, because it eludes me at this point in time. Now, I do want to share this here. Now we're going to be pivoting over to Astrobot, because these Xbox fanboys were certainly opposed to Astrobot being a success. They thought that it would just drop. It's not a big deal. It's a niche crowd, whatever you want to view that as.
I remember hearing all about it, right? 94. Damn, oh my God. One of the best games.
This is why it's always funny to watch from console war, man.
So much from face to
It's the way they act. It's just great.
Everywhere. What did we say?
It's just fun to watch them being Pepega. You never win, exactly. You're never going to win. That's why it's funny to watch them. Because they think they are, even though they're not.
But let's show the first example here. Now we have Klutz.
Yeah, honestly, regardless of who wins, you're certainly not the one winning. Exactly. You have to. Exactly. You have to spend the money, and the more they keep doing it, the more they see they can get away with the really awful practices that they do, right? And then like we've seen, right? You know, Microsoft was the first one to remove the actual physical media there, right? The Xbox One, they had an all-digital version where they got rid of the disk drive. So then, like, now you had to, like, you're forced into buying stuff from the Microsoft Store. Then Sony follows suit, making a digital-only PS5, and then the Slim one, which also doesn't come with a disk drive by default. Then they also bring it in with the Pro, where now the PS5 Pro by default, it has no disk drive. You want to go buy a disk drive, that's going to be another thing separately. All the way back over 20 plus years ago, right, so before some of my viewers were even born, Microsoft started the Xbox Live service on the original Xbox, which you had to pay if you wanted to use it. Right? And guess what? They made it like mandatory. You wanted to play online or whatever, you were forced to buy Xbox Live and pay for it. Right? And a couple years later, you know, and then the next generation, PS3 also takes it too. Xbox 360 brings it along. They slowly raise the price. Right? It gets more and more expensive. And then now you enter the PS4 generation. They turn it instead from being an optional thing into a requirement. If you want to be able to even just use basic online functionality, because they realized, oh hey, people are gonna pay for it, and we tricked them to thinking, oh yeah, because Microsoft had a slightly less shit experience on the Xbox, right? They're like, oh, they must think that if they pay, that they'll get a better experience, and in reality, they're getting the same garbage experience if they paid or not, because the reality is that money goes nowhere other than oh yeah, they realize, oh yeah, we can pocket this money. Because the people are just too stupid to realize otherwise, right? And then eventually, like what, Nintendo copies that too. It does it with Nintendo Switch Online, and then they start making these more expensive tiers of subscription, and then they slowly go and raise the price on all sides constantly, and then now we're at today, right? And it's only like that because they kept paying for it. That's the only reason why. They kept paying for it and defending it. That's the only reason why, and they're gonna keep doing it. It's only gonna get worse when the PS6 comes around. Heck, if they see that people are willing to spend $700, enough people on a console without a disk drive, just imagine how much the PS6 is gonna cost. Right? PS5 Pro is already so ridiculously expensive. You can literally buy similarly performant gaming laptops for the same price. And that's not including if you wanted to add the disk drive. And that gaming laptop will come with a code to get a game. A free game, but the PS5 Pro won't. Right? And the thing is that that laptop you'd be buying, hey, you don't have to pay to use it online. But yeah, that's funny. Sony cuts the price of their games a few years, like Shadow of the Colossus PS4 was changed from 40 to 20. The funny thing is, the cut isn't everywhere. Exactly. Portugal store, it's still €40. Now anyone buying the PS5, exactly. Honestly, here's what I want to see. If they're gonna keep doing this, remember how the EU, right? In the EU, they had that thing where like they were going after Apple with the App Store stuff. The EU needs to actually start in and like going hard, cracking down on all these other companies with these proprietary stores. If Apple can't get away with it, sure as hell the other ones shouldn't deserve to either. Right? We need the EU to treat them like how they were like going after Apple as well, where they have to allow for alternative app stores and stuff on the consoles. Because they force it on the phones, they need to apply it to the game consoles too. Because it's only going to get worse and worse over time if they keep doing what they're doing. Right? Like, it's only going to get worse for the consumer either way. Right? Because remember, now, like, you can uninstall, like, if you buy a phone in the EU, an iPhone in the EU, you can uninstall the iOS App Store. Like, you can uninstall the App Store. And you can install a third-party App Store now. Like, that is the thing you can do on an iPhone. Right? The only reason why is because the EU, they went and cracked down on it. They need to do it to the consoles too, man. They need to do it too. Yeah, the PS3 having online feature, roll in your eyes, yeah, banning all consoles from that point. I know. Right, I gave up on consoles after that point, slowly. They've only gotten worse and worse, and like, the games aren't really that interesting. A lot of the stuff they have on there. Yeah, God of War PS4 was changed for $40, they removed the normal version. Yeah, that happens too. And here's the thing though, this isn't just the stuff on consoles like that. A lot of these other companies, they'll do the same thing, man. You know what Sega did when they released Sonic Origins? Was it like last year or 2 years ago? They went in, they delisted all the older versions that you could buy of Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles, and Sonic CD. They removed it from every single storefront that they were gonna sell Sonic Origins on. And then then they sell Sonic Origins for like $60, and they shoehorn Denuvo into it. And the game is worse than playing the original older versions, if you had access to that. Just to see a few pieces of art, of concept art. Right? Like, they would do that. I've seen them do that. Heck, they just recently, like last month, I think it was it last month or a little bit before then, they removed the original Sonic generations from Steam. So now the only way you can get it is you buy it in a bundle with a bunch of other games that you may not care for. If you want to buy the original versions of Sonic Generations, which does have a reason if you wanted to buy that. There is a reason to buy it still. The original version of the original PC version of Sonic Generations. Because if you wanted to install all those old mods, like you wanted to install like level mob packs like the Unleashed project and a couple other things, unless they get remade for the Sonic X Shadow Generations, you would need to have the original Sonic Generations to play those mods. Yeah, all the old Sega games are being removed? Damn. There we go, yeah. Like, it's really fucked up, man. It's really fucked up. That's the reality. No, I don't need an iPhone. I don't use an iPhone. But like, it's fine. But like, you get the idea though, right? Like, I don't, but yeah. They're only leaving Sonic Adventure 1? Not even Sonic Adventure 2 is staying? Not even Sonic Adventure 2 is staying on, thing? Because, like, you can buy Sonic Adventure 2 as well. That's really sad and unfortunate. But, like, yeah, that's what these companies are doing, man. That's what they're doing. It's really, really fucked up.
This channel, which is interesting, but lo and behold, Astrobot didn't even make the top 20 year to date. U.S. sales of 2024, according to NPD.
Like, it doesn't matter if they're leaving it or not. At the end of the day, the fact that they're doing it in the first place, that's the problem. Right? Like, even if they kept Sonic Adventure 2 as well, like it's not gonna change the fact that it's still fucked up. Yeah, Virtual Fighter Cup is coming. Okay. Right? They're removing, like, the ability to purchase some of their older back catalog. Yeah, I know, but, like, we're talking about, like, the other stuff as well. It's still, like, really fucked up either way. Yeah, probably making another bundle so you have to buy them all. Instead of buying what you want for less. I guess. It's not great either way.
NPD, seems like I wasn't wrong here. With a thinking emoji. Let's pause for a second here. When did Astrobot come out? September? What chart are we looking at right here, ladies and gentlemen? We are looking at a year to date.
Okay.
Year to date, meaning calendar year of January 2024.
It didn't even make top 20.
Why would
Okay.
Astrobot be up here with the likes of college football, Helldivers, Call of Duty, Elden Ring, Dragon's Dogma, Madden, MLB, WWE 2K24, the list goes on and on, as you can see. Why would Astrobot be in there already? Why would they be in there already? That they're just, and he isn't the only Xbox shill / fanboy sharing this stuff. Absurdity at its finest here. They think.
This video that we're looking at is from 8 days ago. October 30th, apparently. But, like, yeah, people send me videos to react to on Discord. There's a channel on my Discord server. It's still in the high seas, is always the first option. Well, I mean, when it becomes your only option, it's your only option. Eventually. Eventually, it just becomes the only option. Which is just sad.
Think this is a sly W again. It makes them look like idiots. And anybody that buys into that is buying their idiot juice. They're drinking the idiot juice. They need to market it because apparently it's working. Now, we're not done with it there, right? Oh, man. They're not done with it. So, just a quick remembrance, if you will. A quick little podcast segment with, of course, Boomstick and Fuzzy here.
Okay.
As you can see in the description, I don't need to play the video because you can go and look at it if you want to subject yourself to that. By all means, go ahead and do so. But in the title, of course, description, Indiana Jones runs at 60 frames per second. Confirmed. New sales report is bad news for Astrobot and PlayStation.
Okay. Yeah, so around the time PS Studio was shut down, fanboys are funny. Xbox too, but I don't have one, yeah. Yeah, I know. Like, the only time I see it's, like, from, like, when I get sent these videos or, like, when they pop up my recommendation feed. Because it's always funny to see them, like, break down. It's funny because they're all just dumb. Right? And, like, they're the reason why these problems exist, because they keep defending it. But, like, yeah, it's, like, it's just really funny and just also really sad. Yeah, like, honestly, like, the thing is, like, from these main, like, companies, right? The last Sony game I was ever interested, the last PlayStation game I was ever interested in was Gravity Rush. I loved playing that game on my Vita. Right, I even had a PS Vita. I never owned a PS4 or a bunch of other stuff, but, like, I had a PS2 growing up as well. I had a PS1, whatever, played games of those. And I had other consoles growing up. But, like, the only, like, in recent years, the only game that was PlayStation exclusive that I actually had interest in was Gravity Rush. And what happened to the studio that made Gravity Rush? Sony goes and shuts them down. Right? So it's like, rip. We're probably never gonna see it ever come back. We might not even like, see them, like, re-release the game. Which is sad, because it's so much fun. It's a really good game. right? And like, there's gonna be a lot of people out there who will just never get to play it. Especially because like, we know that like these companies don't care about preservation. They don't want to preserve some of their games and their back catalog and stuff. Because the reality is, they don't want to compete against themselves, especially if their older products are objectively way better than their newer ones. Yeah, Gravity Rush was amazing, exactly. I really loved playing that game. It was like one of the reasons to get a PS Vita back in the day, to play that game. You think the Gravity Rush MC was even removed from the latest Women's Day art? So your dad will ever come back? Yeah, I doubt it will come back too. It's really sad. It's really, really sad. Because it was like the most interesting, creative, and like just overall like the coolest game they made in the past, I guess it's like, yeah, past decade. It might even be longer than that now. When did Gravity Rush actually come out? Because it's like been the only game of theirs that I've been like, yeah, okay, no, it's 12 years ago. So it's more than a decade now. This thing was from 2012. God damn. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Hopefully they get it done nicely though. Yeah, you were gonna get a Vita for that game, but you never had the money. It took you years to get your hands on it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I ended up doing too, man. I ended up getting a Vita for cheap after the fact. Like, I ended up getting my Vita because, like, someone was selling it for cheap back in, like, 2014. So, like, I got it a couple years later, but yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it. Okay, that's cool.
At that point in time, there was 1,333 views, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to get to the point of this here in just a moment, but I just want that to marinate for a second, okay? Let's let that marinate, because then we're also going to go on, and like I said, other Xbox and shills are sharing it. Let's give you another example, one of the many, but one more example.
Yeah, they did make Gravity Rush too, but you never finished playing that one. I heard about it, but I never had a PS4 or whatever. And like, I don't see a reason for me to buy one just to play one game. I don't even think I can buy a physical copy. I'm pretty sure it's been out of print for a long time. So if I wanted to play that game, I would have to like track down a used copy. Right? And like, I would have to get a PS4 or whatever, because it wasn't on the Vita. Yeah, it's like not worth it for one game. It's not worth it for one game. Right? To like play one game to go buy a whole fucking console like that, if it's gonna cost that much, it's not worth it. Like, it's not worth it. It's too much. I'd rather just wait for the day I can run it on an emulator. I'd rather just wait for emulation. It's not like I'm in a rush anyways. Yeah, it was like long dead, which was sad, but it is what it is. Right.
Swing back over to Nico here. For me,
like, I'll just wait for a PS4 emulator. I don't really care. I'll play it one day, but I'll just wait for the emulator.
It's shocking not to see Astrobot even in the top 20 because it is a great game. Now, do you see the underlying tone here? He thinks he's being smart, but anybody with a brain cell that follows this stuff understands he's also using the year-to-date chart. Of course, Astrobot's not going to be on there, but of course, at least we have the bearded guy here calling him out.
We'll just have to wait. Like,
quick shout out to you. Year-to-date, Dumbass. Again, we have Dumbass. That happens to be the correlating theme between everybody here today and during this video, or if not every video. How long Astrobot been out? 6 weeks, and you're comparing it to games that have months of sales behind them. Try being honest for once. Exactly. They're not being honest. They're fabricating. They're glossing over stuff. We go over this time and time
Bloodborne is almost fully playable. That's neat.
But it needs to be said.
For people who want to play that, at least they can do it on an emulator.
Let's show the rare, or the real, not the rare, the real chart here. Now, as you can see, we have Astrobot actually as a new at number 2. And this is the recent charts, right? This is the period from September 1st through October 5th. And as it continues, it's going to stay up there. It's going to have legs, especially during this holiday season. Number 2 is fantastic. Very fantastic, beating out the ever popular Madden 25, especially this time of year when football, American football, has taken off. It is huge. It sells numbers. Not as much as, of course, Football Club 25 and stuff, but it sells numbers. And then you also have a first-party Nintendo game with The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which is crazy that a different platformer, even though Echoes of Wisdom is not really a platformer, that's your Zelda-type game, right?
Yeah.
But it holds a lot right there. So not only do they get egg on their face, they're made out, they're showed, they're not made out, they're made to be liars because that's what they are, but it shows the egg on their face. It shows how biased, it shows how they're trying to get some sort of W all the time, day after day. I can't even say week after week or month after month because it's day after day. Absolute insanity here. Now, let's move on from that because I think we get the point. We drove that home here, but let's move on here. I do have another example, just kind of pulling out a different theme of it, but still the same thing. We have GamerDad here. He states, Xbox should have gotten more aggressive a long time ago. Xbox has been the nice guy for years, and it's not worked in their favor.
Okay.
Tags Xbox, Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, Sarah Bond. Sony is never going to play nice guy with Xbox. It's just how it is. Now, I feel like this is something, and as you can see, this is October 22nd when this was just listed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Post that was
the second game was decent because they had the community thing where you would take pictures in your favorite game location, and the pictures would become random hints during the game. Oh, okay, that was cool. Well, that's cool, but unfortunately, by the time I'll eventually get to play it, that stuff will be all gone. But hey, that sounds pretty cool.
Made about 1 to 2 years ago. That's how this seems so redundant. They consistently like to come back and say that, well, Sony's not playing nice, you guys shouldn't either. It's not about playing nice at this point, but no, you're right. Xbox should never have done this. But this is 2+ years old at this point that they shouldn't have done that. You're way late to the game here at this point. The point being is that, yes, they needed to use those as exclusives, all their ABK, the ZeniMax and stuff, but everybody overthought that. They just thought it was a big W getting those. Heck, I can even admit, myself thought that was a big win for them, and it is in a lot of ways. But the fact of the matter remains, that comes with a caveat. That comes with a heavy price, and that price has to be made, and it has to be paid back.
I wish them luck.
Inflation's a thing, and they have to pay that back. And the Xbox fan base, like we go over video, do not buy their games. They're alluded to and utilize Game Pass for most of their gaming needs. And that is going to, again, back to the beginning of the video, cannibalize sales. Where are they going to get that money? From an ecosystem where the fan base is going to buy those games if they want those games. And if they're good enough games, they will be bought. Hence, the software sales will be going
the reason why he's doing this is because he hates
like
big companies doing shitty
2+
stuff.
years too late, GamerDad.
Fair enough.
More. So,
fair enough.
Let's do one more thing here on the post here. I just want to quickly also share when we're talking about this, to just to back up what I'm saying here. Now, this is from VG Charts, right? And a lot of their stuff is estimated, but for the most part, they're within the ballpark. But as you can see, the monthly hardware for September 2024, yet again, $306K for PlayStation 5 overall. Switch at 175.6, obviously nearing the end of its lifetime, waiting on that Switch 2, which, let's go Nintendo, let's go. Third, you have Xbox Series X and S, 2 SKUs together, keep counting that. Do not ever forget that they're using 2 utilized SKUs, much different in the price point as well, and they're sitting there at 159.2. Again, an effect of Game Pass, not needing it. You can use Fire
Sticks, PS now for gaming needs on the PS4, then they double the price.
You name it, you do not need an...
How much is it like in Canada? How much is it in my country? PlayStation Now, is it... Oh, it's merged with PS Plus? Oh, you have to get PS Plus. Oh, so it's like not even a thing anymore. Like, you'd have to get PS Plus. You'd have to get the cloud one. That's a rip. How expensive is it now? Which one is it? Cloud streaming? That's premium. How much is premium? How expensive is premium? Wow. 190 Canadian dollars plus tax. And that would be only to play one game. That's a year. That's for 1 year though. But like, that's absurd. Actual scam. You thought 120, but like you see freaking 190 plus tax. Okay, tax where I am is 13%, so $215 a year. 215. Because you have to get premium for the cloud streaming. Right? Essential doesn't have it, which is the cheaper one. This is just to play online. They're asking for over $100 Canadian a year. This is just for online play right here. Essential is online play. Cloud gets you game trials. You have to pay to get game trials. That is so fucked up, man. You have to pay to get game trials. You'll get the classic catalog and then you get cloud streaming. That is fucked up. And then Extra has their other add-ons or whatever. Nintendo will do it, man. We all know Nintendo will follow suit eventually. They're gonna copy all the bad practices of the industry if they know they can get away with it. They already are doing it with Nintendo Switch Online. Yeah, they had 1 second input delay. Even if I don't think it's gonna be that much better. I honestly don't. But like, yeah, no. And they want that much for it. Like, yeah, fuck no.
Xbox anymore, and it's showing. So who knows what they're gonna do. Again, it's alluded to what's gonna happen on the next Xbox entry as far as hardware is concerned, but it just shows. This just backs up everything, but they try to find the win. They're trying to damage control it. They're so loyal to the brand and not the gaming itself that they're doing anything to damage control, pull the wool over the eyes, lie, gloss over, you name it. Kind of pathetic here. Now, that being said, without making this too long, I do have another example here. Let's take a look at Mr. Frogboy Gaming here. If you notice him on social media, look how he switches his tune in between the PlayStation 5 Pro. Go ahead and take a look.
While you guys are sitting over there holding your little DualSense Edge or your DualSense tight, I'm going to be sitting here with my DualSense on my PC. I don't know what the heck is going on in D-Batch's head, man. That guy is...
Yeah, I think like PS started using Microsoft service for streaming and Game Pass streaming didn't have any lag for you. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, Microsoft is like one of the biggest cloud providers, just period. Right? They have like the crazy infrastructure all over the place.
That guy's got
it's still fucked up either way.
Rogue over the PlayStation 5 Pro. I get it, bro. He's like, oh my gosh, I need these clicks, man. These ponies are gonna click and click. Dude, it's not even sold out, bro. Nobody cares about the PS5 Pro. I have no desire to mislead anybody when it comes to anything. So, you guys probably want to know about the title of this video. Yes, I have decided to pick up PlayStation 5 Pro.
All right, and so like you can see here, he clearly has a flip to the script. And what's funny and what's great is, yes, every single one of these Xbox shills or Xbox refugees that went over to the PC side of things are still picking themselves up a PS5 Pro. Kid Smooth, Frogboy here, Destin Legary.
I don't know
you
who these
name
guys
it,
are.
Every single one of them is purchasing a PS5 Pro. And then some. What's that tell you? What's that tell you? It tells you something, that's for dang sure. So... good stuff. You love to see it. The egg on their face, the twisting of words. You can't take these guys seriously. They have no credibility. No credibility. And call me a shill, like I said, all you want and all that stuff because I'm a PlayStation fan, but not once have I lied to anybody out there that's been watching this video. I'm posting. I don't make this stuff up. I'm not making these folks say what they say and then grabbing the screens. They are not Photoshopped. This is legit. And I'm just being completely honest. And no, I don't want Xbox to go away. That's the complete difference. I want them to be competitive. I want them to succeed in a lot of ways that would make PlayStation and Nintendo compete, but Nintendo's been doing their own thing for so long, they just don't care at this point, and they've stated that
He's
multiple
really
times.
farming
So
Xbox to do. I
Xbox
just
is
see,
desperately needed,
like,
but these
5
segments
of
are
them
there
in
to
here
showcase how these
of
folks
this
are
guy
lying to
yapping.
you, and you are lying to
And the
yourself.
reason
if
why you
you
didn't get a PS5 is because it has 0 games you want to play, plus lack of mods. Yeah, there are no, like, what game are you even gonna play on the PS5? Right? Like, what game am I gonna go play on there? Right? The last PlayStation exclusive game that, like, again, I said that had my attention was Gravity Rush. Everything else is like, eh? Right? And then you go look at the stuff they put out, and then it's, like, infested with all the crap that people don't want in them. Right? And then you see stuff like, okay, then they make, like, characters and stuff, like, in their things uglier, too. As well, like, they're making the freaking ugly shit, like, and they're passing it out, too. The price is so high, and I'm just like, why? Oh, nice. I hope you enjoy your Dakimakura cover. Or as my mom likes to call those, hot dog pillows. But yeah, right? Like, it is just funny and just sad how things are. They're chasing all the weird shit that they're trying to, and they're not putting out anything good out there. Like, it's just, why? Right? It's like, it's just not worth the price. Like, I think, like, the only game that I heard that people are, like, somewhat interested that's on PS5 is, was Stellar Blade or something, but, like, that's gonna come to PC, I think, like, next year or something. Right? Unless you already had a PS5, like, I don't think it's ever worth it to just get a console just to play one game. Because then, like, let's say your game was, like, $80, $70, $80, and you're buying a $500 console. Well, now to play that game, you're not buying an $80 game. You're buying a $580 game. Because you still have to include the price of that console if you have to buy the console. Right? Like, they released a massively successful game just last month. Concord Next Esports. Wasn't that 2 months ago? I'm pretty sure that was 2 months ago, not last month. It's November now. Didn't Concord go EOS in September? In, like, less than a week, but yeah. No, it is the next esports sensation. They're rank 1 in fastest AAA game to go EOS. They are the fastest. They sped ran it. No, it didn't even last 2 weeks. It lasted less than that. It was like 10 days. The fastest EOS, guys. They were speedrunning. They were speedrunning, man. They were speedrunning that stuff.
Believe it or believe in the delusion. That being said, we will wrap up the video here. I appreciate all the support, as always, getting ever so close to that 2,500 subscriber goal. That was my goal, by the way, when I first started this channel, is an eventuality. Like, hey, if I can get to 2.5K, that is a great goal. Not everybody can get there. It takes time, effort.
And like the other problem too is like a lot of the more like recent games from like PlayStation, like rather like these big AAA games as well, they're kind of just less of a game and more of a movie for the vast majority of them these days. So they just become less and less interesting for a lot of those games. It's just like, okay, why am I even playing at this point? Might as well just automate it and make it a movie at that point. For what they are. They become less of a game and more of a movie. Which is just sad, too.
This, that, and the other. So thank you all so much. We are so dang close to that goal, and if it ends up succeeding...
Oh, he's just talking about his plugs or whatever. Oh, what else was I said? I was sent a ton of these. When a game changes genre, what is this?
There has definitely been a moment in your life where you finished a game so finely crafted, so well made that you end up watching the credits thinking, wow, I wish there was more of this. Okay. And sometimes you get exactly what you want, multiple times, way too many times.
Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered on Steam was only 4 times more peak players. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised, man. I am not surprised. Why the hell did they have to remaster Horizon Zero Dawn again? Why'd they have to, like, remaster it, like, again? Like, there was this version, right, that was in 2020. Didn't, like, they're doing, like, another remaster or something, right? Yeah, like, what was the point of this? $65 for this to buy the thing. What was the point? Well, like, what is the point of this? This shit makes no sense. What even is the point of the remaster? What is the point? Like, they already had it released and then they re-release it again so soon? And it's not like they're gonna, like, really change anything that much that couldn't be done on the original. What is the point of this? Like, what is the point? And, like, look at this, man. They're forcing your PlayStation account linking. They're forcing you to use a PlayStation Network account. Is that why they remastered it, so they could force you to use the stupid PlayStation account? Like, what's next? When they really get their hand in there, if you buy a PlayStation game on PC, they're gonna force you to get PlayStation Plus as well? That's probably their next plan, man. Like, fuck no. Yeah, those graphical updates were probably already modded in the original. Exactly. Like, what the fuck? Right, like, what the fuck? Why? This is also called the Complete Edition. It's not complete anymore if, like, like, this freaking remaster thing that you have to buy. It's not complete anymore. This shit's dumb, man. They did not need it.
Holy shit, Ubisoft, please stop.
But also, it's like, what the fuck is that character design? Like, let me see if we can find a picture of her. Like, what the fuck is this character design? What the fuck is this? Alright, like, what the fuck is this? Does this look appealing to you guys? The fuck is this head shape and face? The fuck is this? Right, like I poked fun at this before, like, a bunch of times. Yeah, oh, for sure, man. Sweet Baby Ink definitely involved in this crap. Like, what the fuck is this face? The fuck? I still say what the fuck, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, actually, what the fuck? Like, actually, what the fuck? Like, actually, what the fuck? This is true. Yeah, it's Nikocado Avocado, exactly. You know what? Yeah, I see it, I see it. I see it, yeah. I see it. I see it.
Now this doesn't just apply to Ubisoft, there are amazing series out there that start to get stale. Not just for us, the players, but also for the developers, leading them to get burnt out creatively, which in turn makes them hate their jobs.
Okay.
The best way that they...
He's allergic to Horizon, that's why this blown up face. He bought Persona 5 Ultimate Edition when it was not on sale for 25 euro. Nice discount, and then 2 months later after he bought it, they announced the actual true finished edition with the canon ending that you just couldn't buy. Yeah, that's fair. They did do that too with Persona 5. I still never played Persona 5. Like, eventually I'll probably play it one day, but they're gonna have to get rid of the Nuvo first. When they get rid of the Nuvo, I'll go play it. If not, like, Because, like, I would want to play it on my Steam Deck so I can play it portably, and I don't always connect my Steam Deck to the internet. And Denuvo is a big piece of shit, and it's really annoying for the few games that I do buy that have Denuvo. When I want to play it on the Steam Deck, I do end up getting annoyed by it, because it will tell me, no, I can't play it if I don't have internet access when I'm out and about, and I brought my Steam Deck with me, and I want to play a game on it. It really annoys the fuck out of me. So I'm like, maybe one day I'll play Persona 5, but either I'd have to play a pirated version whenever that gets figured out for the PC version, or Denuvo is gone. Right? I don't mind buying the game, but like with Denuvo, it's just gonna be annoying. The problem you can. It's just the problem is when the DRM has to phone home, and so what happens is when you boot up a game, right? The game itself, the first time you boot it up, right? It will start this session thing with Denuvo, and you can keep playing the game for a certain period of time. The problem is, if you do not reconnect to the internet within that period for it to re-verify when you're booting up the game, that you own the game with Denuvo, it will eventually give you an error saying you cannot play the game. And if you don't always play this stuff in connected online, because the reality is, when I'm at home, I'm not really going to be playing on my Steam Deck most of the time when I'm home, right? Because I have my computer's a lot faster, I can play games in much better settings and everything, right? That's just the reality, right? So I'm usually not going to go and reconnect into the internet and boot up a game that I'm going to just play on my computer instead of on my Steam Deck. Right? Makes sense. You know, nothing too crazy. But then, let me see if I can show you a screenshot, for example, of me trying to play a game with Denuvo, and I did not boot it up and connect to the internet in time. This is what happened. Let me get the screenshot for you. So this one happened when this was not too long ago, when I wanted to play, wait, which one was it? Sonic Frontiers. Because I wanted to play some cyberspace stages when I was on public transit. I had my Steam Deck out. You know, I was gonna be on the public transit for like an hour to get to where I needed to go, and I just wanted to play, let's say, play Sonic Frontiers. This was an error I took, a screenshot error I took from my Steam Deck. And this is what it says here. Steam is currently in offline mode. Please go online mode first. Select Steam upper corner and go online. This is the error, the placeholder error it would put, because it couldn't validate Denuvo. I ended up playing more HoloCure instead that day, on that ride, because I had that installed on my Steam Deck, and that game does not have Denuvo. Yeah, sure, my scores when I played HoloCure on it didn't go get saved for the leaderboard, but I wanted to play something on my Steam Deck, and I wanted to play this thing first. It wouldn't let me play it, and it annoys the fuck out of me. Yeah, that's what appears when you play games on from someone else on your Switch. But when it's your games, the console never does anything. The Switch only does that if it's on your primary Switch. If it's not on your primary Switch, you're gonna get those errors, that's why. If you have multiple Switches, yeah. Like, this thing just annoys the fuck out of me, right? But not every game is like this. Most of my games on Steam, if they don't have Denuvo, I don't have to deal with this on my Steam Deck. It's only games with Denuvo where this is a problem. On top of, like, actual performance issues caused by Denuvo. Because we know that, like, there's a lot of them that do exist. But, like, yeah.
Can combat this burnout is by creating a new IP or taking a huge risk and altering the genre of the series everyone knows and loves.
Okay.
And that risk...
But yeah. Have you seen Denuvo? It's hilarious how out of touch they are. Yeah, of course they're extremely out of touch. The reality is, paying customers are getting fucked over. Twitter, yeah. Paying customers are being fucked over. Like, the thing is, the people who are pirating that weren't going to buy their game, they were never going to buy the game in the first place. That's just the reality. The people who are going to buy the game, they were going to buy it regardless. And you make the service for them and just extremely inconvenient, and it annoys them. It annoys me all the time when I want to play stuff portably. And like one of the games I wanted to play happens to have it. Like it annoys the fuck out of me. Because the reality is now it becomes, okay, do I end up playing the game or not? Most likely I end up not being able to play the game. They keep making posts trying to make themselves look better, and literally no one agrees. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. Denuvo's gotten in the way so many times, man. Even worse when they have the version of Denuvo where it's like, you can only activate it 5 times per 24-hour period. And like, let's say you're trying to play the game and trying to get it working on Linux via Proton, because you're using a Steam Deck or some other Linux PC to play the game on, and you have to change which version of Proton you're using, well, that counts as an entirely new install to Denuvo, so, like, you'll get locked out of the game. It might end up being at a point where it would take you weeks of trying to figure out which version you want to make it work the way you want, if the game is, poorly, set up with Denuvo, because a lot of them are. Right, and especially with the weird performance issues of Denuvo that to potentially play the game. Heck, I remember when what was it, Dragon's Dogma 2, when that came out, Gamers Nexus, they had to pay their employees to test Dragon's Dogma 2, and they had to buy like 5 copies of the game in order to get their stuff working and out in time. And even speedrun, they had to pay their workers to also speedrun the game so they could test and benchmark the game as well. It's really fucked up. Yeah, you don't even know how many of those problems you only know the performance issues. Yeah, because some people don't experience them, but there are a lot of people that do. There are a lot of people, especially if you're playing games portably. If you're playing games on a laptop or a Steam Deck and you take it with you, you might see those problems. If you play on Linux, you're definitely going to see those issues. Right? This is on top of the performance issues. It sucks. It's a piece of crap. It's no wonder everyone hates them. Right? This is the reality. But yeah, they just are extremely out of touch.
Is one that has to be.
But yeah, it's even more fucked when it's oh, the ability to maybe play the game or not at all. And it's who's at fault? It's Denuvo.
Be taken. Otherwise, every studio will become miserable burnouts like the Call of Duty developers.
How long has this been going now?
I lost track.
I think working in the coal mines destroying your lungs is better than creating the definitive boring-ass shooty game that has an $80 King Kong glove. Sometimes this shift in the genre for well-established IPs can alienate existing fans. Like the modern God of War games, for example. Whilst they are still technically action games, you cannot deny they are a complete shift compared to the originals. Whilst they were a complete success, it did alienate original fans of God of War, going for a more pretentious PlayStation story focus rather than trying to be a fun game, like the originals did. Look, this is how you scare a modern God of War fan. I understand why they did it. It's good to change things up a bit, but after the 3rd God of War game in this reboot trilogy, when you bring it back, maybe zoom the camera out a bit more and get rid of Atreus. In fact, have Kratos kill him in the 3rd game. Send him down a miserable, vengeful path again. That would be awesome. There are 2 examples of games that had their genres completely changed at a certain point that I want to talk about in this video. One is regarding a franchise that I was already a huge fan of, witnessing the genre change the moment it happened, and one is where I managed to get into the series I wasn't actually the biggest fan of because of the genre change. Honestly, this video just gives me an excuse to talk about them, so let's get to it. In 2018,
yeah, exactly. It's we make pirates not able to play our games, but also can buyers play them? Exactly. It makes it hard for buyers to play the game too. And those issues, they come up a lot more often than you think. right? Like they come up like, and the other thing too is like you're also just artificially increasing the minimum spec requirements. And like, yeah, it can shorten the lifespan of your SSD as well if you put the game on your SSD with the Nouveau, because of the extra read and write cycles it needs to constantly decrypt and re-encrypt the game as you play the game. Like, the whole thing is fucked up. Like, technically speaking, like, and the thing is, like, a lot of those games as well, like, they're not, it's not like you could load the entire game into system memory and play from there. Because, like, the reality is with how like, these game file sizes are ballooning, it's not like people are gonna have, like, half a terabyte of RAM where they can just spare, like, 200 gigabytes in some cases to be like, yeah, sure, we'll load the entire game in there so it can decrypt the entire game in system memory so you can play it on the fly without it, wearing out the SSD. We're not at that point. And frankly, I don't think we'll ever get to that point where, like, memory, like, system memory will be at, like, that large of a capacity where we can, like, load up those games like that. Because I feel like the games are just gonna balloon further and further in file sizes faster than memory prices will go down.
Back when E3 actually existed and these event shows weren't complete arse, the PC Gamer Show had a surprise announcement, and that was the fact that Yakuza 0 was being ported to PC. And I bought that shit day one, and I have not looked back since. This series is now one of my favorite series of all time, and what makes things better is the fact the studio RGG releases one almost every single year now, sometimes even two within the span of a few months. Yet despite this quantity, they're all still quality games and don't feel like slop like most Western games that do the exact same over here. If you don't already know, Yakuza is an action game where you're constantly getting into street fights following a serious twisting narrative full of surprises, which is then contrasted by goofy shit you can do in the open world like karaoke or posing half naked for a photo shoot, which ends in a fight because this is a Yakuza game. Yeah, these games can get a bit weird.
That's great.
What the fuck? They kept up with this formula for years, with the only thing really changing being the combat due to the fact they changed engines every now and then, or the fact you were playing an older title remastered. Personally, by the time I got to the 4th game, I was kind of sick of it. And to be honest, this burnout hit even harder in the 5th and 6th game. Especially the 5th, with it being an absolute behemoth in its length. Although 5 did introduce us to the best character in the entire franchise, Shinada. Oh, fuck. Who they do absolutely nothing with for some reason. They knew things started to get a bit stagnant, and I think the 6th game was the nail in the coffin for that. It was a good game, like, don't get me wrong, it's just if you play through them from 0 to 6, you get kind of fed up with the combat. Knowing this for the 7th game, they decided to switch things up entirely by turning it into a turn-based JRPG, all because of the positive reception they received from an April Fool's joke. I'm not taking the piss here, this is something that would only ever happen with a studio like RGG. This change alienated a lot of original Yakuza fans, wanting a traditional action game like the previous entries, so a lot of them didn't actually bother with 7. It's their loss at the end of the day because Yakuza 7 is peak. Within the 7th game, you don't play as the well-established protagonist we all know and love, Kazuma Kiryu. Instead, we're playing as an Eric Andre looking twat called Ichiban Kasuga. Him being the new protagonist is why the genre shifted, because the turn-based combat is the way Ichiban views any form of conflict through his eyes. This is mainly because he grew up playing the Dragon Quest games, and during the story he makes loads of references to the series, to the confusion of literally everyone else around him. He even gets a hero sword, but in the Yakuza way, so it's actually just a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire. The way he gets it is this whole scenario too, where the bat is in the ground and no one is able to pull it up apart from Ichiban because he's the chosen one, and he holds it up, making him look like a complete knobhead. In the later game Infinite Wealth, his party members Namba and Adachi.
Okay, wait. The grown-up adult baby is based on real life. Pretty effed up, but good thing, like, not here. Okay. Fair enough. I don't know, wait, did Gotcha Enjoyer make anything new? Anything new from Gotcha Enjoyer? No, we don't have anything new. Never mind. Oh, that's unfortunate. Nothing new from Gotcha Enjoyer. Not yet.
Actually join in on the whole Dragon Quest shit due to their bond, making themselves look like complete twats in public too. Regarding the actual turn-based combat though, normal enemies who pick fights on you actually transform into random ass creatures called Sujimon, and it's another case where only Ichiban sees them this way, with everyone around him thinking he's a complete freak. There's also a theory that he has undiagnosed schizophrenia because of all this, and I think that's kind of funny. I really hope they address this in the 9th game, starring him, not the upcoming Majima one. Despite all of these changes, like a...
Personally, I feel like turn-based RPGs don't work too well in 3D. I think it depends, man. I think it depends. Some games make it work, but then some, it's kind of weird. Like, you need to find a balance to try to really get it to work. Right? I don't know. Like, it really depends.
Dragon is still a Yakuza game at heart. I mean, it is the 7th game in the series. If you look closely at the title, you can see a little 7 right there. Do you see it? So all of the staples that everyone all knows and loves is in this too. There's silly sub-stories, loads of mini-games, with some being so big they could probably be their own side game altogether. In fact, some of them are literally entirely different genres within themselves, like Dondoko Island, which is literally an entire Animal Crossing side mode. The only main difference between Yakuza and Like a Dragon is the turn-based combat, and I'm honestly really glad they made the change to turn-based, because I feel like if they stuck with it being real-time combat, Ichiban only really having a different fighting style, I don't think it would have had the same impact it did. I know the genre shift alienated quite a few fans, but it seems to be a very vocal minority, because the series is probably doing the best it's ever done before, and they don't plan on ever slowing down, especially with experimenting with the genre of the series, with them sometimes going back to and expanding on the action combat, and even going off the rails. I mean, the next game is a literal pirate game. Us Yakuza fans are eating so good. Yet you wouldn't know, because Yakuza fans are some of the most ungrateful twats around. We're Yakuza fans. Nobody hates the games more than us. Now let's talk about a series that took the opposite direction, going from the turn-based genre to the action-focused one. And that series is Final Fantasy. Now, we all know what Final Fantasy is.
Yeah, I didn't like 7 Remake though. I didn't like it. But that had its own thing.
Absolutely no introduction. In fact, it's older than probably 90% of you watching this video right now. That also includes me, and I'm 23, so you know I'm getting up there. I already feel my legs giving out. Now, unlike Yakuza, I've never really been a huge fan of Final Fantasy. I've tried to play a few of them, especially the most well-received ones like 10, but I just bounced off them after a few hours. Same voice actor as Ratchet, by the way. Final Fantasy has actually been experimenting with the genre for a while, but never to the point of truly shifting, if that makes sense. Like, for example, Final Fantasy 15. On the outside, it looks like an action game, but whilst playing, it feels like a weird-ass hybrid between turn-based and real-time action. It's like they didn't want to fully embrace either side, and it just made the combat feel like it was designed by aliens. The same goes for 7 Remake, and people have made their opinions very clear on these games. Not in the most positive way.
Yeah, fair enough.
Ways. So the
yeah, you got the end of 7 Remake, and you were happy because the open world was finally starting to hit you, and then it wasn't the complete story. For me, I finished all of the 7 Remake. I didn't like it. The whole thing was a disaster the whole way through. I actually do have, like, you can find the VODs of when I played it on stream. But, like, I honestly didn't like any of the characters, to be honest. It's like here. I only had 6 streams on this. I thought I did more. I guess I only needed 6 streams of this. It wasn't very long, yeah. But yeah, I played it 2 years ago on stream. I played it on my Steam Deck. This is back when I had shorter hair. Nah. Man, I don't think I can ever go back and play like a freaking turn-based game if it doesn't have the quality of life I'd see in like a Trails game. Give me like a freaking turbo mode and the ability to skip all the animations. Or skip whatever animations I feel like. At the bare minimum. Also, like, it's hard when you don't have, like, the special scoring stuff for, like, rewards and experience after the thing, based on how well you play. Why don't other games have that, man? They should copy what Falcom does there, too. You didn't finish fighting the last boss, you fought for 30 minutes, died in the game, booted you with boss fight, and then you googled and told me 45 minutes was normal. Oh yeah, the ending part of the Final Fantasy VII Remake was awful there. You had to do that race thing, you had to do that chase thing first, and then, like, it took me forever to do the chase thing. And then I'm like at that point, I was just, like, done, and I'm like, I'm just gonna turn the game to easy mode and just finish the final boss thing at my first try, because, like, I just wanted to be done with the thing entirely at that point, because, like, the game sucked. Like, it really sucked. I don't really care to, like, look at more of the freaking Final Fantasy VII Remake whenever that stuff hits PC or whatever. I just don't care, because the first one was just, it left such a bad taste in my mouth. I didn't like the characters either, the writing was just really papega on them too. I'm like, yeah, no.
Developers finally decided to accept this truth and embrace the action genre. Final Fantasy XVI is peak. This is exactly what I've personally been wanting from a Final Fantasy game, and I would have never been able to experience this if it wasn't for a genre change. In fact, I've enjoyed this game so much that it's made me want to go back and give the others another shot.
Yeah, you need the chase the chase thing, okay, time to fight the boss. But then you need to fight a mob first, and then the mob, yeah. It's annoying, man. It's annoying.
Final Fantasy XVI goes fully into the action combat, completely getting rid of any form of turn-based elements. Square Enix made sure they wanted to do this right, hiring a fella named Ryota Suzuki who has a track record for working on the Devil May Cry series.
Okay.
You know, the peak of the action genre. So they chose very well, and it means I can rate this game with a triple S rank. You can really feel the Devil May Cry inspiration with the combat of Final Fantasy XVI, even taking some elements and moves from the series. You're able to wield 4 different types of magic, with each one having their own skill tree with even more equipable magic, and you can mix and match all of these in the combat to create some disgusting looking combos. Since it's a Final Fantasy game, they go all out with the spectacle of these two, and it doesn't just feel like style over substance. Not only having everything look incredible during combat, but also making you feel awesome for pulling off half the shit you're able to do. 16 also follows the trend of other Final Fantasy games of having.
I personally suggest Final Fantasy VI. It features ATB system, which changed how you enjoyed. Honestly, I think like at this point, like they need to really do something with the stuff in there to make it worth doing. Like, I'm cool with, like, again, with what Falcom has with these games. Wait, why am I on this one? Like this one, I'm obviously gonna pick up Trails Through Daybreak 2 next year. Like what they have here, like, yeah. Oh cool, it's on sale for people who wanna get the thing. Where like they have the thing where like the action field battle, they can transition to turn-based. And how they have stuff going on in there. Right, cause like the ways you can react and use your S-braking and stuff. I don't know why they changed the UI to look like that instead of what they had before, but whatever. I'm cool with the stuff there. And then, like, you have interesting things like Caligula effect. If you've ever seen how Caligula effect works. Where, like, you can, you would have, like, all the turns play out in a specific time here. You would have different types of wait and delay between them. And you would have to try to position your attacks to counter the enemies. To make sure, like, you can attack them during their animations. Like, this was, like, a really interesting concept for a game. I actually quite liked Caligula Effect. And the sequel, I did play the sequel on stream, like, 2 years ago as well. That one was pretty neat as well. You like how Xenoblade did it? It's basically... Nah, I didn't like... I tried to play Xenoblade Chronicles on the Wii back in the day, because I actually have it. I had a physical copy of, like, the thing there, I played it on the Wii. I ended up putting the game down, like, after I think it was like an hour or 2 hours in, because the game got extremely tedious and annoying to play. Because, like, because the thing is, I grew up playing stuff like World of Warcraft. You had, like, the freaking tab targeting stuff, where you could switch the characters or whatever, and then you had the skills you had to select in there. But, like, it just didn't work nicely. Because I had to, like, manually scroll and cycle through the ability, and then I had to push another button to have it perform the attack in Xenoblade Chronicles. I ended up not liking it because it was like, I imagined myself as if I was playing my character in World of Warcraft, except if I wanted to use a spell or an attack, I had to manually scroll through everything, and then select my ability, and then manually scroll again to the next thing. It got really, really annoying and tedious, instead of just letting me map a button with modifiers and have different layers. Because it just played worse than trying to figure out how to make a World of Warcraft work on a controller. Because controller mods to make your World of Warcraft class with, like, where you can sometimes have character classes where you had like 20 plus buttons to push, worked on a controller better than that thing. And you had less buttons. But, like, yeah, I just didn't like it. Yeah, I didn't like Xenoblade Chronicles 1, and then, like, I was like, fuck it, I'm done. I never bothered with the rest. Because the Xenoblade Chronicles 1, like, it annoyed me. It annoyed me as a child. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not playing. I was like, yeah, no, I'm not playing this. I know they, like, remade it, like, twice. But it's still gonna be the same thing at the end of the day. I'm like, yeah, fuck it, no. Like, I just gave up on the series entirely. I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm done. But yeah. At the same time, though, like, there are just other games I'd rather play, too.
Having you fight literal gods. And I felt like with the turn-based combat in the older games, you didn't really get to feel how big the scale of these fights truly were. But in 16, oh boy, the spectacle of some of these fights are actually unmatched.
It's the same thing, yeah, don't bother.
Clives comes
Exactly.
and
Exactly, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna bother. I didn't like the original, I'm not gonna like it again.
shit becomes a fucking kaiju battle. Oh, and the
The only thing that was cool about having the original was it was so rare and hard to get the game, the original version of that game. I would use it. I remember back when I was still like, I was in elementary school still. So like I would use it to taunt people on the playground because I had a game that they couldn't play. I'm like, I got a game you guys can't play. I'm busy at the end of the month. We're gonna be doing some other stuff at the end of the month. Like, the end of the month, like, the last 2 weeks, potentially 3 weeks of this month, like, depending on how the scheduling works for that, it's just gone. Like, no. And if it works exactly the way I think it will, you guys are in for a surprise, but I cannot go into details with it. I can't even tell you guys with it either because of reasons. I can't share it, but there's something coming. Yeah, no, it wasn't easy to find here in Canada, the original one on the Wii. Because the reason why, it was a GameStop exclusive, and very few EB game store in Canada also carried it at the time. It was like a very, very, like, low volume thing. No, that's not Nah, I failed no nut. I had a bunch of, I ate a bunch of almonds the other day. I ate a bunch of nuts. Right? Okay, enough of that joke though, but like, the reality is there's something else I'll be playing on stream. Probably at the end of the month. Or near the end of the month. And we're gonna be doing a lot of coverage on it. I won't tell you what it is. But it's something that I know a lot of my viewers definitely want to see. Definitely want to see. Especially the more recent ones that have seen stuff on my YouTube channel. Is all I'll say. There's definitely gonna be something there. Just don't tell, like, I'm obviously being extremely vague about it. You can figure that on your own, but don't spread it around until it's like I can actually announce what's going on. Because I still need to see what everything else is going on first.
The
But, like,
soundtrack
yeah.
that goes along with some of these?
Ah, yes, of course. Yeah, we're playing something else special later this month. Something else. I know, and I know it's something a lot of people want to see. I know it's something a lot of people want to see. You guys will just have to stay tuned though for that.
Holy shit, man.
Okay then.
Yeah, these games are peak.
Alright. Cool. What else was I sent to look at? What else do we have? I know you guys sent a lot. What is this game? What is this thing that was... wait, no, not that one. Where was that channel? Ah, here, stuff to react to. You spoke to a AAA dev leaker. It was eye-opening? What is this? Oh, it's about game file sizes being too big. What happened?
I was contacted by a senior back-end developer for Call of Duty through private messages. After confirming their identity and thanking them for reaching out, I asked if they would be willing to answer 10 questions about the gaming industry in Black Ops 6. They agreed, but under one condition. I must keep who they are anonymous.
Of course,
and
you'd have
their
to keep
job
them
history
anonymous.
obfuscated, as they would undoubtedly be tracked down and fired if any identifiable information was released. This is their story.
Wait, he's talking about... Wait, which game was it he was talking about? Was it this one? Carl on Duty, right? Carl on Duty, that's Black Ops 2. Right, everyone's favorite, Carl on Duty. Oh, look, it's on the PlayStation. Carl... no, this is Carl of Duty. And they have Carl on Duty. This was a fun meme from back then. Or was it... Wait, or was it this one? Wait. Or was it this game? We got Advanced Emoto here. And we got Modern Lolly over here. We had these memes too, from back in the day. Remember these memes? Remember these? Hey, is this what you guys want to play? You never seen these? These were all over the place like 10 years ago, man. This one was re-uploaded to Steam in 2017. But like this is an old meme. This is an old one, man. This one on the they had all sorts of different versions of this stuff that people have made. I remember this stuff. Fun times. You can see Twitter go crazy with that one, for sure, man, for sure.
This
Probably with the Carl one as well.
Dev is a long-time developer for the Call of Duty franchise. They started small and worked their way up to their position they hold today after many years of working on other games and other projects, many of which you will know and some of which you probably won't. It's important to understand that this dev is a back-end dev, meaning they don't handle design directly, but instead keep the engine running under the hood. While I can't reveal specifics of their resume, I can assure you it's vast. They have been in the business of developing multi-million-dollar games since before I was born. Due to their history with the Call of Duty franchise, the very first question I figured I should ask was, why is the game so big? This is a common question for anyone looking to get into the Call of Duty franchise. Being that every other game I play typically requires half the amount of resources, I figured it would be best to get an answer directly from the ones making it, rather than the speculations I typically see online. And they replied, it can be small, but it's a lot of content. It's why we introduced the packaging system after Modern Warfare 2019, to let players pick and choose what they wanted to keep. You don't have to install everything. Right now, I'm playing the campaign, and that's only about 11 gigabytes last I checked. Then I'll start playing multiplayer, so I'll uninstall the single player and check multiplayer and then install that. There's always a core component that is shared between the two. Everything is modular on purpose to let the players choose. Also, 4K textures take a ton of space, a lot more than folks think. We are limited severely with the compression because of access speed. We could compress it more, but that would add more CPU demand during streaming, and everything is in-game streamed. You are always reading from disk to memory. Hope you can already get a feel of the type of person this is. They are a bubbly and energetic and genuinely passionate person about making games. Anyone who has been in the industry this long with the prevalence of problems like layoffs and crunch time must absolutely love what they do, which I believe comes through in their answer. So I proceeded with a question that I had as a YouTuber. Do game devs take feedback from content creators? If so, how much? What do you use to prioritize updates and patches? This is something I saw parroted often back in the Destiny community. While I knew it wasn't true as many disgruntled comments would claim it to be, I was curious if the developers had any place for feedback such as ours. Interestingly, they replied with, everything is double-checked with numbers. We gather a crap ton of statistics at all times, anonymized. Data collection is an important thing in game dev, and we've got millions of players with a billion different PC configurations. Content creators sound the alarms. We check what alarm is triggered afterwards to see if it needs a better look taken at it. It's what the community managers do. This is not the answer I expected. I presumed that creators would have been held to as a equivalent to data at the very least. Whereas in this answer, it seems that the voice of a content creator could potentially cause a priority on an issue in a game, but not on a non-issue. While we can't assume this is the case for all studios, if a studio as large as Call of Duty does this, I wonder how much more smaller and more personal teams of developers do this too. Indie devs have set this as their standard, of course, but the fact that this is treated with similar cadence among multi-million-dollar studios is eye-opening. My next question pertains to both Call of Duty and live service games as a whole. Is your team familiar with the handful of small bugs in Black Ops 6? How long does it take to patch them, and why? We hear so often about day one patches. I wanted to know more information about the practice, and they replied, bug database is even there before launch. We are aware we are launching with bugs. We have to prioritize and release schedules to keep. If something can be done with a quick update, which requires just a restart, we can push it out fast. If it's a more in-depth update, it can be pushed back to a next major patch. This mirrored what I believe many players already assumed. They know about bugs, but to keep up with publications and advertising due dates, they ship them with the bugs, then try to squash as many as they can shortly thereafter. Another complaint I often see leveled at any of the Call of Duty games is how similar they are to each other. So I asked, are weapons, equipment, score streaks, etc. archetypes of previous COD games? It feels like lots of the time ideas and balance for weapons carry over. And they replied with, I would assume so. There's only so many guns used in the real world. You try to hit every niche possible without being redundant, as well as look cool. Who doesn't like the MP5 or the good old M4? We'll return to this idea later, but their lack of surety on this answer is attributed to where they sit in the team. They're a back-end developer. Remember, not a front-end designer. They don't make all of these decisions.
They're
So my
just
next
in the
question,
back end, okay?
what's the hardest part of your job? This, I hoped, would help better contextualize what a developer may go through on the day-to-day. And they replied with, the hardest part is problem solving. Some stuff needs a lot of refactoring, other things that have been okay for years but no longer respond to the current needs. But teams are accustomed to the old ways. People don't like change unless it works and saves them time. So it better damn work when you take the old stuff away. With what knowledge I have with my own degree in computer science, I can share stories as well of government job recruiters seeking people with knowledge of ancient programming languages simply because they were written that way back in the day, and they never were completely upgraded for fear of something breaking. My next question hopefully should be obvious.
If it works, why bother fixing it, right?
What's your favorite part of
If
your
it
job?
works, it works.
And they replied, my awesome team. We're all nerds, love tech, and it's a pleasure coming to work. For as many horror stories as we hear about working conditions and financial insecurity of even the most experienced developers and designers, this was a very wholesome response. Next, I decided to ask something more open-ended to help get even more perspective to what developers experience versus the average player. I asked, what is something you wish more gamers knew about or had patience for? And interestingly, they replied, oh gosh, so many things. There are so many misconceptions as to what actually entails to make a game.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Exactly.
COD is the same every
There's no
year
point.
is so far from the truth, but as long as the gameplay is the same, which it needs to be, that's what sells the game, you don't see it. If we made a new code change that allows your GPU to render 0.5% faster, will you notice? No, but we will, because that saves frame time, that saves CPU power. We can now use somewhere else and keep the game running smoothly. Again, their bright personality showed through here with this answer, which I love. I hope one day we can return to this question because I feel like there's so much more to learn about this idea. So be sure to subscribe so you don't miss that. But next up, my question was, sometimes there is backlash from gamers to devs. How does dev teams handle issues with PR, or is that a separate group? This was actually asked by my brother, and I felt it was a pretty good question. And they replied, we are shielded by our community managers, thankfully. I got my share of death threats on Twitter by saying something and it got taken out of context and then put into articles within days. Not a fun feeling. They filter it out for design teams and those that make those final decisions. It's awful that anyone could ever be in a position to receive such backlash, if we're being charitable to call it that, while they're trying to do their best. I firmly believe that the relationship should be better between both players and devs. Obviously, we should hold each other accountable for the work that we do or the product that we're purchasing. But situations like these understandably spoil any motivation for devs to open up like this. But let's continue. Is there anything you're worried about in the future of the gaming industry? Anything you're excited for? And they replied, layoffs. Always. We're being treated as disposable across the industry, and it has to stop. Thankfully, unionization efforts are bigger than ever. We came from Destiny hot off the heels of the mass layoffs post the final shape. It's difficult to put myself in this person's shoes for something like this. The stress of the average job is already enough, but I can't imagine it with the concerningly growing trend of layoffs within the game development industry.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
My last question I felt should be aimed at the top of the AAA food chain. So I asked, how much do execs have in the individual components of games? And their reply was not what I expected. That's a tough one for me, as I've seen it every which way, depending on the demand that's made. This, to me, paints a picture that a bad game isn't always the fault of the higher-ups. But if a higher-up, or producer, or executive does get overly involved in the game flops, it was quite possibly more their fault than not. But take all of my interpretations with a grain of salt. Obviously, I'm having to sort of read between the lines here, as the information that I'm relaying to you is purely through text. Leave a like and subscribe if you have any questions you feel I should ask.
Okay, so I guess we're done with those ones. Is there another one? I think we'll do one more. I have to like organize these at some point. I'll save the ones we're reacting to, like the Xbox shells, the other ones there for another time. What's this one here? Payment processor attack manga. What's this one? Because it's already like it's already 7:15 in the morning.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Yes, once again, we have the dreaded credit card companies. The good old payment processing companies have shut down yet another website. Thank you, credit card companies, for saving the world from the dreaded evil Japanese comics. But yes, for those that have missed it, the mangaka behind Love Hina, he has a website called Manga Z or Library Z. And yes, he made a tweet today announcing that he's unfortunately going to have to shut down this website. Now, this website pretty much kind of is focused on seemingly a lot of older titles and whatnot, but they do just basically digital distribution of a lot of different mangas. And yes, they got notified by payment processing companies to change some stuff or shut down. And it looks like he has unfortunately had to choose to do that. He has mentioned the idea that he can't even, there's the option of going to like, different types of Bitcoins and whatnot, but those services would not be able to keep them alive. A lot of their...
Yeah, like that's the problem. Like, the reality is you have a bunch of weirdos like who own those freaking payment processors and they're like... Yeah. They're not great.
A lot of their ability to keep afloat is coming from people doing different subscriptions and whatnot. And yes, these payment processing companies have come down upon them, and so they've decided to stop. Now, there's a lot of context behind this. There is, yes, the surface level is bad credit card companies, how terrible, yet another sign of this. But I want to make it perfectly clear, there's a lot behind this whole situation that I think people need to be aware of to get the bigger, broader picture of what's going on. There's a lot of speculation on what's actually going on in the background behind this company that could be the actual cause to it. And I also want to leave on a positive note, getting into who Akamatsu is. Yes, the mangaka behind Love Hina, this individual right here. There's a lot of promise behind this whole situation because, as I've noted before with past videos about this whole credit card company issue that's happening, there's a lot of groups that are actually fighting back. They're actually going to these Visa services, MasterCard services, and trying to find out where the root of this is. There's a lot of work that's happening in the UN and whatnot that they're trying to make sure there's these protections with what they do with their own freedom of expression. There's actually a big movement within the government of Japan to try to stop this stuff. And people like Akamatsu are actually kind of spearheading this stuff. So we're going to get into each bit of it. I'm going to hit each one by one. So hopefully people watching this video have some patience here to get the full context. But let's dive into it. First of all, who is Akamatsu? Like I said, he's the one behind Love Hina, Negima, a very famous mangaka. Had a lot of success in the past. But additionally, like I said before, this is a guy that's actually in the government. He's actually gotten to the diet and whatnot, and he's really working really heavily on different things such as freedom of expression, protections against, freedom of expression, all that kind of stuff, to ensure that a lot of things around their use of art and whatnot is actually protected. Now, like I said, he made a post talking about the fact that his website that he has, Manga Z, is actually being shut down. Let's actually look into the post itself. On the website itself, they said, "We regret to inform you that Manga Library Z has made the difficult decision to cease its internet distribution services for electronic books, as previously announced on November 5th. Manga Library Z has been a platform where readers could once again enjoy rare, out-of-print manga titles that have not yet been digitized, and it is continuously providing advertising revenue to its creators for over a decade. However, in recent years, we have faced increasing challenges in terms of payment services, such as credit card companies. 14 years ago, when manga artist Kin Akamatsu launched the predecessor to the service, J-Comic, electronic books were not as common, and there were only a handful of services where people could read manga online. In that context, J-Comic could be said to be the pioneer in free electronic book services that allowed anyone to read manga. For nearly 14 years, even as a service name changed to Manga Library Z, all of our staff are grateful for the long-standing support from creators and users alike. At the time, we feel a deep sense of responsibility for having operated this service while carrying the hopes of so many people. We are truly sorry that we have to reach the point where we must shut down the site." As announced on October 29th, We received a notification from our payment processing company last month stating that we were forced to terminate all payment service contracts at the end of October. Although we held urgent discussions with the payment processing company, this decision was made by the credit card company, and unfortunately, there is nothing our company could do to reverse the situation. We have been working day and night to urgently calculate our finances and explore alternative options to keep the site running, but we have come to the conclusion that continuing to operate the site without being able to provide returns to creators would ultimately betray the trust of both creators and users.
Okay.
Therefore, we made the difficult decision to shut down the site. We apologize for having to make this decision. While the site itself is currently scheduled to be shut down on November 26th, J-Comic Terrace Company, which operates Manga Library Z, is also involved in a wholesale business that provides work to other stores. We plan to focus on wholesale business going forward and continue to provide returns to participating creators. However, the site will not be completely terminated. We will continue to explore ways to restart the site in the future in consultation with the relevant parties.
Hey, at least it's not all bad news for them. They might eventually bring it back.
Although it's still a narrow path, we will also consider transitioning to a nonprofit organization or crowdfunding. We hope to be able to deliver manga to you all again someday. To all creators, users, and those who have supported cooperation with us, thank you very much for the past 14 years. The staff of J-Comic Terrace. Super, super tragic stuff. Now, that's not it. That's not it. That's the website. That's the official statement on their website saying they have to shut it down. It does look like they at least want to look at some sort of option in order to do maybe crowdsourced, having people support the site to keep it up, rather than do typically with like payments and whatnot to the site directly, thus getting around a lot of the, again, payment processing companies, doing some way around that rather than it being directly to the stuff that typically they are coming at them for. Yes, typically with a lot of these issues with these credit card companies coming after them, it's because there's something on the site that is questionable. Yes, in the past it's typically been, forced interaction between two characters. Yes, unfortunately, for a lot of people, it's going to be a lot of stuff that's depicting younger looking characters, stuff like that. That's the stuff they're going against. Now, to make it perfectly clear, because I always have to put this caveat here, because, you know, people have to throw the extremes at you and say you're defending this and it's horrific. I am the type of person that I believe in a freedom of expression, and that is having zero restrictions, unless it's the actual depiction of real people. If it is drawn, if it is art, I don't believe there should be any restriction. Because why? Because I feel personally that yes, there's a lot of it that I don't want to personally look at. I don't want to look at it. But I'm also the type of person that I believe once you crack open that door, who sets the boundaries? How far does that door keep open? Once it opens, it can never be shut, and it will get wider and wider. And they're going to always have people looking over our...
Oh, there's a page on Palworld's thing on the patent infringement lawsuit. Oh wait, here. We'll look at this one, then we'll continue the video after. Apparently there's this. Report September 19th. Pokemon Company filed a patent lawsuit. They claim this stuff. 2 targeted patents. The patent application was July 30th, 2024. God fucking damn it. And registered on the 27th. The other one was this one. This is like all after Palworld released. What the fuck? And they're trying to get 10 million yen. Plus late payment. This is ridiculous. Like, they applied for the patent after they already made the game. Like, what the fuck? This is, like, actually just absurd. The fact that they had the thing on the market, and you could already get it, and then they apply for the patent later. This is, like, actually really fucked up. The fact that they can do this, man. Like, this is actually really fucked up. Because, like, last I checked, you know, like, this shit was registered and applied for, like, Palworld's was already out. Yeah, January 19th. This is, like the oldest one here is more than a month after the game came out. That is, like, extremely fucked up. Right, like, oh wait, it just said it right here. It was released by us there on the 19th. Like, it is ridiculous that they can apply these retroactively. Like, the fuck. That's just really fucked up with the legal system there, man. They can apply it retroactively. It's like, it's already been out. It is really fucked up. But yeah.
Artist's shoulders constantly saying, how old is that? That looks like this age. That looks like that's being forced. That looks like that's not consenting. And they're constantly going to be opening that door wider and wider to the point where there's no freedom of expression. I believe there should be all freedom and people choose what they're going to shun and not look at or just not be involved with. Now, with that said, let's get into the greater details here because, yes, Akamatsu actually, in his post, gets into better details on his tweet. Most of this early stuff is pretty much him repeating the same stuff, that he's going to be doing this, that it's going to be shut down. The primary source of funding for the server costs and other operation expenses was the subscription fees from our premium members. Again, this is direct payment, which is pretty much what's going to be stopped due to these restrictions. The immediate cause of the side of the shutdown is a notification from our payment processing company to terminate all payment services, including not only credit card payments, but also other payment methods, all credit cards, including JCB, which I think this is typically what people are always kind of pointing to do, is to use JCB, which again does not get around the fact that it will eventually go to major companies like Visa and MasterCard. JCB unfortunately doesn't get around that. Suddenly became unusable. And other payment methods, such as Bitcash, which is going to be your cryptocurrencies, are also disabled. Moreover, and again, this is another issue right here, is because a lot of people will say go to Bitcoin and whatnot, but there needs to be an exchange that happens at some point, and a lot of that stuff just won't be allowed. Eventually, it will get to those companies. They will find out, and they will stop it. For example, so the company themselves, even if they do have some sort of cryptocurrency on their website to use as payment, people will pay for that stuff with cryptocurrency. Yay. But the company needs to pay their staff. How are they going to do that? They have to exchange it for Japanese yen. And once they do that, the company then gets contacted. They want to make this exchange, and they're still selling this bad stuff, so they still get stopped by those companies.
Yep.
It still comes down to an exchange of some sort through these companies in order to put it into cash that actually expends for their uses for their company. Moreover, even payments for the previous month are withheld. That's bad. That is wrong.
Very bad.
Resulting in a complete halt of premium membership fees for that period and going forward. This has left us unable to cover even the costs of our servers. So this is going to have to come out straight out their own pocket. They're going to go in like a debt there. After careful consideration by the Manga Library Z management team, we have concluded that operating solely on Bitcash revenue is not feasible. Even if we found a replacement payment processing company, there's a risk of the same thing happening again. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing there.
Yeah,
again, it's
problem.
always going to eventually get down to that.
That's
and again,
the problem with
even
all
if they
these
find
things.
another company to be a bank or whatever, people will buy using credit card companies. They will buy using their MasterCard, their Visa, and it still ends up coming to them, and it's something they'll block. We do not want to resort to removing portions of our content to stay afloat. This is a nice stance. This sucks, but this is a nice stance. We don't want to just sanitize our website and keep it up.
Yep.
We don't want to do that. We're wanting to provide this service, and we don't want to limit what we put on that service just to fit what they want us to fit. Based on these considerations, we have made the difficult decision to shut down the site. We sincerely apologize for the extreme short-term time frame between the notification and the payment withholding, which has forced us in a position of capitulating to the demands of the payment service provider. Sucks. However, here's where we get into some stuff that can actually be a positive. Through this experience, we have obtained accurate information that only a party directly involved in such a situation could have, such as the grounds on which the payment service termination was declared, the extent of the penalties imposed and their duration, what specific countermeasures could have been taken. Now, when I read this part right here, I think of two different things here. This could be mainly them saying, look, we figured out what they allow and don't allow, and thus going forward, we can actually create something new with those restrictions in mind. We can bend the knee and create something new and avoid these issues going forward. But again, like I said before, this is who we're talking about here. This is who's talking about this stuff. This is somebody that is actually involved in Japanese politics. This is a guy that's in the national diet. He's actually involved with these individuals about freedom of expression and artwork and whatnot to prevent censorship. We're talking about some guy right here that could possibly get into contact with individuals such as Yamada here, which again, for those that missed this, Yamada quite a while back, I think this was back in August, he actually went and visited Visa themselves. He is a member of the government as well. And
I don't think there's a reason to like listen to all the other yapping in there. It's just the freaking payment processors. Right? Like, yeah. I am definitely... I see you, but... That is definitely one way to do that. But yeah, we're just gonna end it here for the night. Or day. It's like already 7:30. Right? Like, I've been spacing out, because like, this is just yapping at this point. Yeah, it's the payment processor that's a piece of shit. Like, we all know this. That the payment processors are a piece of shit. They want to censor and they want to, like, block all the things that they don't like. They're the ones that's responsible. And they're just gonna keep causing problems there. Right. Ideally, like, that is the one reason why, like, crypto is nice. Because you could technically get rid of the stupid pieces of shit payment processors. But there's too many bad actors in the space doing other things there. Unfortunately. But yeah, this is just where I'll end the thing for the night. Thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I'll see you guys again next time. We'll have more stuff to react to anyways. We have a ton more still piled up. So we'll figure out things then. But yeah. See you guys. See ya.